Got away from all the chains they tried to lock me up with. I wasn't made for 9 to 5, so working ain't construction. I never fit the system. My description is the suspect. I gave him all the finger, then I rode into the sunset. And I don't want to be promoted. I don't need a raise of bonus or a new company. Chuck, keep that silly uniform I had to wash and dry. I'm not a brick that's in your wall, but you're a thorn that's in my side. I was born and I can climb with all the orders in the skies. I don't want an application or a half an hour lunch or a cubicle to work a job that I don't even love. My veins are full of gasoline. My motor's made of stolen parts. I've tightened all the nuts and bolts, but I don't want to work on cars. The system's trying to smother me, but anarchy is in my heart. They slash my tires and cut my brakes. I'll crash cars that even start. My boss don't even know that I make music he would care about. He thinks I'm just some stoner stacking boxes in a warehouse. I got dreams and goals and things I'm told my work to keep inspiring. When music is my full-time job, then nobody can hire me. Right now it ain't hiring. My groceries inspiring. My rent is due. My phone is off. The extra shits are tiring. I know I'm made for more than what my resume reflects. The government is trying to dumb me down. Guns and booze and sex. I'm a salesman. It's a yearly prohibition. I've never been the type to make a living off commission. I'm no good at wearing suits or doing taxes for a business. I want to count some money, not the hours and the minutes. I'm not a carpenter, a lawyer, a doctor. I'm not a waiter or a teacher or a cop or a plumber. I'm not a tradesman or an architect, an engineer, a pilot or a mailman. I'm something that don't fit into their perfect little game. Not me. And they can try to kill my spirit with overtime when the barn burns. But if there's one thing I ain't scared of, it is long days and hard work. So they can pay themselves $1 when I only make a cent, but I will stack up all my pennies till they're higher than the fence. Then I'll climb them like a ladder and jump to the other side. Spend the nickels that I made on a taxi or hitch a ride. But they never thought they'd see the day I left and to survive against the system that they built into the system. Celebrating birthdays with the devil on my shoulder. We like to drink together, but the minute I got sober, we started saying things that I've had trouble getting over. Now I'm just alone and I'm tired. I got 20 feet of rope and I got nowhere to tie it. If I'm out of this hole or put myself any higher, because I'm exhausted and my bones are heavy coated with iron. Forged in the fire and molded with pliers. I know that I'm supposed to be the one who's giving hope. I'm a liar. I tried to jump the motor and exposed all the wires, but all it did was make a spark and get power the tires. It's like I'm standing on the edge and I'm scared. I wonder if I slip and fall, but then you don't care. I did my best to fix it, but it can't be repaired. And it ain't fair. Dark side. I know it's hard to tell, but I've been going through a hard time. Fighting in a blindfold with my ankles and my arms tied. I'm running out of places where the bruises and the scars hide. Honestly, I'm angry and exhausted. I'm appalled at what the therapy and medicine will cost. I'm so tortured by the feelings that they told me they could cure. I'm running out of options, that's for sure. I don't want the sympathy or sorries. I'm not in it for the glory. Being popular was boring. I just want to tell my story. All that sad because it's corny. I'm gonna make it till I'm 40. With the way that I've been feeling, I might go before the morning. When I beat up, when I reappear, I'm encore, even if you stay to scream and cheer. I just hope I help you see it clear. Now we're here.
Well, what's up, whoever's here? Hey, happy birthday to me.
My generation's afraid of the pigs. We also intolerant. They're ashamed of themselves because their right is whiter than black and the opposite. You get charged with harassment for hugging a woman and giving a compliment. Y'all way too sensitive yet. Offended to death. Bring on the coffee. I swear that y'all are mad at everything that don't affect your life. I swear that y'all believe that being offended just means that you're right. I swear that y'all just want to be the only ones who everyone likes. I swear just where you need, you probably some triggers you cry. Nobody wants to be real. Everyone's scared of how everyone feels. We become so oversensitive and hyper tolerant. But honestly, can't be illegal. It's crazy. So shocked. It's as logical, y'all are weak then. If someone says you tired, it ruins your weekend, then that's retarded. Okay, saying your work doesn't make you a punk. It makes you a liar, stupid, obnoxious. You must think of someone else. I don't wanna with me. I don't feel affection. No, I will not be sensitive. I'm not afraid to spot it. With me. Don't let him censor your thoughts. Don't let him make you regret that you talk. Don't let him tell you that nice is the law, trying to make you alright when nothing is wrong. Yeah, words hurt you, clothes hurt you, jokes hurt you, jokes hurt you, we hurt you. Every time we don't even really know what hurt you. You're super mad. Trust we heard you. You are blind in the broken system. When you trigger much, you been showing signals. Jealous, so addicted to being hopeless victims. Yep, pressure freedom, bring the root conditions. And your only sickness is your social vision. Makes you scared of choices, but you grow decisions. So you march along. And then you go the distance, yelling ways without it, so you know the distance. Always on that blah, blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. If you in that drama, you must think of someone else. That's all right. Y'all don't wanna with me. I will feel affection. No, I will not be sensitive. I'm not afraid to spot it. Always on that blah, blah. Y'all should keep it to yourselves. It's me in that drama. You must think of someone else. Y'all don't wanna with me. I will feel affection. No, I will not be sensitive. I'm not afraid to spot it. With me, my name will be remembered, and I will live forever. Bet y'all hate that y'all stuck with me. How's it going over here? There we go. Son of a little dum-dums.
Oh, what's up, Rich? You can hop on it if you want, my friend. It's just me here. I admitted you. Tower game by myself. It's my birthday. I think this is one of the minor DDOs for the 70S group. Well, I'm sure it's a minor DDO. I'm pretty sure it's not one of the ones they care about. Yeah, I have two scopes. So here is my old scope, and here's the new scope. It doesn't do it justice when I'm on the StreamYards because it only allows me to do 720 resolution because I haven't paid for the upgrade. Because when I have the camera just hooked up to its normal software, it's at 34 megapixel instead of 2. So she gets in there pretty clear and good. I made a business investment and actually spent some money on a proper piece of machinery. I figured it was pointless not to. Waiting for some coins to come back from NGC at the moment, and then I'm going to ship out all kinds of more stuff. And so, it's not a bad one, but it's not one I was tapping. Oh, and the richest human. Hello, Rich, sir.
Hello. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad, man.
Did you
I'm in
say?
a weird mood today. It's my birthday.
Have you said how old you are?
I'm 32.
I always forget how old people are. You're younger than my youngest daughter, so
Yeah, it took me, I had to do some math to figure out how old I was because I had forgotten as well. So am I turning 31 today? Or am I turning 32 today?
well, happy birthday.
Well, thank you. I'm glad because this signifies the end of the holiday season for me personally. And I'm really excited for that again.
And try
How
it
you
with
been?
10 grandkids.
Oh, yeah.
Even if we do a $20 gift, there's $200 right there just for a stocking stuffer.
Right?
Adds up quick.
Yeah, I honestly, I didn't have to buy a single present this year because my dog passed away right before Thanksgiving.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, he ended up with a surprise brain tumor.
Oh,
Yeah, it was lymphoma in his brain, and he showed no symptoms until he went blind, and then 4 days later he lost motor functions, and I had to put him down.
wow.
He was only 5 years old. My baby
Feel
boy.
for you.
Yeah, my poor baby boy.
My pets have always been important.
Yep, he
Like,
was my superhero. He was born completely deaf,
I think we
so when
talked about it before.
Yeah. So when he ended up losing his eyesight, it was detrimental. He gave up on life like immediately.
Well, I hate to say it, but sometimes being quick like that's so much easier because you try so hard to keep them going.
Yeah, no, I was. I tried hard. He was on steroids, and then the fourth night after getting him home from the neurologist, he passed out after because it took tranquilizers to get him to fall asleep because he would just walk around in circles because he had a little bit of like shadow in one eye, so he just chased it all day.
Aw,
So yeah, he would just circles all day. Would not sit down, would not lay down, wouldn't eat, wouldn't wag his tail. And then he lay down one night, and he woke up in the middle of the night to come find where I was, his back legs didn't work anymore. So he just started dragging around. I was like, I can't make you do that, buddy. I can't make you do that at all.
no, once it's to that point,
And he'd already been because he lost his eyesight in a matter of hours. So he was already so shocked and confused and lost. He was done.
yeah,
He didn't wag his tail or eat or drink for 4 days. He was over it.
can't lose that other major. Um, well, you said he's
Yes.
deaf, so vision's the next one to play on.
Yeah, he woke up that first night when he couldn't see or hear, and he just cried as soon as somebody touched him. It was heart wrenching. Oh, poor boy. But the holidays are over. I survived this round, and nobody stole my car, so that's a win. Speaking of which,
Did
I better
you
actually
hear?
things. Huh?
Did you hear about my car? I lost my Dodge Charger, my 71 Dodge Charger. I had
How'd
it
you
since
lose that
I
one?
should have graduated. It was a gift from my folks. They owned the car. They were the original owners. It burned in a fire at
Oh,
where it was being stored.
yeah. Last year I lost my Smoky and Bandit Trans Am because where I had it stored I thought was safe, and then turns out there was a domestic dispute with the two people who lived there, and the person who I thought lived there, who I thought owned it, ended up being the one who moved out, and I lost my car.
Uh,
He called me after the fact, and I was like, "Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate your timeliness here." It wasn't driving yet; it was still only at the running stage, but it was factory original.
yeah,
Everything down to the shiny checkerboard dashboard
yeah. I remember talking to you about that one.
and them blue bucket seats in the back. Yeah.
I had a
Currently
brother that
in.
always had brother-in-law that always had the IROX and could never figure out why I could beat him with my dodges. So, not so easy, but kind of easy.
I miss my Dobson. But the only people who ever tried to race me when I was in the Dobson were Ford F-150s. I swear to God, that was like the only thing that ever tried to race me. But every single Ford F-150 that pulled up next to me tried to race me.
With Dotson.
280 ZX Turbo.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, with the straight inline six and the 7 pounds of boost.
Not many cars could follow me up to the lake, but the Z cars, if they had a big enough motor, could.
If that straight inline six, if bored out correctly, it produces a sufficient amount of power for how little it is.
Yep. They
You
clear.
can do the $100 bill test in that one. Where you put $100 on the dash.
Oh, nice.
I was like, hey,
That's really saying something.
you can pin them in the seat. That was my favorite.
Yeah, now the Dodge, I did that with my one Dodge, and it was a 68, so it was a huge old car. Could stick 10 bodies in the trunk if I wanted to, but
Right?
that one, I did the $100 on the dash a few times. and even to this one big old muscle guy that was so sure he was going to win. But the car did 10 and a half seconds in the quarter mile, and it was all in the first half of that quarter mile that it did its speed. Off the line, it beat all the hopped up motorcycles. And back then, I was racing the triple cowies and the 750s, and those were rockets off the
Yeah.
line.
I'm
But they
trying to
didn't
find
have
my
a
buddy's
chance.
Mercury Capri 5.0 that they put an Interceptor engine into it. One of
Wow.
the police, and then they got custom exhaust. It's got Dynomat flooring, line lock, roll cage, the full 5.0 harness. It's Bud Light blue, and that's a 10.5 second car.
Yeah,
Even
my
with all that super heavy, like it's because it's a full roll cage. It's not even just a quarter cage, and it's full Dynomat flooring, so it's got a lot of extra weight that it doesn't need in there.
see, I grew up at Sears Point Raceway. The guy who built my car was the guy who created the dual and quad link suspension for dragsters.
Yes, I live right next to Vandermeer.
Yeah, he was amazing. My car could jump off the line so hard, people just were shocked.
Yeah, my mechanic buddy, he ended up doing Mazda Miata LS2 conversions consistently for like an entire 3 year period, where he would just take the Mazda Miata and put the vet motor in it and hook it up to the C10 transmission and turn the things into little go karts, like insane go karts.
Yeah,
That was cool. I wanted to keep my Datsun and put mudders on it and just put it on like a 30-inch lift kit and turn it into like this creepy like Road Warrior Dune buggy. I thought that would have been cool.
yeah. I wish I still had a few of my cars. That was the last one of my originals to go. One of my favorite ones was my '63 um, Toyota Land Cruiser. Um, it was such a beast. I pulled so many Jeeps out of the mud. I even pulled two at the same time out of the mud. Had set up a tow strap between the two of them and pulled them out at the same exact time. It was funny. They were in the middle of our Rubathon. It was a four-wheel event for Land Cruisers in Rubicon. It's like one of the hardest areas in northern Cal. Well, it's actually Tahoe National Forest, but so it's actually in the next state. But it started in California. It was such a fun run.
Sounds like the Colorado Grand.
Yeah, oh, it was a beast. They had the large and small sluice boxes, and these were areas that were dry riverbeds that big giant boulders had got stuck in, and you had to get around them, and it was a lot of fun. Everything was super steep. There was even a couple small waterfalls you had to go up. Fun stuff. I missed that a lot.
Yeah, I'm in a weird mood, missing a lot of stuff today too. I'm in the middle of a fucking. Oh, sorry, I'm in the middle of an eBay argument with a dealer, air quotes, who says one of the mint cellos that I have is not correct, and I respectfully disagreed. And then he wanted to get all irritating and, well, I've been doing this for blah 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 blah. And I'm sorry. It's all over this set right here. Oh, that's better than that. It is the $1983.
I hope things go your way.
Oh yeah, I'll get my way out of the dirt eventually.
You
Never
certainly have
fails.
a good eye for stuff. So
Yeah, I have two, if they're graded correctly, because I just sent one Morgan to PCGS, and it is a capital set toned bomb or a beautiful toner. They called uncirculated details cleaned, and there's not a single hairline on the coin. So I got to break that one out, which is very frustrating.
yeah, they if it's not the normal colors, they're just very, very tough. I had coins that I put in from bank rolls into some of the Capital Plastic holders, and they got, um, I forget what they call their modified color.
Oh, questionable color?
Yeah, and it's like I
Or,
know for a fact I saw it age and tone, and I'm the one that put it in out of a mint set roll, and nope, questionable color.
I watched one of the dudes open up a mint cello for an 83 mint set, put the penny cut it out from the mint set into the safeguard and sent it. They called it clean.
Yeah, they'll do it even if it's still in the holder. If
Yeah,
it's
so,
not what they consider to be a normal color.
and see, I thought it is a normal color, which is what I'm so irritated about. If you look at any of their toners for the year, they're it is legit stereotypical capital set bullseye toning on the front. Like it's a blue ring right around just the rim. Her face is portraited out just fine. It doesn't look like it's splotchy. It looks like it's misted just the way it should. The reverse is solid auburn color because it was sitting a certain way, which makes sense. The two sides don't tone the exact same way, which is another plus for it.
Yeah,
But
I
I
got
thought
in a big argument with a couple of the guys and trying to get that settled, and they were saying that because there could be contamination before the sealing process that could cause the questionable color. It doesn't matter if it's still in the holders or the sets. It's like, yeah.
well, then what do they call correct toning if toning at all is bad to them still?
Yeah, and the very first of the double-sided holders for the albums. I forget the guy who did those. I have a few of them. His created toning because of the type of flatboard they used in those sets. It's kind of like a pressed cardboard, but
Well, it's
they're
PCI. The green rim
oh
PCI
yeah,
tone or holders, they tone silver like orange red like fire colors.
yeah, and even the Ike dollars in some of theirs in the '70s, they caused milk toning, and they allow those, and those are absolutely caused by the plastic.
Absolutely caused by plastic.
Yep, but they allow that one. Yeah, it's frustrating.
But then again, I have one of these proof sets that is all the coins look like doo-doo except for the nickel. And the nickel looks just superb color, like just insane beautifully toned. But if I sent in that whole set, I can almost guarantee you 4 out of the 5 coins would get details, and then the nickel would get like a really high grade because of the toning and its eye appeal. Just because the way the mint cello ate itself,
Yep.
it turned all the silver and copper coins. It turned like gross, like red, purple, nasty looking, and then it turned the nickel into a blueberry.
Yep. I've got a couple of those. For years I've collected the ones the dealers. I told my dealers to hold on to the ones they normally dump or open or whatever, and they just do silver value for me. But if they've got colors that are just ugly as hell or blotchy and that kind of thing, I always buy them. I like to see where they end up years down the road. Some of the darkest coins I've had have turned out to be just the most beautiful chocolate coins.
I love them actually. I'm a huge, huge, huge fan of the the mint state browns are my favorite because they tone great.
Yeah, what I call a high luster chocolate. Oh my goodness, They are just breathtaking to look at up close.
And terminal toning, I always buy the terminal toners as well because I think they're great.
Yep, I have a few PCGS ones that got slabbed, and they had just a little bit of darkness to them in a spot, and now the whole coin is so dark you can't even tell, the writing on it. And I love them. I don't know where it'll end up, but right now they're gorgeous. Yeah, if you hear any grumbling, I just had a extra hot habanero chicken and cheese enchiladas, and
Nice.
I ate two of them and went back for a third, which I shouldn't have done. Paying for it miserably now, but sure tasted good.
And that matters.
I love habaneros. My little grandkids were eating them. I warned them, but I should have known better. They can eat hotter foods than I can normally.
Yeah, uh, I'm gonna blame that on the age because I bet you can handle some sweet food based on where you grew up. That's
Yeah,
all
I
right.
was always ate the blackened foods and the Cajun style. I loved it. We had a Cajun guy that would come to our fair every year, and every time he saw me, he'd invite me behind the booth, and we'd sit there and eat his hottest and all these little sausages that he'd marinate for weeks. And oh man, I loved it. He said there was very few people that can sit down and eat, one per one of him eating them. He's the one that created the Cajun hot sauce that was branded for a long time. You can't find it anymore. He passed away a while back. But oh, his sauces were the best. True, true Cajun.
Very nice, very nice.
And I got carried away for Christmas dinner. My grandkids were all over. I bought everybody dinner and went to one of our better restaurants here. I had a um, $50 skirt steak. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. Won't pay that much normally because I mean there's not a whole bunch there, but it was a good Christmas dinner. So one time I
That's
like to
awesome.
spoil everybody because normally I'm cooking, so it's frustrating, not to cook.
Oh, no, 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 we're leaving.
Feedback, feedback.
Oh, stop it, stop it.
I figured you'd have to cut down to one camera. You don't always have to move a camera to get that feedback. Sometimes it just starts throwing the waves across each other's and you start getting that feedback. I used to do a lot of setups for not commercial stage stuff, but private restaurant styled or bar stuff. And oh man, that was our biggest problem is getting a bunch of different brands of microphones and trying to set them all up on the stage. I don't hear you yet. Hello, hello.
I was still here,
I figured.
and now I can close this one.
I like to have that option. It's nice to, because I have a bunch of different microphones and cameras, so it's nice to be able to go back and forth when there's something screwing up.
Yeah, I've got a lot of monitors and stuff set up now because I've accumulated some secondhand old computers and monitors, and I had my really, really, really ghetto laptop from the pawn shop that I'm still keeping alive. There we go.
Now, I think my computer's 6 years old right now, but I still rate up there with some of the best video editing stations.
Yeah, I guarantee that these computers are at minimum 10 years old. Minimum is the newest one I have. Also, my laptop's probably it's a Vostro, and I've never even heard of that brand.
No, they've been around for a long time. Yeah, my editing system before this one was actually the very first i7, and it was a 3.3 gigahertz, and I paid almost $1,000 for it, and that was 12, 13 years ago, 14 years ago, something like that.
Nice.
But it was a bad. People were still buying them 8 years later, so that's how good they were. And Intel, although they are horrible for pricing their stuff, they are really a good product. Not always pleased with them, but
Yeah. Oh. It's a chunk of agatized wood.
oh, cool. I would have never guessed.
It's a knot.
Huh? Yeah, because it doesn't look like any grain pattern.
And then if I can hold it right, you can see the wood grain. There it is.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, the burls are really cool. The knots and stuff. I've cut into a few big burls that were like 3 to 4 feet around. Big giant burls, and oh my gosh, they're amazing. The table I have out in the garage is a 4-inch thick piece of walnut. It's a very special type of walnut, and it's got a burled end to it that is just the colors and the figures are just amazing.
If I cut this into sheets, it would be like the coolest looking sheets I've ever seen. Because I think this is either a fossil or something unique. Because that's not in the center of the knot where it should have the rings. If it was going to be, a branch that would have rings, it's kind of off to the side, not the right size.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind their critters were big, so when you do get a piece of them, they're good size. And
I think this is the critter.
Yeah, they made it a long ways into the tree because of their size.
Because I think this is actually like.
Hope you broke up.
I kind of think this is a prehistoric bug.
Cool.
Like I've never looked at it this.
You should get it sliced. You should get it sliced.
I think I'm gonna. Because I want to see. Here it is.
Just don't get greedy and do your slices too thin. They don't always hold up.
See, what is that?
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, I actually went Jurassic Park camping. I bought my dad a piece of that agate, or not agate, the sap
The
that
amber.
that had a huge bug in it, and I bought some others that had some of the ants, prehistoric ants in it, and I spent a pretty penny on that. But my dad was such a Jurassic Park nut, and he's passed away, so I ended up with them again. I'll have to show them sometime. I think I spent like $600 on it.
Yeah, this was an eBay score. This came with two chunks. So there's this one and another one that is a smaller branch of it, and it's not sliced at all. You can just tell that it is what it is. I know it was like $8 shipped for both of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it weighs like it's like 6 pounds altogether. Like this one's easily a 3-pounder.
And there's another one that's as big as coins, man. It's fossil stuff is so cool, but there's so much of it.
Which is why I liked, because I was looking up agatized items, and the only two things that you really find is agatized dinosaur bones and agatized wood. That's all you. That's your two options. But the dinosaur bones don't ever look cool. They're always like pieces of a bone or fragments of a bone. It's never got the full bone shape of any way, shape, or form. So you would have to be an archaeologist or a paleontologist to know what it is really.
Right.
And this stuff you can look at it and be like, all right, yeah, this is wood. This was wood at one point in time. Because this is silky smooth, and yet you can still see them.
Yeah, I kicked myself. We found this rock that had been broke. It was at the bottom of a waterfall, and the waterfall had gone dry because the water got rerouted. And we were down there gold mining and came across this rock. It was about the size of, it's about 15 inches, well, about 23 or 4 inches tall. Five of us couldn't move it. It was so heavy. I don't know if it went into the ground and we just couldn't tell, but we tried really hard to move that sucker, and had never seen anything like it. It was such unusual colors, and the porousness and stuff was really odd. Always wondered if it was some kind of giant meteorite or something. And we did always look for meteorites and certain magnetized rocks. I miss those days. I used to do a lot of rock hounding at some tailing areas of some of the oldest gold mining areas in California. So stuff where the 49ers made their money. So I still have a buddy there that makes enough to live well off of his gold mining. He's been doing it since we were kids. Same area.
Sorry, I was just testing things.
No problem. I figured you're still.
Yeah, I was hitting random buttons, switching mics around, and then just seeing if I could interrupt you. Nope. Turns out you couldn't hear me at all. Because at first I didn't know if you could hear me. I thought you could, and then turns out things were just being timed well. So I started selling on eBay. Nobody's buying, but I started selling at least.
The secret for me on eBay, of course, I had a fair amount of financial backing me on it, so it was easier to do some things that a lot of people can't. But the free shipping, I always did free shipping. Never charged for shipping.
Oh, yeah, you win. You win every time with that alone. You win.
Yeah, and then I always did the 30-day returns, no questions asked. all money back.
See, I
And
do 14.
yeah, and that's fine. I did 30 just to be unusual and to double most people, but yeah, I was doing silver lots, mostly AU to BU Kennedys, but I did really good and had such a great amount of customers loyal at the end of 5 years that when eBay screwed me on a couple like $3,000 purchases, $4,000 purchases,
Yeah.
and the buyer sent me big box of washers, and
Ooh.
yeah, and I knew something was up because he started to get tagged by some of the people opening things from him right before I got mine. So I had the mailman sit there while I opened it on video, and ended up becoming a really good customer of mine. But I introduced him to coins that way, and he tried to help me claim through the post office and stuff, but nobody did it. So eBay failed me, PayPal failed me, and we're talking
Yeah.
$7,000 invested between these two packages. And my customers on eBay said, just put up an auction for something for that price. I'll buy it and I'll deal with eBay. It's like, are you serious? I said, I'll cover you if they don't. I said, yeah, no problem. And had like 3 of them do that for me. And they were able to recover their money. And I was able to screw eBay for what they did to me and make most of my money back. But
Good.
and most of those guys continued to buy from me privately. So that helped.
That's
Yeah,
definitely.
it was so frustrating. That was my investment money, and they totally put a hold on it for 60 days. It just totally screwed me. But yeah, I was selling over 100 grand a year at the last 3 or 4 years doing eBay.
Yeah, I have 7 listings now. Most of them are around 100-ish. I got the 55 proof set on there. I have what I feel is an undergraded Morgan, but either way, it's priced at what it's graded at.
What are you asking for the 55?
I think I have it at 150, but I'll accept offers at 125.
So it's a 55 proof set, still in
Yeah,
that.
in the flat pack. Yeah. And none of them are turning any gross colors, which I thought is pretty good for being the 55 pack. They're not getting all gross colored. They're a little bit of fogging, but that is.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to not
But
get.
it's but it's conservable still. Like that, you can very easily hit that with some conservation, and that'll take that away. It hasn't hit a point where it will turn the coin colors from the cloudiness yet. So like if it got a dipping or whatever NGC or PCGS does now for their proof conservations, I'm sure that I would say all of them will come out looking superb.
Yeah,
It was one of those.
capable of doing that. I just prefer not to if I can help it. And pennies I won't even mess with because they just never stay the same.
I won't touch a penny. I'm getting some xylene here soon,
Yeah.
but that's just because I like to. I want to test with it just because that's what you're supposed to do. Like I went and bought a whole bunch of punches. I have a whole bunch of coin punches because I wanted to see how hard it was to punch a coin. Turns out it's unless you mark what side is up, it's easy to put an inverted mint mark there. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd love to know what the percentages of fakes that have been approved by the top companies because it's pretty big.
Yeah, what bugs me is the varieties that they attribute that aren't effing varieties.
Yeah.
I can't remember what one I looked at, but it was their second top pop coin wasn't even correct. I was so mad.
Yeah, and that's
I
why I
think
like getting the original books, because you go back far enough, you're going back to, straight from the mouth, the guy that created them or found them. And nice.
it's a small date. It's a 70S small date. They have a small date variety that's not even a effing small date on there.
Oh, geez.
It really grinds my gears.
Well, I had that California commemorative, the one with the Pioneer wagon on it. And
The Oregon Trail?
yeah, and they got
Yeah.
the mint mark wrong. Like, come on, guys, that's just.
Yeah, it's actually the one commemorative I have as well as I have the Oregon Trail.
Yeah, I love that coin. And it was a high grade one too.
Yeah, it's I think mine I would call it a 6.3, but it's got some toning on the reverse, so it might get a plus, maybe even a 64, but it's the most common date there is. It's a 26S.
Yeah, I had the 65 MS or MS 65. It was a nice coin. Or I'm not sure now. It's been a while since I had that one, and I kicked myself for getting rid of it. But sometimes you see stars in other directions. So
Oh, no, I gotta turn back this way.
nice set of nickels.
Hoorah. Yeah. Bend. Thank you. Yeah, this one I pulled out of a TCGS genuine slab because it was one of the old TCGS holders, not a Rattler, but it was back when they would only put TCGS genuine Jefferson on the holder. And on the back in the barcode, it would say genuine not gradable.
Oh,
And I
wow.
was like, what? I was like, why doesn't this have a grade? I'm confused. It looks perfect. It has full steps, beautiful color, doesn't look any kind of wrong. They called it questionable color. And then if you look at their True View photos, all of the 38D top pops are this purple.
Yeah.
They all toned the same. I was like, how did they? People are funny.
And
Yeah,
38's a special year. There's a lot of oddities to them.
yeah, and the 39, reverse of 38, reverse of 40. Because I only have a few to get replaced. I need to replace 44S, 43D, 41S, 40S.
So I had a lot of 38s were silky luster. Have you seen those?
Yes, I have. That's the ones I had in my airtight. I have one in an airtight that looks like that.
Yeah, they're cool. I really like them.
Then I ended up getting lucky, and I got a roll of 59 Denver Jefferson OBW roll for $5 a week or two ago. At an LCS.
I bought a huge nickel set from a collector's brother. The collector had passed, and the brother knew they were worth money because the brother made sure the family knew some of the values of the rolls, and had several bank rolls that were still in the wrappers. And I think I bought like 35 rolls, and he had opened about 75% of them and tubed them and marked them really well. And he would put how many steps there were of each, 5-step, 4-step, 3 steps, and that kind of thing. And then a rough grade on the better top coins. And in one of those rolls I bought were a mid 40s date on them, but half the roll was 38 Ds, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, a good portion of this album is a full step album.
Oh, really? Those are all full steps?
A good portion of it. I'm going to say 75% of this album is at least.
Cool.
So I know the 38D is because I cherry picked that one out of an LCS for $6 because I was stunned. But yeah,
like
let's see.
The 41. The 41s you can find full steps pretty well, even graded in high grades, and there's just not much value to them.
The 40 is the same way. The 40 is not very pricey to find as well.
Yep, even in a 66 with full steps.
Let's see, my 42, my 43p for sure. My full step loop. This won't do. Yeah, it'll do.
Yeah, I've started to give up on funding some of my original coins. I think my ex sold a bunch of stuff, a couple boxes that I had of my early stuff when I was collecting in my 20s. I was making really good money then, and was, back then in the 70s, the coin collectors, there weren't that many that were really serious on the better coins, the higher grades and stuff. So they were really easy to get. The better bankrolls and stuff were really easy to get. So that was my fun time, was to spend a certain amount of money each week on going to the coin shop and picking up rolls, or going to some of the auctions and stuff. And because of my work, I did work for a lot of the antique shops and stuff, or redoing some of their furniture pieces that were real special, high-end, high-price stuff for Napa Valley stuff. And they were winery owners and those kind of people buying the stuff, and so they bring me some destroyed items, and I'd make it so you couldn't tell that they had any damage or were missing major parts. It was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So all those antique stores would keep their eyes open for me for certain things. That's also what opened my variety of items so much too, because I'd go into their shops to look at their back room stuff where they only showed certain people. Certain customers would be allowed back there. And I'd go nuts on everything. I mean, just simple things like the really rare, I forget what they call it. It's what they would keep the jar of ink for, the ink blotters, the old ink blotters from the turn of the century. There's some really rare ones, and they're like $400, $500, $600 a piece for these things. And normally they're stained up a bit, and they're still worth that kind of money.
So I think I found out more about this than all 5 antique shops I went to, based on watching documentaries that I watch anyway. The only culture or civilization that has been known to have fish adorned, like, gear, we'll call it, is the Sumerians.
Huh.
They're the only ones that had a fish head on, like this. Literally, this is almost exactly what they depict as they were on the thing I watched. But they also have like fish scale like capes and stuff. It's a part of the Sumerians I never knew about, because I studied the Sumerians quite a bit actually, just because of the ancient architecture stuff. And how they were thrown into the world with knowing how to do everything. They had no research time. Like, all of a sudden they knew schooling and discipline and job.
I studied. Well, I did a lot of that kind of stuff too.
Oh yeah, I mean, you did talk about that part of it one day.
In fact, I think I have a book right here, and you might know the guy because he was a leading role of the Sumerian stuff. His son ended up taking over because he ended up not being able to do it anymore. Zachariah Stitchin.
Yep, he is the only dude who supposedly broke the code for the Sumerian tablets, but he has some crazy ideas and some crazy statements, but he's gotten argued against very little.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff has been proven now.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff has been proven, but he didn't receive a whole lot of friction when he put that out there. And I was really surprised because some of his claims, because that's true. That's what I believe. I genuinely believe in the Anunnaki. I guess as I can say that.
Yeah, I actually wrote to him. I have a couple signed books. I have a couple letters from him.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was at the very beginning. And, he's the one that has all the pictures of all the giants, which now, and he gave location museum that they were in. And now those museums all deny they ever had them.
Oh yeah, no, the Smithsonian I think is like whoa, if I ever were to like solve an ancient conspiracy, it would be the Smithsonian and their destruction, purposefully letting stuff get stolen, destroying things, hiding things, cementing off like entrances again so nobody will ever find it again. Oh God, I hate them so much.
Well, you got to keep in mind that chances are you just need to go about 30 to 40 floors down in their main areas to realize that they probably have every single piece.
I do believe that they destroyed it only because of the like when they're in transport of certain items and they conveniently like break it in all kinds of pieces out of nowhere, like in transport while it's being watched. They have no
Well,
quality destroying it. I'm like,
see, and I think that's just an excuse for the items disappearing, because I think private collectors have most of that stuff. There's some private
I'm
collectors
hoping.
that have funded Smithsonian, I mean,
I'm,
serious funding.
I'm
And
really hoping that more of it is in private collection than is in the vaults of somewhere or destroy it. I'm hoping enough people had enough money to single them out across the world to where we can't have another like Alexandria library status.
yeah, well, chances, and there, there's another thing, very interesting when you do a serious thing on looking back in history. What survives? Well, stone tablets are one of the very few things that survive. And how many stone tablets are we doing today? Oh, none.
But they're doing weird things. I've actually recently added that to my like when I'm tired of coins and I do my random research stuff. I've added that to the list is modern architecture that has ancient symbolism, or I add that into the mix, and it surprised me actually how many buildings and like modern day celebrities are like doing weird stuff.
I think that's private societies doing that kind of stuff because, I mean, they've been doing it from the beginning of time.
Yeah, I just watched a video. I found a new channel on YouTube called Unexplained Anonymous or something like that. I don't know. It's just they're kind of like they're definitely weird videos. It's just and this one dude he went to a concert and it was who was it? It was somebody famous, but it was like a creepy. He had pictures of his face morphing into a face of like a female god, and they really like he made him bow to a statue of him, and it was weird. He was like, we had to leave. It was that awkward that I couldn't be there anymore. And I was like, you know what? From what you guys recorded, I would have done the same thing because that was like weird. A 25-foot statue of yourself as Jesus.
Yeah.
It's a little cocky.
Oh, just a second. Let me look here. Oh, I lost some of my main games. Far Cry 5. Have you ever heard of that game?
I've heard of Far Cry, but no, I didn't know they were at 5. I don't play much games.
Well, do a video search on YouTube for a playthrough of Far Cry of just the first 5 minutes. You'll love it. There's so much stuff on ancient history stuff, but one of the main bad guys is a religious nut, and yeah, he's got like a 150-foot statue of himself, and the game starts with you're a reporter and you're caught taking pictures of behind the lines, and they're actually using toxic chemicals to reprogram you into their biblical scenario that they're trying to recreate. It's really an interesting game. I love that kind of stuff. I've put so many hours into that silly game. But
I like to. The last one I played, and actually, I think I bought the new one. I just never turned it on. Is God of War.
yeah, and that one I watched another player play it. There's this one gal that I really like to watch play the games that I don't have, and God of War is such a neat one because it's all the
Yep.
mythological stuff, and I was
And
always into that really hard.
and it's such a movie now. Like it's such a movie now. When you play the in between times, you don't skip them anymore. Like I remember that the last one I played, like I couldn't skip anything because it was just too interesting.
Yeah, now that one, the end of the game is kind of a big surprise for a lot of people, but if you're really smart enough and you're really paying attention, you see it coming. But the ending of that one's really cool. So,
Yeah.
because it's him and his son traveling through all kinds of times and stuff, and trying to find his mother. And when you find out who she actually is, it starts to put all the pieces together. But yeah, the title of the game is a big key. Yeah, I love those kind of games. I have a lot of fun getting lost in that stuff. But
Me too.
I do the Red Dead Redemption 2 game because of the 4K stuff is so cool. And I like to have, unlimited and unchallenged places I can go so I can just go any direction I want as far as I want. And that game, it's huge. And Michael Kittle actually told me that I should try playing the first game because I've never done the very first Red Dead Redemption. And it actually takes place 14 years after this one, the second part, which is really cool because it just so it's all new to me because I'm only familiar with the people that are in the story from years before.
Yeah,
And getting to see 14 years later and which direction some of these bad guys, gunslingers, went, it's pretty cool.
that is cool.
And it's always the dumb guy that ends up in charge. I don't care what game it is. It's always the dumb guy. It just pisses me off. It's like, come on. It's those smart guys that go crazy first, but they always were smart. Yeah, and that one I'd like because it gives you a lot of options. One of the favorite things for me to do is to go up into the um, snowed in areas in the Sierras and hunt grizzly bears from back in the day. If you understand grizzly bears, the size only depends on their food. So
Yeah,
as long as they have good amounts of food, they can get as big as they want. And you fight a couple giants in this game, and I always do it with bow and arrow. And of course, it takes about 15 arrows to kill one of them, so you got to be bloodied by the time you're killing it. And it's pretty cool. I've actually tossed my controller across the room because of getting attacked from behind and not seeing it. It's like, and yes, I do play with controller. I don't do keyboard on some games. I prefer, like the ones I put a lot of time into, keyboard hurts my hands if I do like 10, 15-hour games.
and I've never played on a computer. I've never played computer status gaming. I've never done that. So uh, I couldn't even hold a mouse from them the gaming things. The mouses are nuts. I
Yeah,
couldn't. There's like 15,000 buttons on that damn thing.
yeah.
I know of three.
Yeah, I use the Xbox style controller. That's the one I prefer.
Have you seen the new PlayStation one? The new PlayStation controller supposedly is the best controller in the market now for any device. And Xbox actually had to release a brand new controller because of how good the PlayStation one ended up being.
Interesting. I'll have to check it out. I think I did see it because I did a little research on it. I'm
Yeah, I guess the Spider-Man demo game, they use every feature that the controller it has capable. And the dude who did the review was like, I don't know how they can even integrate some of these into the games, but I hope they do, because the amount of things you can do with this controller is phenomenal. Xbox had to come out with a $200 controller aftermarket just to keep up with how good the PlayStation upgrade was.
Interesting. Well, there's this gal I watch. She's kind of a cutie and fun to watch because she's super emotional, and even if she goes into tears in a game, she never cuts any of that out. She lets you watch it all, and normally does them live, which is fun. But her name is Mars, Marz, for YouTube. Yeah, you should check out some of her stuff. She's fun to watch, especially if you're trying to figure out if if a game is worth getting, or if you just want to watch a storyline. Which PlayStation did a game called All of Us. I think it was All of Us about 8 years ago, and that game is still one of the top played games today. They've come out with a second version of it.
Oh, no, the Last of Us.
Yeah, there you go. I've already bought the game. I'm just waiting to get a controller or the PlayStation so I can play on it. I didn't know if the new PlayStation would play it, so I haven't heard back yet.
I know the new PlayStation is not reverse compatible with anything.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Even the remotes don't work.
3 or 4.
Nothing works. Yeah, it is 100%. I would consider it a single entity. Like, it doesn't have anything. Even the controller looks different. They don't charge the same.
Yeah, and they were supposed to redo that game for the new one, but I don't know if that actually got done.
I think that's what they're doing with a lot of them, is remaking the old ones and making the new game compatible, because it's smart to do for money purposes. If you're a franchise, I mean, it's genius.
Yeah, and it's not that hard.
And it's not that hard to do. I mean, I wish they would have done it with Mortal Kombat Deception from the PlayStation 2 to 3 change, because there was Mortal Kombat Tetris that ended friendships at my house for a few years. I swear to God.
Yeah, I had a few of those.
We would fist fight over this
game, though. Was that a PlayStation only?
That was PlayStation 2. Yeah, it was a mini game on it where it was Tetris, but you got to be one of the Mortal Kombat characters, and your special, like if you were Siren, you would scream and it would jumble up their blocks, because how you would win is you would get combos of colors. So you would have a whole bunch of yellows, and they would be like encasing greens to where they weren't touching enough, and then you'd pop the yellows, the greens would all pop the greens, and then you would get combos. And as soon as you hit your special, Siren would scream and it would jumble up your blocks. Sub-Zero would make it rain frozen blocks on you, so you couldn't do anything for like a few turns. Raiden made it rain. It's so aggressive, because you could get so close to like a quadruple combo, and somebody would hit their special and ruin your day. Oh God, I'll punch somebody. We you couldn't even sit down playing that game, and it was Tetris. There's no combat. You're not even actually fighting. It's just Tetris.
And I liked Tetris. I like the puzzle type games. My little grandkids, my little 3-year-old, he's amazing with those type of games. So, and I don't know if I ever mentioned to you, my daughter, my youngest daughter, at 4 years old, could beat the computer chess on Pro, and it was nothing to her. And
I've been buying these like crazy, because sometimes you can't do them. Like I've got more than one of these that I have yet to figure out. It's a puzzle that you have to undo and then put back together, and there is no instructions in this puzzle.
You'll have to send me a picture of the front so I can.
Oh yeah, gladly.
Is that an Asian release only?
Oh no.
Okay. Because I know
these are Walmart.
I used to buy the ones from the internet that you could only get through Asian channels, because they do crazy puzzles. But yeah, my daughter, my oldest daughter's a math whiz. She ranked in the top 2% of the country when she was little. And
this is my favorite one.
My other daughter was math dumb, but could beat the best of chess players. And when she was like 4 and 5 years old, just a peanut. But
this is my favorite.
I'll have that. I think I've done that one.
So this one's my favorite bar bet ever because you give it to somebody if you're out enjoying yourself,
Oh yeah, that's yeah. Okay, friction.
and
Yeah,
you say,
or
I bet you a picture you can't open this," and then
right.
they come back like 20 minutes later and prove it, and you spin it once and
Yep.
open it, and they get so mad.
Yeah, and that's actually been used in like 17th century stuff.
Yep. Centrifugal force.
Yep. The knobs on the uh, doors or drawers would spin and unlock.
This one I haven't figured out yet.
And the funny thing is a lot of people cut them open trying to figure them out, and even cutting it open, you couldn't figure it out.
As I got lucky, my family is kind of puzzle related as well, and we had It's Your Move growing up, which had the bottle with the ball and the stick, and you
Yeah.
had to get the ball at the end, and the only way to do it was to lay it down and spin it.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of those.
Yeah, this one I haven't figured out, but my mom figured this one out, so I know it's not impossible.
That's great. The neat thing is giving these to little kids, 3 and 4-year-olds, and every once in a while you get a kid who just has no problem mastering them. It's pretty
Yeah,
amazing.
so they have them leveled as well. Like this is a level 6, and I think that's as high as they go. So I think this is the hardest that they get. Is this one right here? Let me pull up these zip ties. This one.
Cool. Yeah, I had a whole box of those at one time. I ended up just giving to my little grandkids.
This is a fucking interesting thing.
Oh yeah.
Well,
The
this
neat
one's gonna
thing
be fun.
is when you look into Egyptian or really old Asian stuff, I mean,
The Asian ivory,
stuff they used.
the puzzle balls,
Yeah.
the ivory puzzle balls. I want one real bad. I wish they weren't super legal. You can find them in jade, but they're not near as cool because they're obviously not ancient. Because I don't know how they were making the ancient ones.
And the bone, the friction surface is different, so that makes a big difference on slide puzzles. And
But they have like, well, I think the one I saw that I was like jaw dropped, intrigued with was the puzzle balls, the Asian puzzle balls. That was like 100 layers.
Yeah.
That's one piece of ivory. Like he didn't put the balls in there. He made 100 layers thick. It's insane to think about how thin those walls were and how decorated they are.
Yeah, ivory is cool. I have a bunch of ivory stuff. I had a whole bunch of it, but I had a collector get me that had things I wanted. Kick myself now, but I ended up with neat stuff.
I got some decent stuff. I got a little pyramid. I think this is I got one of the hematite pyramid. Oh, shenanigans.
Cool.
I think it's pretty cute.
Yeah, I like those.
What else did I get? I got my first desert rose.
Yeah, one of these days I'll have to show you my fire agate. I have a very special fire agate that's just amazing.
This was a pretty cool thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
And then the amethyst layered with something.
Yep. Yeah, that's probably part of a geode.
Native Colorado. We have a really big amethyst mine here.
Yeah, I have one that is probably 2.5 feet tall, and it's just a slice out of the geode.
Oh, yeah, I got this thing. I don't know what this thing is.
Oh, that's cool.
It was like that's how they all looked. So
Is that
whatever it is, it forms this way.
is it a mineral?
Yeah, it's heavy too. It's like a rock.
Very cool. Which one is it?
I don't know. I can't remember. I honestly, I was in a state sale find, and there was two of them, so I got the one that looked the better of them. But yeah, they're it's a weird looking little thing.
And the names are so difficult on some of them.
Yep, and I'm actually getting really good at remembering the names. Like I'm getting better at remembering the names of things than I thought I would ever be when I first started watching stuff. Like the thing that I'm absolutely fascinated with now because I kind of think they're real. Septarian dragon eggs. Uh, they
Is that
I
the
don't know,
purple ones?
huh?
Is that the purple ones?
No, the Septarian dragon egg. It's supposedly a geode that forms in the exact shape of an egg, with the outer wall looking like eggshell and the inner being
Oh,
crystal.
I know. Yeah, I've seen one of those.
I
I used
I
to go
think
to a lot of shows that or auctions that a museum would show that kind of stuff as a
I've
intro
been
to the show.
I've been outbid on every one I've found so far, but I've been finding them like crazy, and they start them at like $8 or $9, super cheap, and they always end over 70 every damn time.
Hmm.
I keep hoping to get one because they have them. The sizes vary from this big to an ostrich or larger size egg, and they look like eggs. They look like eggs, man. I think that they are very, very old eggs, where the inner components of said egg crystallized. It was so old.
Well, keep in mind the materials of that yolk. There's a lot of things that can cause that to go gas. So,
Exactly, exactly. And there's so many. There's so many of them, and the outsides of these things look. I don't know how you could justify thinking it was anything other than an egg because they look exactly
right,
like a.
there's a reason why geodes are round. So when you end up with something that's not perfectly round or close, there's got to be another reason for it.
They're always egg shaped. They everyone I've looked at so far, they're always bloop egg like real like
Cool.
like dinosaur, like exactly what you would picture watching the old show Dinosaurs. That's the shape of them exactly.
Now, keep in mind, a lot of the dinosaur eggs were actually round because they're
Yeah,
reptiles.
and they were oval and like long, like
Yeah,
pill form.
elongated ones. Yep, I remember seeing a bunch of those.
Agreed, but I'm gonna look it up because I think yeah, if that's there, I can do that. Okay.
Yeah, like turtle eggs and a lot of the lizards, some of the snakes. Although quite a few of the snakes are elongated, but there are some rounds. Um, yeah, it's interesting. And I had seen a thing back in the '80s that said that Russia had come across an area that a farmer had accidentally plowed into and opened up a cave system that was nothing but what's the green gem that's worth so much money?
Emerald.
Yeah, complete emeralds, like a quarter of a mile long, and that's why their war funds ended up changing them so much because they had endless amounts of money.
Oh, that's what I was gonna look up.
The farmer disappeared or died or something, but yeah, their
I don't know.
economy changed for the political side.
I've never looked to
Can
see if
you
there's a
imagine
YouTube video.
finding that? Even if it was just a foot and a half long. Oh gosh.
Oh, cool. There is videos.
Yeah, and I've seen them go down into some of the volcanoes because a lot of that stuff happens on the walls of the volcano wall. The flume. Yeah, it's interesting. I love all that stuff. Geology's always been high on my list. But I've been mining gold since I was probably 4 or 5 years old. My dad was hooked on gold mining. And being here in California, we got to go to the best of places. We always found gold. In fact, at 12 or 13, my dad bought me a 1 ounce nugget that came out of one of the areas we used to mine in at all the time. And all his rings and stuff were made out of the gold he found.
Tell me that doesn't look like an egg.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't realize that the patchwork was so big. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they look like an egg that had a hole broken into it, and that just happened to be the insides.
Yeah.
Super interesting things, man. And they have different colors. There's like blood red ones and these tan looking ones and black ones where even the crystals on the inside are black. Super interesting. Super interesting. Yeah, they're called septarian. Oh, so druzy egg. I've never heard the druzy part. I was just typed in dragon, but this seems more accurate. But that was $1,000.
Oh, geez.
I don't think that that's correct. I think this is more like an Etsy pricing because they're going for under 100 for that size on eBay or eBay.
Were they?
They all went for in between 50 and $100.
Were they all that special though? That one looks awful special.
Yes, they're all roughly like that. There's some that are more broken apart and they're much cheaper, but a lot of them have roughly that size hole in it. It's never in the same spot. A lot of times it's more towards the top, like it's been chunked out of the top. But yeah, with that complete 75% shell around, yeah, that's something you can find more often than not. You can find complete ones that aren't chipped out and there's no hole missing yet. You can find there was sets of 3 little ones that were complete. I forgot how much they were though.
All right, I might make a little bit of noise in the microphone here. Just a minute.
You're good, man.
All right. Hopefully, not too many people are watching you.
Oh, Rich, I went AWOL for a while, and now there's one person here, and it's probably like my channel. Nobody has said a word since you popped up. That's cool.
Isn't that nice?
That's super nice. What stone is
And
that?
I can't get it to show it's a fire agate. And it just glows when the light's on it just right.
That's cool.
But yeah, that's all custom made with the gold that me and my dad found. It's 22 karat, I believe. But yeah, that agate, when the light's on it, see, I'm covering it. It's completely in the shadow. Well, it does show a little bit of light there, but when it gets a lot of light, this thing just glows like a flashlight. It's just amazing. Fire agate's so cool. And I've seen so many different colors come out of them.
Have you ever looked at Vivianite?
I'm not sure.
It's like emerald as well. It's green. It's greenish, but it grows in these weird, like I want to say like octagon and whatnot columns.
Yeah, I think I have because I've always liked that color of stones, especially the ones that are forming.
Yeah, I like the formers.
Very cool.
Yeah, the random estate sale finds I love because these things are priced at like $10, and I know that normally for something with this much like kick-assness to it, just how many columns have separated and branched out. And then I got a big piece of lava, and I can't even call it a lava rock because it's lava.
Well, I saw a really neat collection of antique coral that was kept in oil. Oh man, some of the shapes and colors of the coral is just so awesome.
And I say it's lava because here's the back of the rock.
You know, there's a few that go really porous though that aren't volcanic.
Well, this is where the magma like broke off of the thing. You can see where it like pinched out, and then here's the rest of it.
And is that one of the real lightweight?
Oh yeah, and it has a weird like hollow acoustic sound to it.
So did you just see my face a second ago? I think I flashed myself.
No, all I got was shirt. All I got was shirt.
Okay.
I'll make sure to go back and double check and delete it if
No,
necessary.
you don't have to worry about it. I don't care that much, but
I saw that you were wearing a tan shirt, and that's about the best clarity.
I just realized that my camera wasn't shut back off.
Yeah, you were quick with it. You were good.
Okay. Yeah, when my first time talking to Hector on the phone, I was trying to show him some stuff, so we started to do, I think, StreamYards on the phone, and
Still, nobody can tell me anything.
Hector's like, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you." It's like, "Oh, crap." Oh, yeah, you've shown me this before. It's really cool.
I still have zero knowledge on that thing.
If I were you, I'd have that thing wrapped up like it is a high-end diamond. I really would.
Okay. I will. I have my bubble wrap right beside me, actually.
There are certain pottery makers that do the really odd stuff like that, and normally the stuff is just priceless because that's really unusual.
Yeah, it's super unique. Like, and after seeing how much just blue and green glass goes for, I was pretty surprised.
Yeah, and that's something that's been done since what, the 2nd century pottery, 3rd century, something like that.
Something like that. I mean, I'm assuming. I have no idea. It's got no pendant, no inscription, no insignia, no crest.
What's the bottom look like?
Somebody wrote 383 from an old auction, and this I don't think is from a crease. I think it was just from it dripping this way.
Yeah, and it could even be grain character. They could have sanded a little bit of it to smooth it out a little bit, and they just didn't sand all the way through. Yeah, that's really unusual.
So this is the only thing that's actually like, yeah. And then you can see where they dripped the glaze on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to say they individually hand put all these little things to make the flowers.
So it could have been a very good potter trying to do something from the past, or it could be the past. So I'd be extremely careful.
It
turn it back just a little. What's right on that one end? Yeah, right there. Go down about 5%. The opposite way. Now turn it to your right just a little. I'm trying to see.
We got a sweet flower. It's a.
Yeah, I see. I'm trying to look left at the flower petals. A little bit more. Yeah, that's really interesting. I like that little glazed area.
Yeah, in the back because over here it almost looks like scales.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. dragon scale look, and then even a moon surface.
Yeah, and then it goes
A lot
red.
of textures there.
And in the back goes really smooth. It's all just that glaze down here, and then you can see how thick it is.
Now, the other thing you could have is a test piece for doing styles. And if it's from a famous artist or even somebody that did fair, those test pieces are a lot more valuable than some of their main pieces.
But yeah, because they're the unheard of gems. Yeah, I'm still just. I've heard everything from a pirate rum jug to somebody really helpful was helping me last time, and he looked up and it said it was either sand blasted clay pottery or porcelain pottery or like something along like either rice blasted or sand blasted. But the examples he pulled up looked actually rather close.
Yeah, I've seen them do it with walnut shells and all kinds of stuff to get textures. Now,
I want to find.
Put you in touch with somebody that had a very similar one?
Oh, gladly. Yeah, if you can put me in touch with anybody who can help with any of the stuff I have, I will gladly.
Well, there's a guy that lives on a property that's part of the Revolutionary War, and he finds just amazing stuff. And I was pretty sure I'd put you in touch with him because he has a similar styled one. I mean, it doesn't look exactly like that, but it's just as unique.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever find one that looked the same with styles like that. But if it can hit the same era, that would be cool. Feel free to hop up, Will. You're fair game, buddy. And then I've found this with all the elephant stuff I've been finding. And it just seemed too, I don't know, it gave me the feeling of old and not childish.
Show me the belly. Hey, Stern, show me the belly of it.
I am right now.
Huh. No, I don't think that is a young artist doing something. Because it's a rustic style.
Yeah. It seems so, I don't know, it gave me the feeling of old. Like when I looked at it, I was like, this doesn't seem childish. This is what got me. Like, this is such a weird way to do that.
Yeah, and that's African, not Asian.
Okay, I would believe that. This came from, he was a collector of Elefante stuff. Like, I have a Smithsonian 1/48 scale life-size replica of the largest elephant ever killed.
Wow.
And it's not, yeah, it's a bronze statue that's numbered and fucking hand-painted cold cast bronze statue.
That's cool. Yeah, I actually have a pretty good sized collection of elephants, rustic elephants. I'll have to show you sometime. A lot of them are ivory.
This is number 5,047 out of 15,000. Hand signed, hand numbered, hand painted, and then the artist put the name in here in plaster, and it tells you that it is a 1/48 life-size scale model of the largest specimen ever recorded, living land mammal, shot in Angola in 1955 and mounted for the Smithsonian Institution in 58 by Neil Deaton.
See, my dad did a few. He didn't do clay very often, but oh my gosh, he was a true artist. He actually made a living at it for years, and never did any statues before. It was always oils or acrylics, and then he started doing stuff with clay, and oh, he was just so talented. And elephants and tigers was his favorite. See, and I like that stuff too.
This thing is so heavy. It's clay, yeah, but it's very, very, very thick, well kilned clay.
Yeah, in
I
the
wanted to see if it had toning properties, so I put a bunch of BU nickels and Lincolns in there just to see what would happen because I like to do that.
in the 30s, that became African mass became really popular with a lot of the young female artists. So, and their pieces are more rare too because there weren't that many female artists that survived the man's game.
You gotta love the legit old boiled.
The African elephants are always the larger eared elephants. Asian elephants have very small ears. Cool.
What else did I? Oh yeah, there's something in here, and I'm afraid to seek further until I get a little safer. I don't know what's in here, but there's something in here. It's liquid-ish. It's like
Uh-oh.
it's kind of like sappy looking. I don't know. It almost looks like a jar of honey, but I know it's not honey. I thought it was empty when I got it, and then I had a buddy looking at it, and he's like, "That's not empty."
Hmm.
And this is definitely not like mass produced.
Interesting.
Hey, you found some of the weirdest. Oh, did I ever show you the war stuff I found? I don't think I ever showed you that stuff.
Well, which war? Oh, two?
Yeah. So this dude, his name is Clifford W. Sullivan. I only know this because he was promoted. He survived his first trip, which is this one, and he got promoted. So Mr. Clifford Sullivan was appointed a machinist in the Navy from the 19th day of March 1942, which is like the effing start of World War. Oh, let me get back here. He was the 8th registered boat out for World War II,
Wow.
which he survived because in August of 47, he was promoted to lieutenant.
Now, does that have any embossed stamps that you can see? I saw that one. I meant the kind that are made not to be that visible, that are just, yeah, there you go. Interesting.
Then this one is signed by the acting secretary of the Navy.
Now, if you hold this up to the light, you'll probably see watermarks on it as well that'll help verify what it's printed on. See, I had a lot of fun doing that kind of stuff. The watermark stuff, some of the old papers, instead of doing a name or something, they would actually do odd designs, and that would let you know who the maker of the paper was. So I have a neat collection of just paper, antique paper.
This one actually says the Bureau of Engraving and Printing.
Yeah. So, and a lot of this stuff was done on cannabis. Forget what they call it when it's the paper style.
Hemp.
Yeah, hemp. Hemp paper was what most of our stuff was done on.
And then I got another C. Monet, I think.
Hemp was actually one of our largest crops in the U.S. for a century.
Yeah, what was it, Reagan? Yeah, Reagan's the one who had all the friends in the paper industry and made it a Schedule I drug because they were worried about going out of business. Because the only reason marijuana got put with heroin is because Reagan's buddies and himself had affiliation with the paper industry.
Yeah, and of all people, Reagan was, oh, I won't say he was a known pothead, but he was
He did
in
inhale.
the right places.
He
Too
he
many of the right parties.
he did inhale. He's unlike Clinton. This is a quartz Royalton.
Cool. I like that style. Looks like turn of the century stuff.
And then this is a Timex.
Yeah, turn of the century styles. They happened for a long time because they were just so cool. The styles were so neat, simple but unique.
Well, then you got the cool stuff. This is my stuff. This is the stuff that I didn't find. I've had this stuff. This is what my storage did to this.
You just need to be careful because sometimes it ends up being irreversible.
I don't mind this one because the base did the exact same style of toning. So the plate that it sits with and the tongs it came with all have this hue to it, and I don't mind it.
And if you want it to stop, there's bags you can put it in that'll stop the process.
That's cool. I need to look into that. I got to go back to my storage and find out what happened to the rest of it.
Yeah, Intercept Shield makes bags for this stuff. They're about $30 to start, depending on the size you need. And they'll stop the process and not hinder it at all, or change it. Cool.
That's a good early Victorian one. I like this one. These little things, the saucers.
Cool. No marks?
No, I think the base might have one on this one, which is this.
So it normally means American.
So 413, Revere Silver Smiths.
Wait, Revere?
Revere Silversmiths.
You should look more into that because that's Paul Revere's Silversmiths.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know I'd bet that at all, but yeah, this absolutely says Revere.
Yeah, you should do some more looking into researching this. Yeah, they were very famous silversmiths.
Yeah, I think this is. I don't have much of this one.
I think his father was better than he was, but I think his sons ended up taking over the company.
Yeah, I love accumulating all that sweetness. And then what was the other cool thing? And here's the other thing that I thought was pretty sweet old.
And I think Revere was Massachusetts, but I'm not sure now. Yeah, I've always liked those. Oh, cool.
And then this one is a. It's so much easier if I found my good one.
Normally, when they have that many marks, they're European.
As most of them are English, from what I remember. PSCOEP 993. Or is that 999? That's 993.
And the coat of arms.
And then the coat of arms, yes. Which looks to be.
Yeah, normally with that many markings, you're able to get weight, silver content, maker.
Yeah, this is 993. That's one of the highest I've ever seen.
Huh. Yeah, that is high.
Yeah, I've never seen over 925 before.
Normally, when you get the higher grade stuff, you're dealing with better
Victorian.
artists.
Yeah, the Victorian era, which I did research this one a little, and this one I do think is Victorian. I think this one, and then that shaker that I had up a second ago, I think those are legit the two that are Victorian.
Let me see the handle, how the handle connects to that candlestick. Because that's normally part of what lets you know. Yeah, it's like a blob style. Cool. Yeah, could be.
Yeah, and then I'm missing whatever it's here.
Those marks will let you know, though.
Yeah, that one actually has some good whatnots. And then this thing, my sweet genie bottle.
Yeah, and there's actually a phone program that will look some of those marks up too.
This is 573. I gotta find wherever the insignia is, but right here's where it says 573.
Affordable silverware.
But I think that's my family crest.
Yeah, and this was more common, but normally didn't last as long because they actually used the heck out of it. Cool. Yeah, you got some nice pieces.
I was drinking my scotch out of one of these the other day, and Sam Hunter was all, "That's gross." I was all, "What? What did you just say to me?"
It's antibacterial. What are you
I was
talking about?
all, "What do you mean that's gross? I'm drinking like a king right now. Gross."
The mint julep straws were all made out of silver just for that purpose. Antibacterial.
Yep. And I was drinking scotch, which is also antibacterial.
No, scotch is a bacteria killer.
Yes, and antiseptic. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I was trying to figure out the tequila that I used to drink with my millionaire buddy. Oh man, he had the first time he gave me a shot. I'm like, because I was old school kid, and it's like, okay, do you got any salt and lime? And he just smiles at me and says, "Oh no, 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 no." It's like, oh, it's sipping
You
tequila.
don't need no lime.
Oh man, I know the stuff is.
Have you ever had Ron White sipping tequila?
I've had.
I guess Ron White makes one, and I hear it's delicious.
Yeah, if it's the last 10 years, no, because I did most of my tequila drinking more than 10 years ago.
Okay, yeah, it's definitely within the last 10, but I think it's all of the last 10. He doesn't do much comedy anymore. Him and a buddy or a brother legit own a sipping tequila distillery.
Oh, no, I have, because I was just researching it, and I came across some of that stuff, and that's like $800 to $1,000 a bottle.
Is it really that much? I didn't know he was charging that much, but I believe it though.
If it's the same one I'm remembering, because there was a few, like a bunch of basketball stars that got together and did it. There's a couple actors that got together.
Maybe, because I know it's Ron White, who is a comedian who does the stand-up with the Blue Collar Comedy Tour.
Mm-hmm.
But it's him and one dude.
The tequila that I think I was drinking now sells for about $6,000 a bottle.
Yeah.
And they're not very big. The ones that he was opening, you actually had to crack open. They were clay. And you would snap the neck off. And it was enough for about 6 or 7 shots. And, oh, man, he had cases of them on his boat. And in one night, we'd sometimes drink like 6 or 7 of them. So, But yeah, the ones I was looking at were Patron, and they were $7 grand a bottle. It's like, holy crap.
Damn.
Yeah. This guy, he was a young millionaire that was newly divorced, and luckily he was very smart. He had his money protected because he was old money, and made sure his wife wasn't able to get her hands in it, which is what she was after, and ended up just screwing herself. But he ended up living on a boat just a couple boats down from me when I ended up living on my boat for a while. And it's when I first got divorced. And oh man, we went to so many bars in the Delta area. There's like, I think they say 1,000,000 miles of Delta area, but it's not quite that many. It just seems like it. But there's all these old steamships that they've kind of wrecked onto the shoreline and turned into restaurants and nighttime bars that you can only get to by boat. And oh, we went to some of the best parties that were just all boat people, and some of the bottles that he would have them open. The wines and stuff was fine, but I like the top shelf hard alcohols. I mean, we were paying quite a bit per shot for some of them, and a lot of them he'd just have them crack a bottle and just keep the bottle for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was great. So that high-end stuff, it hits you totally different.
It sure does. It's much cleaner. It's the same with clean ice.
Yep. I'd be able to drink more, but the tail end crash was pretty severe. And the dysfunction was like 85%. Your walking would stop, your vision would stop. The old days. That was the tail end of the 70s, early 80s. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, some of the boats were really cool. There was one there that was this just phenomenal giant party boat, and it was two levels, but it was like had big giant glass sliding doors everywhere, so it was just really open feeling. And it was named Dad's Pad when Mom's mad. And we saw him quite often, so Mom must have been mad a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And the other one was Taiwanese mahogany, and the name of their boat was Taiwan, the country on. Taiwan on. And they were
I like that. That's awesome.
heavy drinkers. Yeah, it was a lot of fun back then. So in the marina I was in, you could catch saltwater in the main channel and then go to their beach area, which was by foot, just a couple minutes, and catch freshwater. So we were catching sturgeon and stuff during the day and cooking it up, and then catching catfish and largemouth bass and crappie, and oh man, it was fun.
I need to go out to Mexico and go saltwater fishing again. I miss that. Catching a Dorado, Delphine.
Yeah. So the crustaceans, but further north we were catching mahi, and that was probably my favorite next to the shark. I did tuna too. I caught some tuna before. Well, I was on a commercial fishing boat, so that was our main, that and salmon. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I saw a once-in-a-lifetime thing with black and white bottlenose porpoise. There was just this huge roll of them going through this area, and they went from one end of the ocean to the other as far as you could see.
Oh, wow.
Oh, just crazy. And my uncle was like, my uncle owned the boat, and I said, oh, we better pull our lines. And he's like, no, they're too smart. They won't touch it. No, they never. Well, they stole the bait off of it, but never got hooked up. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I did that for a lot of my summer vacations. Paid really good, and my uncle, whoa, he is mean SOB. I learned a lot from him. He was a guy that was in a lot of trouble in a lot of states, and luckily he didn't do as much out here in California because that's where most of his family lived. But yeah, he was always in trouble with the law. So my dad had a lot of brothers. There's a pack of them, and it was always said, because I heard a lot of stories from people that lived in the area, that when they saw my dad's family coming, people would get out of the way, go to the other side of the street, or just completely disappear because they were a group you just didn't want to mess with.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a new subscriber tonight. Thank you, whoever that was.
Nice. So where are you at?
Oh, like 150 maybe, 200.
273.
Oh, 273.
Oh, I'm on Stern.
Yeah, the other one's gonna have like 2 or 3. It's that one's Super Silverman. I made sure to claim the name, even though I changed mine, because that dude showed up in the community and his name is Stacking Silverman, and it was just too close.
Huh. Well, what are those things that all the kids are collecting now with all the Marvel? Well, it's all characters, but it started out with all the Marvel characters.
Oh, Funko Pops?
Yeah. My little grandson's so stuck on those right now. He's so proud of himself. He's up to 28 of them.
I got a wall of ruin. Most of those are going to be Superman or like there's a Venomized Iron Man and a Venomized Groot or something over there.
Yeah, that's his favorite character is Venom and Venomized. Cool.
So dirty. But the penny came out cool looking. Nice and yellow, green.
Yeah.
Go back in between your cardboard. Thank you. I have one in here that I'm actually sending out for grading because I feel she needs to go out for grading. Is it this one? No. It's this one. So this half right here is beautiful and frosty.
Sure. Don't know if you'll get the better of the two cameos, but it looks like the first one.
Oh yeah, it'll get a regular cameo, but I think the fields are good enough to hit potential 69 status. I would say 68s. I'm pretty confident in. I mean, there's always bad days, so you can't guarantee nothing. I'm pretty confident that they would see a 68 out of it because just if they were, I think I'm the second builder. I think
sound like you're in a box.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 69's a tough one, buddy. I've tried a lot of 69s. I never have gotten them.
I would never guarantee it.
Just be warned.
Bad. There you go.
Yep, it's better. Yeah, I did good to get the 270 pennies in 68 because that's a tough one. But
I think I'm gonna bulk submit 62 Phillies.
I actually have some 63Ds and 61D pennies I'm sending out soon.
because I have 2 rolls of 62 Phillies that came out roughly all in this phenomenal ass, just really bright red orange, no marks, really just beautiful color to it. I ended up with 2 full rolls of them.
Oh, nice.
So I put every coin either in one of those or the better ones, because those are the second rate ones. The ones that I felt were too good to put back in the tube.
Normally, when I see those colors, it's because one of the coins in the roll were toned.
They're the enders.
Well, enders are normally toned, but like I did that one really crazy 80s penny, and it was psychedelic colors. That was in the center of a roll that had a few coins toned before and after it. And the ones were really splotted. But that one was just pristine. It was a gorgeous coin. So I'm not that proud of too many zinc coins, but that one's pretty crazy.
I have an 83 Denver that has the most perfect green to purple rainbow on the reverse. The obverse is not very pretty, but the reverse is like the perfect color scenario.
That's normally the reason, is because there's a foreign matter or something. Normally fingerprints is what causes some really cool hues on the other side. It takes a while, but that's when I see those colors a lot, or like a little grease spot or something, and then the other side of the coin's just breathtaking. I actually have quite a few of those. So, and I did try to get a couple of them graded, and yep, they go questionable color.
Put you away. Come here,
Sometimes if it's a haze, it's a fingerprint that got smudged hard enough to where it didn't leave any, prints. Just left the oil smear. So that's the one thing I'm really glad I've done, is even the ones that just have really rank color and an obvious reason for it, like a little piece of gunk or grease or whatever on the other side, I've always kept them. And I normally put them airtights to stop any other thing from interfering and to slow down the color process.
There it is.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that I've actually used over $5,000 worth of airtights. Yeah, I like that.
And this one's actually a variety as well.
Sometimes when I see those, it's because they sat in a jewelry box or something on top of a smaller coin. So sometimes that's the reason. Oh, and that has the steel look to it too. Cool.
Yeah, I got the blues and greens. The blue's my favorite part of that.
Yeah, I've got those ones that are like completely chromed around the edges, and they're just awesome. Very nice.
Maybe we go a little further.
Yeah, that's one you'll have problems getting graded, but I'd definitely put it in an airtight.
Yeah, it's still in the proof set. I'm gonna crack it out as soon as my coins show up.
Yeah, and I wouldn't crack it out as long as it's not disturbing the color. As soon as you see it going downhill, pull it, but otherwise I'd leave it in there. It's a slower process and it's more controlled, and it's with whatever caused it to start that tone to start with. So
yeah, I'm leaving it as long as possible, mainly because the $half is starting to finally turn.
Yeah, when you see the little spots showing up, that's when you need to, well, hopefully just prior to that, but that's a hard one to pull.
Right there is where the
Oh,
doubling is.
pull it right before the bad spots show up.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You'll know
And
when.
when exactly is that?
Yeah.
Oh, right before.
You'll just get the feeling. Yeah, this has got a little bit of a double die that I don't know if I've matched or not. The scent hoarder said he looked it up and he couldn't find a match.
Yeah, the 70s should have enough
There's
die pairing to show up. But
there's 34 DDOs on Chuck's website, and he has the most of anybody.
cool.
But that's proof, large date, small date, business, all included. But I've stopped looking at PCGS CoinFacts as much, and I've branched over to NGC Variety Plus.
Yeah, they've definitely got more.
They've definitely got more, and how dirty PCGS did me on the one coin I sent them, it's going to be a while before I'm comfortable sending them coins again.
Yeah, and keep in mind, PCGS came into it late. NGC had been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, and PCGS just got purchased.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Collector cabinet was purchased by a card collector.
Wow.
$700 million cash in hand, turned it into a closed business. So they're paying out everybody's stocks and fucking shares because they're turning into a closed business instead of an open business.
Are they going to stop grading?
No. They're leaving the coin side of it alone. They're adding another coin grading company, or not coin grading, card grading company. I got an email the other day for a company called CGC, Card Grading Company. I'm assuming is what the acronym is for, because they were 10 months behind in their card grading.
Wow.
Because people send in 200 card submission or 300 card submissions because they're only like $10 a card or something like that when you do it. And they weren't getting them back until the following year. Literally, it would take a year to get their cards back.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so the card collector bought all of it, and he immediately, his first line of business was to add an entire extra facility for card grading.
I wonder what their actual time spent grading a card is.
See, I want to look into that too, because they look at centering, fraying. Because it turns out centering is huge.
A lot more to it, and then the paper fineness, paper, the smoothness, the quality. There's a lot of things that changes that card just from the paper aspect.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna go into that because I have half of these albums over here. Binders are cards. I have like a card gaming album, and then I have hockey album, baseball album, football album, basketball album.
Yeah, I kicked myself because my cousins all offered me that. There are 6 brothers. They all collected cards starting in the early 50s to the early 60s. And they offered me their cards, and I don't know why I didn't do it. Well, I have a problem with a couple of them, and that might have been part of it. But I wish I could have just got over that part, and because it would have been a good investment. They had some really high-end cards. And all those dates, there was a lot of really key cards back then. Yeah, I kicked myself for that one. When you're investing, you can't let issues like that be part of it. We were always really had a big rivalry going between us, and a lot of we fought over and over and over. Our poor mothers and fathers had to deal with us constantly going in the backyard and fighting. But that was part of my family.
Nice.
No, when all the uncles are martial art teachers or similar, fighting styles of all types. Everybody's trying to prove what one's the best.
Only when there's alcohol involved.
Oh yeah, or worse. It was the '60s, early '60s, so. And I had some really hard-headed cousins. So, and a few of them are completely lost today. Don't even know who they are.
Oh,
They don't know who they are because of
yeah,
the.
I figured what you mean.
Yeah. Unfortunately, cocaine was a big deal in the early '70s, and a lot of my
Cocaine.
family were just
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
major dealers of it. So.
Yeah, this is the one that's on eBay for. I have this one up for 130, only because I think it's undergraded by a bit, and it has an unattributed RPM on it.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, it's a quality looking coin. And I looked at the pricing on all the other ones that are roughly up there now, and they're floating around the same exact price without variety and whatnot. So surprised that it's been up there for almost a week now with not even a bite.
Yeah, because normally the luster and sheen combo has splotchiness in the lower grades, and that one didn't.
No, and it's a really, really frosty bird.
Cool.
Way down to the RPM.
Yeah, that is frosty.
Yeah, it's super frosty bird. Both wings. And then the RPM down here.
Yeah, and I thank myself because I had the opportunity to get some really nice ones back in the day, and they were a little bit more than what I was normally buying, and I was too involved in too many investing items. I should have, narrowed up on the coins.
See, I need to figure out what I'm doing with this. So this is, well, according to, I had a buddy look it up and match die markers with me. And according to what he saw, I can't remember which one he said, but it matches either 501 or 502, which is a overmint mark on the 47S.
Ooh, a 47S? Nice.
Correct. So let's turn that off because it looks a little better. So the die markers that match this one up are the D right yonder. They have that sweet line right in the center of it.
Yeah, I like it when it's that obvious.
And then this one on the M that goes parallel to the diagonal bar.
Yep.
And there's another one, but those two were definitely enough. And this one's graded a 66. And at a 66, at a 65, it was a $350 coin, according to what the cherry picker's guide, which isn't accurate all the way, but.
And it makes it tough because with the little bit more modern coins, the feeder fingers used in the machinery was making some of those marks, but they're actually scratches and not,
Yeah,
areas.
and they matched perfectly. The one in the D was the one that made me the happiest to find.
Yeah, because that one's a hard one to duplicate.
Yeah,
you don't get that from scratches.
Nope. It doesn't stand up like that from a screwdriver, sir. But it's this part of the end right here. These are the two lines that the other two markers, they go up the end. I'll move it a little over further. So they are.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So I need to. How hard is it to sell a variety if it's an easy to verify variety without it being reholdered?
The problem is so many of the collectors out there don't even know what the die matching is. So when you have such a large variety of people that don't know the basics, that's what creates your issues.
It's true. But it is an MGC graded coin, so I can just send it back to them for $15 and just have them put a new label on the damn thing.
Oh, it's only $15 to get that?
Yeah, and Variety Plus, it's $15 per variety, no matter what it is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, everything, because the Variety Plus, it gives you a list. It gives you a price on every variety that they have in their category. It gives you a attribution fee for.
Yeah, and I think that's why I didn't do varieties for so long, was because I always dealt with PCGS and they were so horrible with them.
Oh, yeah, they're horrible.
And they had so few when I first started grading.
Yeah, that's true. PCGS doesn't even do the 70S small date EDO Lincoln. They don't do that one anymore.
Right. They were known for their VAMs, for the silver dollars, but the rest of the coins, they were pretty slow on getting into it.
And whoever was doing the VAM attributions for the Cherry Pickers Guide and PCGS, they realized after they went through the first year for the Peace Dollar and the Morgan that they should smoke a little bit less crack and pay attention to a little bit less of the varieties, because some of the stuff they have in there is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like extra eyebrow on the eagle or something. Like that's it. Just one hair of an eyebrow. And
I
there's
have the VAM book, and in the VAM book, some of them have 50 and 60 varieties per coin, and it's like,
and it's all the early years.
Yeah,
the later years, there's none.
So little.
And it makes me wonder who hated Nukem so much in the grading world, because there is 7 half-cent varieties that PCGS recognizes altogether throughout the whole series. 7. And there is 10 large cent varieties that PCGS recognizes out of the entire series.
So, and that's crazy because they had so many.
I know that there's 6 for 1840 large cent alone. Just the 1840 large cent. There's a large date, medium date, small over large, the doubled 8. I think there's 6 or 7 for that 1 year alone.
Yeah, what the machinery used at the time, I mean, that was some pretty rustic stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, the first 50 years of our minting coins. So that's a big critical era or timing for that type of machinery. Especially, the end of the 1700s to the 1840 mark. I mean, there was so much difference in machinery in those years from the beginning to the end. Pneumatics, all that started coming out, the heavy presses.
So blow your mind. Variety. So small 8 or small date, large date. This is for the Canadian 5-cent fish scale, mind you. I got this and it blew my mind. Variety. Wide rim, narrow rim, variety. Plain 4, crosslet 4, variety. Near 444, variety. Small, large, small over large, triple variety. Small 6, large 6.
What is that? The cent or half cent?
The 5-cent fish scale.
Oh, the 5-cent.
Yeah, this is the Canadian 5-center. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 varieties on the first page. Then there's the large H, small h, large 8, small 8. There's 2 more. And then this one has round leaves, pointed leaves, round leaf, pointed leaves. So there's 2 more. This one book has over 10 varieties in it.
Well, where did they get their minting stuff from? Didn't they get it from our used mints?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
And I mean, some of these, 200,000 minted, and you want me to get the variety? You can kiss my taint, sir. There's no way.
Yeah, but need to have the book.
Was that the other variety? 800,000 minted? No, probably not there, pal.
Yeah, you need to get a little token made that says, not in my lifetime.
I'm not even Canadian. I'm lucky enough I got the 1 keyed 8. It's old, but it's there.
Yeah, I actually have a lot of that early Canadian stuff.
I have a foreign collection that I like to keep one of everything roughly that I can, just because it's more of a conversation piece than any American coin I have. If I were to put all my albums laying out with random people who didn't collect, the foreign album's gonna get picked up the fastest and talked about the most. Just because that's what people don't see.
Yeah, there was a stamp company that was starting to do coins back when I was growing up, the early 60s to probably 70. Um, they were well known for their stamp stuff, but they were trying to do coins. And now they're a company that's still around, but nobody trusts them. But back then, I would get free coins with my big stamp purchases, and they were all mint sets. And it was really cool because it was from all over the world. And some of those coins are what you've seen in my higher end world coins that are, MS65 or better coins. And it's all from the 60s and 70s. Well, it even goes back to the 40s and 50s on a few. So that's pretty cool.
I got a bag from my grandpa a while back, and it had so much just cool stuff in it.
Littleton.
Look, yeah, I bought an AppMix foreign coin bag, and I think 85% of the coins were uncirculated proof coins from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, so every single one came and was like insane mirror shine with frosty devices. So I'm gonna do that again because it was like $10,
Cool.
and it allowed me to practice conservation a little bit too.
Yeah, and I did really good back then. I used to run an ad in the newspaper for coin collections.
See,
And
I'm starting that actually.
I did really good. I got some really neat sets. And of course, I'm too honest when people were totally satisfied with selling it to me for their price, but I could never do that to people knowing what I was getting and would always offer for value. But it paid off now because those coins are some of my better coins. And it kills me the coins I sold. Because I had to pay for the collection, I would sell the better coins because I'd only have to sell a couple coins. Oh, I had some of the most beautiful toned world coins, old coppers from the 1800s that were just almost that chocolate brown high luster that we talk about. It was very similar, but they were multi-toned copper pieces. And they were famous coins, the more popular coins of their day. I'll have to look it up because I still have pictures of some of those. And same thing with the big collection I got. Because I owed those people so much money, I paid two and a half times what they were asking. And I ended up selling some just beautiful high-end stuff, a bunch of gold, and I wish I would have just made the payments like they wanted to, but I wanted the family to have money right away. And sometimes with me, I end up not being able to get rid of stuff because if it's been in my possession for more than a month and I've really started to look at it, I get hooked. I'm such a sucker for being a hoarder. It's like, ooh, that's pretty.
I got problems. So I try to limit it down to like the one of something. Like if I got one of something, I'll make it the best one of the something, and I'll get rid of the other ones. But that I can only do that with certain things, like proof sets. I can do that with proof sets.
Yeah, what's
like
the
50.
Pieces of 8 coin?
I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple of those that were just real high end.
Have you seen the Newey 7 Wonders of the World coin? Holy bejeebus!
I don't
It's
think
a
so.
it's a 7-ounce orb with gemstones placed across
Oh,
this globe periodically where the seven wonders of the
yeah,
world would be.
I have seen that.
That thing is insane cool.
I
Like the
didn't
box that
realize it was that big, though.
yeah, 7 ounces, 7 solid ounces.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and the box it comes in is like this just really, really cool, like hand carved, hand painted, like detailed wooden box.
Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
it's so expensive. It's so expensive.
You
Because
know,
like I've been really, my brain's been soaking in a lot of information. I've been really enjoying it. So I've been doing a lot of the ancient stuff because that's I don't know what else you would research if you had time to do it. Because that stuff's insanely interesting.
I got really lucky to be around the billionaire that I was around. He was the main money behind HP, and he was the main money for Silicon Valley. He was just such a huge investor, and he started so many companies. But this guy, his caretaker for his Napa Valley home was my best friend. And my best friend, although he's super great people person, was dumb as a stone for basic everything. And so he would call me up constantly to figure out plumbing, electrical, that kind of stuff. Or, if he needed other things like art delivered and stuff to his house, because he was constantly adding stuff to the house. There was a 17th century art piece that was a whole bunch of blinds, the vertical or the blinds that are freestanding, and
Yeah.
they were there was like 10 panels or 12 panels, and it was the San Francisco Bay.
Well, that's cool.
All the old ships there, and the bay was completely full, and that was rotting in the garage. Had been water damaged, and he ended up throwing it away. And I told my buddy, "Oh, if he throws it away, I want it." He goes, "Dude, I'm not stupid anymore." It's like, damn. He goes, "I'm gonna sell it." And it's like, well, let me know what you're offered for it. And it was tens of thousands of dollars per panel, and they were worth probably 10 times that. But the things that we would do in that house, and at this time, my little girls were running through their house in wet bathing suits, and they had second and third century pieces all over the house at their level that they could actually touch, and they didn't care. $100,000 items, like they had the Egyptian sphinxes that were about 3 feet high. Oh, my girls used to hug those every time they went into the room. They're actually like museum pieces, and they didn't give a crap. And that
Did you
was
they found so many mummified cats
oh
buried that they ended up selling them by the pound to the English for fertilizer?
Yep.
That is the most fucked up shit I've ever sorry for my language at the wazoo, but that is offensive.
Well, you got to keep in mind they were the protectors of the afterworld, or the path that led to the afterworld. So they were important and introduced into every burial that ever happened, if you had any money whatsoever, or a cat that you could spare. So, yeah, that
It's offensive.
probably the most common mummified item.
Yeah, it's cat by far. But to sell them as fertilizer by the pound.
I know.
They were still wrapped in all the linen, and some of that linen they find crazy scripture written on.
Well, to give you an idea of some of the stuff that I got to see this guy do, he had several albums of the Beatles before they were the Beatles. There was an album with John and McCartney
Wow.
before they became the Beatles, and he opened them and played them. And we had a game that we would play around the world in 80 days with my girls. This was a game from like the 1860s or 70s that was in perfect, pristine condition. And it was a great game. It was a big, giant fold-out board game. Just all kinds of stuff like that. And, he had no problem, and normally had, several of them, so he could open them, play on them, do that kind of stuff. The alcohol that man drank, oh my gosh, tens of thousands of dollars. Just a shot for him was just ridiculous. What he smoked, everybody talks about the Cubans. Well, I don't remember what it was he was smoking, but I got to smoke some of them, and it's like, oh my gosh, the
Well,
smooth
there's two kinds of Cubans.
cigars. And I smoked Cubans later, and in fact, I used to smoke a lot of Cubans. Didn't compare at all to what he was smoking.
Most people don't know that there's two kinds of Cubans because only the rare Cuban do they actually wrap the final layer in a coca leaf.
Yeah, and so I was getting most of my stuff from some of the trips that I went on, the cruises and ship that would, go down there to Puerto Rico and those areas. So.
Yeah, I have a great aunt and uncle that are coffee farmers in Nicaragua. They like to send some on every once in a while, some of the good ones.
Yeah, and my buddy, he's got family in Chile and another area right there, and so they were always bringing stuff back. And yeah, I got to I got into cigars for a long time. I used to build a lot of the rooms for
Dehydrator boxes.
Yeah, and I dealt with that wood all the time. You had to wear a mask that actually had a filtration system on it because it would kill you. It was actually toxic. But that wood was the best wood for not misflavoring, keeping it at the right humidity level, and it was really interesting. I still have it.
I think my favorite cigar is called the Rum Corona. I can't remember it to save my life, but it's by far the best tasting, like the only, dare I say, delicious cigar I've ever smoked.
Now, I had a bunch of those. And the funny thing is one of the best cruises I went on was the one right after I got my divorce. My buddy took me on a cruise, and we were late at getting tickets, so we were one of the last ones to get a ticket for the boat and or the ship, and it was I think it was Carnival. It was one of the main ones, but they told us that they didn't have a room for us, and that because of that they would bump us up. And well, we were in the middle of the boat with no windows, no nothing on the bottom level, so we were happy to hear that. Well, we waited there for 3 or 4 hours, and they were bringing us all this food and all these great drinks while we sat there and waited, and slowly got bumped up to their absolute best room, one of, I think, 14 rooms on the boat that had their own deck, had their own kitchen, had your own butler. Oh, it was amazing. And all the other rooms had groups of people, and me and my buddy were the only ones that were in, a room meant for more people. And the smoking Cubans, there was all these doctors and nurses, females that came over and were all smoking out with us. And it's just hilarious to see a real pretty lady smoking a cigar. I loved it. It was funny. A great introduction. That was my introduction to cigars, and I got hooked. I smoked them for a long time.
I believe that.
Pretty fun. And that trip was just a blast. I got a Baptist minister to start gambling on a slot machine, and I was always a big gambler. Throwing $100 into a machine was my basic. I never normally did less, and it was no big deal to be there for a couple hours doing nothing but feeding the machine. But I was pretty lucky most of the time, and so I was hitting this one machine really good, and I would always start to spread it out to 2 or 3 machines and start just filling the bins on 2 or 3 machines at a time. And this Baptist minister sat down beside me, and he knew I had just gone through a divorce. And so he was kind of a psychologist kind of guy, somebody that was wanting to help people with their issues and stuff. So he was talking to me about it. And I told him that if he was going to sit there, that he was blocking my way to the other machines, that I just needed him to pull the handles and, keep pushing the buttons so I could keep gambling on those machines. and he started to win a couple big ones. So I pulled all my money and didn't let him know that he was just playing off of his own wins. And then at the end of our talk, which I think we talked for almost 3 hours, I said, "Oh, go ahead and cash that out whenever you're done." He goes, "Okay, I'll just bring it back to you." I said, "What are you talking about? You've been winning all that on your own. I pulled my money a long time ago." He goes, "I don't gamble." I said, "Oh, well, then you're doing great." He had hundreds of dollars in there. It was, it was either 50 cent or a dollar machine. I didn't normally play less, but yeah, it was a kick.
I've only gambled one time, and I live in a state that has casinos.
Oh, I'll be darned. See, I was gambling well before I was 21.
I was in casinos because I worked at a place that made me deliver there, but they were already way on top of regulations by the time I was that age. There was no chance I was pulling a lever.
Yeah, we had to travel about 3.5 to 4 hours away to get to Tahoe or Reno.
Ours is, I can get to Blackhawk in an hour. Central, because we have two places. We have Blackhawk and Central City. They're both mountainside casinos. So you got to go through the Eisenhower Bridge, and it's kind of towards Vail. It's in winter, it's a bit of a beast. But Central City's it's like a mini New York on the side of a mountain.
Huh.
Really, really confined, narrow, tall buildings, but really compact into this small area. Really fun though. They have an Ameristar there that has a pool and hot tub on the roof. Love it. The roof hot tub. Oh god, I love the hot tub. The roof pool.
Yeah, because of my problem, my parents would try to take me with them when they went on their trips, but it would take me a full day of being in a hot tub and getting massages to be able to start to go down and gamble. And sometimes I'd only get to gamble for half a day, but get to spend 3 or 4 days there in comfort. So it was a lot of fun. I'd do it when I could. So I wish I could still travel that far, but if I go more than like 45 minutes to an hour, I'm doomed for more than a couple days.
Yeah, I gotta sell some of this stuff, and then I'll be able to do more traveling to where I want to go. Because there's still like 15 coin shops in the state I live in that I've never been to and want to go to. Literally, all of the highest rated Colorado coin shops are all in one city, one town, and it's a town that I've never been to. But there's 3 of the top 5 rated best LCSs are in this Greenwood Village.
Huh.
And it's like an hour and a half, 2-hour drive.
Oh, I'm shocked you haven't done that. That's not that far.
But yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't either. It's because I don't know anybody here who coin collects, and I'm tired of doing stuff Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
And they closed all the coin club meetings and coin shows that are PCGS related in Colorado until 2024, according to what Hector had looked up.
Well, if you decide to do it and you can live stream, I'll go with you.
Oh yeah. I can do that as soon as I get my phone. I got to send my phone into the insurance because my down button for my volume is stuck, pushed in. Don't know how. Fun fact about Android phones is if you turn on your phone while pressing the volume down button, your phone enters a safe mode, which takes away all of the apps that weren't factory mandated to be on your phone. So you can't have Messenger, you can't have photos. Like I can have my gallery, but I can't have photos. I can't have Chrome. I can't have Facebook. I can't have none of it. But it even took away calculator. It took away my calculator, bro.
That's unfortunate.
And I tried so hard to get it unstuck. It wasn't happening. And then I went to get a new phone because I'm on the program to where I should be able to do that. And she was like, "Ooh, you have one of those accounts. That sucks." Like, what do you mean? She was like, "Well, since your phone's cracked and your button's stuck, and I was like, yeah, that's why I'm here. She's like, you would have to pay the remainder of this phone and then the taxes on the new phone before I could give you one, and that would be like 400 of that one plus 150. That would be $600. And I was like, nope.
Oh man, that's ridiculous.
So she was like, or you can pay the insurance, which is like 125 bucks to give me a new phone, and then I go turn it in for one of the jump upgrades for free.
Well, you know, you can get like a iPhone 8 or 9 refurbished for about $300.
I'm on T-Mobile, and I've been there for 15 years, so I'm grandfathered into their jump program.
Oh,
So as long as your phone stays in perfect condition, which mine should have, I took it out of the outer box. It was my fault. If it stays in perfect condition, when a new phone comes out, you go to hand them your phone, they hand you the new phone, and you pay taxes on it at most. And you can do that every 6 months. I think it's even more than that. I think you can do it whenever you want, but they only really come out with phones twice a year at best. But I want the new Note 20. I really want the new Note 20 5E, whatever it is, the 5G thing, because he said the camera on that he's like, if your job is taking pictures for, like, if it's your job, then yes, this is absolutely worth the $300 price difference it is from this phone to this phone. Because the Note 20 is like this price, and then the Note 20 5G is the $400 more expensive because of the camera, and the screen is slightly bigger. So I asked the dude, is the camera worth $400? And he said, if photography was your job, yes. Yes, it is. I was like, damn.
Because if you jump up to like 22 to 28 megapixels, the quality is just extreme.
But it has to have the processor and the lens capability to actually output that megapixel. Because right now I'm dealing with that problem. This is 34 megapixel camera.
Right, but it's different for those because the whole thing is the camera, where your phone is so much else, many other things.
Well, no, because this is just the camera. This is the camera. This is the lens.
Right.
But my computer software isn't good enough to produce the quality lens picture of what this thing can actually produce. Because I don't have a Ultra HD TV. I don't have anything 4K. I have old everything.
Yeah, because it normally isn't that big a deal. 4K, like the graphics card and stuff that they require is like a halfway level gaming card. So it's not, it's mid-range. It's not high-end.
Right, I would just get an Alienware.
And used to be a good one to go with, but you can do better without going that far.
Oh, really?
You pay for the name. Yeah, you pay for the name.
Oh, screw that. I'm not all about doing that.
And there's another thing that you can do where you can buy a thing that'll go onto your computer depending on its screen, and you can add a video card separately. So it's a side card.
I need to know how to do like any and all of that stuff. I am very, very technologically illiterate due to my lack of being surrounded by it. I've never had computers like all of the time around. I'm good at them when I'm around them. Like back when MSN chat was popular, I could write scripts. I had bots that would kick you out if you said a keyword. I could do good stuff, so I know I can pick it up. But I've been out of the game.
Yeah, I used to write programs for doing my web page and my cabinet hardware, setting it up so it would price out, give me options, that kind of thing, so I could do my estimates quicker. Because doing the kitchen part of it, I had a secondary company that I would use for the actual cabinets, because I was just doing, the high-end stuff and the mostly furniture, but I was selling kitchens on the side, and the software they had was junk, and I was able to write my own software, and that was in the very first of the 80s, no, mid 80s. So, yeah. And these days, because the new processors are out, there's a company that's fighting against Intel, and they have totally put Intel to shame. Will make Intel stuff cheaper and make their older stuff that would be perfect for you for doing even up to 4K, 1/4 or less the price of what it was new.
Yeah,
I could build a computer for like 250, 275 to 350 that would do real high end stuff for you, but you have to have the monitor. That alone's like $400.
see, that's where I'm at now because I have an old gaming computer. It's my sister's husband. They World of Warcraft. They knock us off. So I got his old gaming computer, and my mom got her old gaming computer when they upgraded. So it's what I hear, it's quality, but I need to get one of them like good quality monitors that do the UHD.
Well, now here's an option for you. There's some Chinese brands. People aren't having any problems with them. They've been doing them for over 2 years. They're 1/4 the price.
And that
You could
2 years
get them for
is
like
long
one,
enough to just
yeah,
2 years
like
is long enough to justify.
100, 150, right around there for a 4K monitor. And you don't need 4K. Just doing the real high-end 1080 is really good. If you were a gamer, then I'd say the 1440 is where you should be without having to pay for the 4K. But yeah, for photography, just the high-end 1080 is all you really need.
Yeah, because I think it's either the scope I have or one of the ones I was looking at. It didn't have as many megapixels, but it was a UHD instead of HD, which is incredibly important. I found out.
Well,
I didn't.
UHD is ultra high definition.
Yes,
That is 4K.
yeah, and the ultra high definition is significantly better.
Yeah, 4K is, but right now they've already surpassed 8K. So they're more than double there on the high end. But I mean, the monitors are $8,000. So
Yeah, I saw the megapixel cameras. I think they made it to 64. I think they're at now. They're at 56 or 64 that you can buy publicly.
the one I was looking at that I may purchase is 52 megapixels or 48 megapixels, somewhere
Yeah,
right around there.
they go in that increment.
But
This one is
they
34.
they're over 100 megapixels now for the pro cameras.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, the biggest one I could find was 64.
Well, you have to be a studio to be
Yeah,
able
I was
to
on that. That's yeah. As a civilian, the biggest I could find was 64, and that's still like $2,000.
Yeah, and that's actually cheap because I was paying my first professional digital camera was $2,500 including the two lenses. I think the body was like 1,500 or 1,800, and it was a 2.5 megapixel.
See, this is the 34, and what made this one the most expensive is this damn stand. This stand is 200 of this $300.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and if you look up stands at all, you can find stands for anything else dirt cheap. If you
Yeah,
want to find a microscope stand at all, or anything that keeps it like that still and level, $200 minimum. I was like, you gotta be. They look like they're PVC made, and they're $200 just the stand. I was like, you're kidding me. I'm gonna start making them.
I don't believe that. I think it's just an excuse for the price.
Because no, I looked at it and I was looking up individuals, and I could get the camera for $100. And then I was looking, I was like, cool, I'm gonna see how cheap I can get just a stand then, because I bet it can't be that much. Fucking $200.
Yeah, because you can get a professional photo stuff for about that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that's where the copy stands start are about $200.
I couldn't believe it. Just the stand, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been out of it for a long time, but like my copy stand that holds my camera It was like $1,000 12 years ago, 11 years ago. I mean, I bought it a long time ago. I have light boxes and stuff, so I can put negatives and take pictures of them. And that's the one thing that most people make the mistake of is they buy these high-end scanners to do negative work for cameras to be able to copy the negatives. But all it takes is a light box and a good camera, and you can do better than what those scanners can do. So, and then I have old stuff, old negatives that are from the turn of the century, and they're like 8x10s. The negatives, they're huge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
like this.
miss
This
doing my camera stuff.
this disc came with the software came with it. Allows me to take pictures in negative and look at coins in negative. So that's super cool. It helps.
Yeah, and there's a free version of Photoshop that you can get, and it's just called inverting, and that changes the negatives unless it's monochrome or one of the fancier ones. But if it's black and white or the basic color, it's just inversion.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. That's okay.
Yeah, because of all the photo stuff that I have that are from the 1850s, 60s, and up. I had to do a lot of stuff to really get a high-end camera to be able to duplicate all that stuff for my family and friends. I even wrote a book on our family history, and I think I made like 50 to 75 of them and handed them out to family at a family reunion. They had never even met me before, and I handed them a book on our families.
Huh.
Had pictures of their grandparents and great grandparents in it that they'd never seen before, and had pictures of 5 generations above most of them. Yeah, this is your grandparents, your great grandparents, your great greats, your great great greats, your fourth greats, your fifth greats. Yeah, I blew away most of those people. I even brought a family tree that had people's faces on it that started in the 1700s, and it was 10 feet long and 6 feet high.
Nice.
Yeah, but I printed it with my printer. So my printer did 17-inch wide, but it came in a roll with photo paper. So you could make it as long as you wanted. So I would just glue or tape them together. So it would take like 4 of them to get to 6 feet. Well, 5.5 feet, 5 feet, somewhere in there. And then as long as I wanted. But 10 feet, I did that because of the size of the room that they had rented to do the reunion at. So it was pretty cool. It's like, how much room do you need to set up your stuff? I said, just one end of the room will do, and I've about 8 tables. 8 tables? You have 8 tables of photos? It's like, oh, I've got a lot more than that, but that's probably what I'm going to bring. Yeah, I blew everybody away that first time. It actually got like these 85 and up old women that were living alone to invite me to their houses to spend the night so they could show me their photo albums. Just totally made me trusting just because of how much effort and time and money I spent on our family history. It was great. I got to see things that were just ridiculous.
I believe you.
Yeah, and that copy stand, because it holds the camera facing straight down, you can do photo albums that have hundreds and hundreds of pictures in them in under an hour, and
Oh, that's
have
nice.
huge, full digitized pictures. Like I could do a locket-sized photo and turn it into a 17 by 40-inch photo. No problem.
Oh, shenanigans. Ooh, get 'em up.
I like the splotchiness. A lot of times that's caused from still being in the mint package for the mint sets with something that rubbed on it a lot and kind of sanded the plastic to cause all these little tiny holes. So the whole coin was getting air, but in little specific areas the most.
Come on, finger, get out of the way. If I zoomed in, I can get that to work.
There you go.
Oh, shenanigans. And then my phone decides to give up. Man down. Man down. But that answered my question that if I zoom in on my phone, if it makes a difference on the StreamYard side, and it turns out the answer to that is yes.
Yeah, and what you want to do is for like $20, you can buy attachable lenses that will give you macro, and they do a great job.
I have one. I lost the little clip. Ouch. Where is that loop?
Because they're made
It's one of my favorite loops.
Yeah, they're made per phone, and they actually attach, so
Yeah.
there's no space or difference of the size when you're focusing in.
Yeah, I have one, and it works great. If you take the little clip off and use it as just a loop, as long as you have it basically touching the coin and there's no space in between it, you can look at it, and it's like a 60 or 70 times loop, and it's like immaculately clear. So I took my clip off for my phone, and then I lost the little clip. So now I just have a loop that I love, but you just have to be up against the coin to see. And it's this thing right here. I love this thing.
Cool.
Yeah, it has a little thing that screws on right here, and then you had to attach it to your phone, but I lost that little thing. But this works great. And this is the Hobby Lobby loop.
Yeah, I've got a few of those.
And the other Hobby Lobby loop. And an Amazon loop. I like my triplet one now. There's it's like the bulkiest triplet ever. But it has 3 lenses. Then when you hook all 3, it ends up being one solid strength with no blurriness around the edges.
Yeah, the one I swear by that I always give to new coin collectors is the H.E. Harris and Company.
That would be
10 to $14. They have a 10 and a 16.
I know.
And they're real glass.
I got the 10 and I hate it because I meant to grab the 16.
See, I hardly use the 16, but I'm trying to do grading.
Also, yeah, for grading, I don't know where my mom found this thing, but it's a Carson, and because each one,
yeah, it's huge.
And all 3, it ends up being a triplet. They may not be glass, but the clarity retention around the edges is phenomenal.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the best way to get the sharper image. You're supposed to do no less than 3. Yeah, that does a good job.
Yeah, I love this thing. This is a great loop, and it's perfect for like just skimming over an album. Like if I just open my album and get just somewhat close to it, I can point out varieties if there is any, because it gives me just close enough to do that.
And some glass will actually screw up the tones and even take away some of the scratches.
Yes. I love this camera that I have now, the scope, because of how well it shows toning that other scopes are just unable to show. Like it shows true color on that one. And it doesn't even have to be a proof coin or a specific color. It will show anything.
Yeah, and I need to get my camera set back up for the macro. I had bought a system to invert my Canon lenses on my camera. and you lose the autofocus, but when you're zooming in that much, you got to kind of be a little more than autofocus anyway. But it would do such a great job on the coins. But I'm trying to do the whole coin and just catch all the detail 100%. And although its coins are really shallow, the depth of field is huge on a high-end camera. So there's a lot of places to make mistakes. That's why a really good photograph of a coin for perfect clarity is really tough.
It took me a long time to figure out. I say that thinking I figured it out because I did. I listened to you a lot, and then I did a lot of studying and found out about the Kelvin rating. And then I bought pearlescent light bulbs, incandescent light bulbs, iridescent light bulbs, fog white light bulbs, clear day light bulbs, UV light bulbs.
Yeah,
I've got one of every light bulb you can imagine in this house.
I have huge boxes, except with mine, they're actually photography bulbs. So they cost a lot and they don't last very long. Most of them are meant for photos. So you just use them for a couple seconds at a time. So if you try to do video, some of them will burn up in like 15 minutes.
See, I'm going to get a pair of T9s.
Yeah, well now T9s, that is that micro, shoot, I forget what that's called. They're pretty good. You just need to make sure you get the right Kelvin. I think you need to be doing 48 and 58.
Yeah, I've learned that the 56 is my favorite.
Yeah, if you're not right in the sweet spot, your tones won't be the right color.
Mm-hmm.
But once you hit that, because see, I use a pro photography light, so I can go down to 1 power, and then the Kelvin rating is mostly about half of the scale. So I've got a huge scale to do. But yeah, I get to the right level. That's why I started doing all those tone coin videos. And my power, because it's like a 12-inch light, I can just use like 1 to 2 power on the right Kelvin rating and have great light. I just wish it could go lower, because I would probably use less light, because the less light, normally the better details, but too much light, you normally blow out areas and you lose a bit. So, and that's most people's problems, is they give too much light.
Yep. I make it to where I look at my screen and I wait until, or I turn it down until I can see all 4 sides of every device without it being black or white.
Yeah, and I think natural sunlight's like 6,800, and that's just completely blows out all your tones.
Yep.
So
But morning sunlight is different. Like my morning time, because the sun rises this direction, pops up over here. My mornings are perfect for cameo reflectivity.
Cool. Well, now Cameo, that's a whole nother boat.
Yeah, I know. That's what I stated.
Coins and proof coins are very difficult. They're right there with the copper and the gold. They're very difficult. You really have to be specific tooled for them.
Yeah, and I've found that a combination of $4 Walmart lights plus a $15 ring light, which is actually a rather large ring light. What's that one? And then $8 large plant grow lights, which are, I think these are either 6,500 Kelvin or roughly 6,000. And you can hook them up in a chain. I have an extra one just sitting around in case I need it. And these things are nice because they have the free, they already have the ping pong ball cover, basically. So it really dulls out whatever like bright, sharp shine it would get. And then I point those away from the coin. I don't point them at the coin, I point them down so it gets the side light. and then I turn my scope light completely off. And then if I use it at all, I only turn it on the very, very smallest amount that it can be, only to make the bottoms of the devices stand out a little bit from the fields. And I've been able to, like, I can take quality photos and really show any variety I need to now, which is all I really needed to do.
So here's what I use. Falcon Eyes. So I have that one right there. That's like a 12-inch light. It might be a little bigger.
That's cool.
See, it's only 28 watts.
Yeah, I know those are nice.
And I use 1 and 2 power. And oh, no, I'm a little bigger than that. I think I'm at 70 watts. But these give you a whole bunch of different ways of going. They'll mount to a table, mount to a stand. You can ceiling mount them. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. This one's a couple $100, but they start at about $60 for this brand. But there's other brands that are a little cheaper. This is actually pro photo gear, so I went with some of the stuff I'm familiar with my photography. But yeah, it works really great. Oh, maybe it is the 28 because it's actually marked on here, and this is the original box. So, and this box is more than 12 inches, but no, I think it's between 12 and 14 inches diameter.
Nice.
Yeah, works really good. And the nice thing, let's see if I can show you the back of it. So there's a little LED panel there in the middle. The bottom two things are battery, so you can do this thing by battery and not even need electricity.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice because sometimes having a cord attached to stuff causes vibrations and shakes and stuff. So you
did you know that?
Yeah, oh, people don't realize. I used to do long shutter photography, like of bridges in the middle of the night, and then the picture would be this light beam that would go from left to right of the picture, and what it was the car headlights. But because it's an open shutter, that light would look like it's a solid light from left to right of your photo.
Yeah.
And I sold those photos like $300 or $400 a pop, framed and mounted. They made me a lot of money. There was an old bridge in Napa that they took down. It was called the Maxwell Bridge, and it was done in the middle of the night. So the rest of the stuff would show up with like a real high-end moonlight, and the cars wouldn't show up at all, just the light. And it was really cool. It had a really spacey look to it. But yeah, I did really good with that stuff. So, and if you call the B&H Photo Video Company, it's B as in boy, H as in home, and photovideo.com. You can talk to these guys on the phone and just let them know what you're after, and they'll tell you the best way of going for the price you want to pay.
Nice.
Yeah, you want to spend $50 on a light, you want to spend $30 on a light, you just tell them. And that's where you can see some of the best telescopes you've probably ever seen. Well, for
Celestrons?
No, these are like Miglig and Merig and some of the big companies that they start at like $100,000 and go up.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and they're gigantic telescopes that are like 14 feet high. They have their own chair. They have a motorized platform that they sit on because our planet's constantly moving. So it's made so you can follow stars and stuff like that. It's crazy. But they also have studio equipment for video where the cameras start at $500,000. It's kind of fun to watch or look at. But yeah, you get a clue as to what it takes to make some of the movies.
Yeah,
Like
I want to get one of those. So I want to get one of the Celestron because I can afford those. But yeah, it has like 50,000 celestial bodies programmed in it, and it's got a motor that'll follow it for you.
yeah, and
Oh, man.
if you call them and talk to them, they will put you in touch with the specialists from that department because they have so many departments. They sell binoculars, spotting scopes, stuff for the golfers for distance, and it lets you know how far your shot is and that kind of stuff. I mean, they got crazy stuff all the way to military high-end night night vision goggles that clamp onto your head and ridiculous stuff.
Call of Duty, the Call of Duty, I think it was Black Ops 2. The promotion for the Prestige Edition was legit usable night vision goggles. They worked great for 3 years until my dog ate the cord because they were fiber optic cords, so it wasn't just twist the wire back up and you're good to go.
Yeah, I actually have the first gen night vision stuff. It was all green. It was pretty cool.
Is that the ones that came in the game? When you turn on the light, instead of it blinding you, it would just turn it to it would just gray it out.
Yeah, it's called filtering. It'll filter it, autofocus. Yeah, I had that too. And pointing it at things like the moon would cause that to happen because that was too bright.
I want a green laser. I want a purple laser, really. But for some reason, I feel that I have a hard time believing that the purple laser is stronger.
Now, I've got both. I think the purple one is stronger.
They say, but does it have the distance? Because I understand strength. I mean, like kinetic strength.
For distance, the green and purple were my top ones because I have a few of them.
Green's still the number one pick, right, for your long distance? Because that's, in my opinion, all I've seen in every one I've seen. I think green for long distance is better.
Well, I think the green is better only because you can visually see it easier.
Yes.
The purple's harder to see. I think it goes farther, but I don't think it's as easy to see. The green one shows up really well. I can't always find my spot on the purple. So, and I've got blue ones, I've got yellow ones, I got red ones.
See, I want the green one, but I want the you can't order it easily green one.
Well, there's some that you can order, and well, I am not suggesting this or telling anybody to do this, but if you remove the protective lenses, it all of a sudden can do more than pop balloons.
Okay, cool. Because I want one of the ones. I want one of the ones that's not the the 500, but the 1,000. I want the 1,000.
Right, and actually 3,200 is when you start messing with stuff like that. I think it's been a long time since I've gotten into that, but yeah, there's videos you can watch on that and find
I'm up on all them videos, which is why because I've been watching. I watch a lot of. I'm trying to learn more about piezoelectric things because it's very interesting.
Yeah, I have an attachment that goes on one of them that will make it look like stars on the ceiling. And I used to do all these laser light shows for my grandkids when they spend the night. In fact, I'm glad you mentioned that because I haven't done it for my youngest two. And they spend the night over here all the time. So I need to pull those out and show them because they'd get a kick out of it. They have all these patterns and stuff and all these repeating patterns that are really cool with the laser. But I would take a handful of them, all different colors, like 10 different ones, and then just go to town shaking it. And it would just create like a laser light show with it looked like it was laser lights that were all connected, doing patterns, traveling. And, oh, it's so cool.
We used to indulge with fun mushrooms, we'll call them. Up at a cabin area that I have, it's my great grandpa built it. It's just in the bottom of the foothills.
Are you talking psilocybin?
Yeah, oh, indubitably. My favorite.
I don't know anything about them.
Hey, they're legal here now. They're not just decriminalized, but they are legal. They turned it into a nasal spray, and they're giving it to people with depression and opiate addicts. Swear to God.
Wow. Now, I thought I had seen some for sale, and I thought it was just a fluke or maybe state.
Oh no,
Oh,
and you've been able to purchase spores and everything needed to grow them
yeah, I knew
forever.
that because that part of it's legal, but
Yep, it's plucking it is illegal.
yeah.
Once you rip it, that's the no. And we have microscopes.
Our area grows them naturally,
Yep.
and so all you'd have to do is harvest them correctly, and they would just grow again.
Say we have the flying manatee. I can't remember their real name.
Those little tiny cats.
The red and white ones from all the storybooks that grow really big in the morning dew and then shrink immediately.
Oh,
Yeah, they're literally the fairy tale mushroom. They're
I know what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the little tiny cats, but you're talking about that real big spotted one.
yeah, the red one with the white spots, and it grows really big in the morning, then shrinks afterwards.
Yeah, the Alice in Wonderland ones.
Yes, we have those, and that's about the only really fun one that pops up because we get more owls, which I'm looking forward to this year.
Now you realize that the Alice in Wonderland author, well, he had a lot of issues, issues families would have killed him for. But beyond that, he was doing things with legal opiates of that time, laudanum, and that drink that you can actually buy the drink now that was illegal in the U.S. for many years, and they just now made it legal again. And it was what they used to put in mint juleps to get the extra ping from a julep, and it was a brew that you could make. I can't remember what that's called. Absinthe.
Oh, absinthe.
Yeah.
Absinthe.
Have you ever had it?
No, I've had the not real absinthe, like the not.
They'll
The
make you laugh just like shrooms and not have the shrooms and stuff. I had too many responsibilities, and that always was my issue because
it gets too intense. Like
I would always start panicking, and it just was downhill. And I played with lots of different types. I'm a kid from the '60s, so all that was.
Yeah. I recently accidentally originally tried DMT the first time. It was in a vape cartridge, so I thought it was just THC. I smoke reefer. Is what I do. It keeps me sane. So I was like, cool. Put it in the battery. Well, this tastes kind of weird. I wonder if they put a flavoring in it because I've seen them do that before, but it kind of blew it off, and like I'm barely just kind of barely trickling on it, and then I ended up having to go over to my buddy's house. So I was like, all right, so I took it with me, and I'm sitting at a stoplight, and I've hit it, and I'm like, everything gets kind of bright, and I was like, what did I eat today? And then I'm driving to his house, and I'm still kind of hitting it as I'm driving to his house, and then I swear to God, I pull up, and I look out, and I see myself pull up, and I was like, this makes no sense. I think it was like I beat reality there. So I was like, all right, this is definitely something. So I went inside because it was his vape pen that I snagged. And he was like, oh, okay, so you know what this is, right? And I was like, no, Betty, I know it's not reefer. And he was like, told me what it was. And then he hands it to me and he goes, rip it. So I was like, all right. So I did the blast off until everything went negative colors and went real shapy. And it's I'm really happy that I had the experience. I'm really happy the way it happened because it was cool being like kind of surprised into it. It was really fun. Really glad I made it safely driving.
Yeah, I bet.
But
I don't know if that's true. Hearing the end of your drive.
no, I mean, I was worried about that when I got there. I was like, so what happened when the period of time where I left reality? So I thought about that.
Yeah, because if you see yourself getting there, yeah, that's normally beyond where you should be.
Exactly. So I was like, ooh, but it was a very short drive. I didn't have to go. It was like one back street. He lives like right around the corner. It was an easy, super easy drive. Uh, but people need to not play around with that stuff. Like that stuff's not scary. I mean, I had paranoia for a few minutes when I was like, I didn't know everybody who was there because I walked into a new environment.
Yeah, and
But
that's all mind control stuff. It depends on how you've raised your
but
brain. You know,
but
if
yes, I did learn how to trip from a hippie like way early. Like way early. The dude had a dog and didn't have shoes. Like I met him making didgeridoos out of PVC pipe at a public park. He was a hippie.
yeah, see,
And he taught me about the whole don't bring your phone. Don't.
yeah,
Computers have no place in the trippy world. In the psychedelic area, phone is nothing but bad news. It can bring you no good news from where you are.
it can actually do that even with us being in 5G right now. Do you realize 5G is what the military uses for defense?
No, I didn't
Yep.
know that was what I know it affects animals, like
Do
dogs.
more, do more research on it, and you'll question using it. It's that bad.
I was like, I know there's a pole next to my house.
Yeah, they think that it's something that will end up sterilizing everybody.
I believe that.
And our kids hold them right next to their face, and
I think that only one person here. I can go weird talk. I think that we were originally born sterile anyway, because me believing in the Anunnaki to a degree, they took the humans that they found and mixed their DNA with it and made what we are, more intellectual. But if you look at any interspecies, anything ever, they're always born sterile. Which in their books they state that was legit, that we were born sterile, until one of them fixed the code and made it the Adam and Eve respectively. I mean, is what I think that interprets.
but the only problem with that is that we could only go one generation ever.
But I think they were the first two where he fixed the glitch. But
So
I think
it was
I think I,
luckily there the one time it happened.
but I think with enough generations, the fixing of the glitch, the Band-Aid might be able to wear off. Because we're society is getting smaller again. We're getting less intellectual, it seems like, again.
Well, again, that I totally believe that the true group that controls everything. I think they've been wanting something like this to happen for a long time because, well, they publicly publish things that say that. But yeah, because we're so far beyond being able to control ourselves and to keep surviving with the way we're too big. We've got too many people.
Oh yeah, we've passed the point of breaking. Like we've
Yeah.
hit the Rome. We've hit Rome. Rome got
Yeah.
too big. It collapsed because of its size. We are there.
Here's a big head kicker for you. So one of our biggest issues is the emissions into the air, right? Do you
Yeah, I
realize
guess.
that the bigger percentage of that is not coming from cars, but cattle?
Yeah, so cows are 80% of the methane production. I
Yeah.
know this.
Oh, okay. So yeah. Well, and I should have known that you knew this.
The weird part is I learned that from South Park. That
Oh,
offensive cartoon is just surprisingly informational. It taught me how to make gluten. Yeah, yeah. And like you've heard about the lake that has the methane reserve, like the fish are underneath it.
Yep.
That was killing thousands of people periodically throughout the years because the lake was agitated, it would fill a giant bubble of methane until it was too big, and then kill everybody.
Yep. I
I thought,
actually hiked in areas where they would make you wear a badge.
see, so
Yeah.
our cars aren't doing nearly what one of them bubbles does.
Oh gosh, no. Yeah, and just the cows with all the farting and yeah, they're causing so much bad gas, and it's funny because they talk about the new plant-based meats that are supposed to help us, but unfortunately, they're not that healthy. Even though they're made out of plants and stuff, the additives that they've done for flavoring and to get it to feel and the consistency of meat is causing it to be not healthy for you.
And
So you can't eat
blend.
more than a couple of them a week. It's like, oh, well, great invention.
Did you know that blending a banana takes away its nutritional value and turns it into a fatty sugar? Because if you chew a banana, the saliva that your body naturally produces, the acidic saliva that it produces by eating a banana, breaks it down in a different way than if you were to put it in a smoothie and drink it. And they say this on Weight Watchers. If you eat a banana on Weight Watchers, it's 0 points. If you drink a banana, it's 4.
And I think if you pull the natural potassium out of that banana and reintroduce it to your body, it's enough to kill you.
Oh yeah, potassium is the most dangerous shit in the world. That's I was taught by a paramedic like the one effective way to kill a man, and it's a shot of potassium in the nutsack because it's like undetectable and it's naturally occurring and diminishing. I was like, damn, that's aggressive, but it's true.
There's hundreds of ways, but
But that's that's not
scary that it can come from something as natural as that. Yeah, I did a lot of studies and stuff into some of this stuff, trying to figure out healthier ways for my kids and grandkids. Me and my wife were always really into trying to be healthier for our families. Both of us were raised off of, well, my family were cattle ranch families. So, yeah, and unfortunately for me, I was allergic to the proteins and stuff. Milk, I couldn't drink milk. I couldn't drink butters, chocolates, nuts, grains. For the most part, were a no-no. So I had a very small diet until I was about 17, and the hormones and stuff changed everything, and I started being able to eat it again. To this day, I have to be careful drinking too much milk because it actually makes me go deaf.
Deaf? Really?
Yeah, it attacks the bone in the ear. And
I know it attacks the prostate real bad because I can tell you now that if I drink too much milk at my young age, if I go to town, if I go ham on like a gallon of milk, of whole milk, I will be up every 15 minutes for the next 12 hours to pee, no matter what.
Huh.
And I've talked to one person who had a milk addiction like I do, and he was the one who informed me. He's like, dude, milk, horrible for your prostate, just so you know. And then I started really paying attention to it. And yeah, if I drink a gallon of whole milk within like a day period, when I go to bed, I will be up less than every half hour for at least the next like 6 hours.
Wow. Now, I didn't realize that. And I do a fair amount of milk these days. My big issue right now is I take morphine for pain. My doctor has hacked me twice on it. So now I'm down to almost a fourth of my original dose from a year ago. Oh, it's horrible. I'm dealing with so much pain right now. It's really frustrating. And my poor grandkids can see it because I used to be with them the whole time they were here. I was mostly flat on my back, but I was doing stuff with them, reading and, doing arts and crafts and that kind of thing. And now they're not seeing me but for about a third or a fourth of the day. And it's killing me. I'm having such a hard time with it. And so I started to do some marijuanas and stuff to
CBD.
help.
I was all CBD.
And now they're telling me that I'm not allowed to do that or they're going to cut me completely. And it's like, that's legal. How can you do that? Well, you can't.
In your state.
Pain medication. It's like, but you've done more than half my pain medication. How am I to supplement that so I'm not in so much pain?
And CBD is a THC counteractant. So
now, does that one show up in the THC test?
No, it
Okay,
effectively takes away your high. If you get
so I'm
pure
just screwing up.
CBD, yeah, if you
Yeah,
get pure CBD, it won't even make you fail.
right.
It
The
is not psychoactive.
cannabinoids, right?
Oh, but if they test for just cannabinoids, I wonder what the body's natural occurring limit is, because I know that cannabinoids they're potently in breast milk, and they're in our natural bodies like constantly.
Hmm.
So
Because
because
I didn't
cannabinoids,
test the CBDs or whatever you just said.
yeah,
I thought
CBD.
that was the cannabinoids for part of it.
No, it is. It's not. It is 0% psychoactive. It is actually a counteractant in the psychoactive parts of THC.
Yeah, because
So,
that's the part I get my most relief from.
no, yeah, no.
The THC
If you get a
helps.
pure CBD anything, they have taken out all THC. That will not get you even a slight head rush. It is 100% for pain management only. You can give that stuff to 9-year-olds, 5-year-olds, dogs having seizures. Like, it is the most effective animal seizure prevention tool they have on the market is CBD oil.
So I guess I need to do a little more research and see what they're actually testing for. Because they tested me, told me if I test positive again, they'll cut me point blank without any help to come down off of it. And I've been taking it for about 15 years.
That would kill you. That would kill you immediately. That's it.
They
That's like,
compare it to heroin addictions.
yeah.
Drugs are the same as heroin. It's like, how can that's oh, it pisses me off. I'm
So
so frustrated with them right now.
hell yeah. I would definitely look into it because they've made it to where CBD oil can now be purchased at King Supers on the shelf.
Oh, I'll be darned. Well, we
Yeah,
don't
so
have
yeah,
super.
you can go into just the vitamin aisle and get CBD, like the quality topical cream that's not watered down or faked out at all. It's the normal stuff. You can get that at King Supers now.
Yeah, and my best relief was ingesting. Topicals helped, but ingesting always completely took care of.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that would be, yeah. You live in California, so uh, yeah, they see that would be. I would have to tell you to look into what they test for sure. And then go, if you go to any of the shops that you would get the edibles to ingest, they'll tell you exactly, like they'll even probably have a product that has zero THC. They'll have something specifically for people in your situation, I think.
Yeah, I just need to. I've been saving up a bunch of meds so in case they do go cold turkey on me, I actually have enough to get myself off.
Smart man.
Yeah, but I've been going through it a lot more because I used to get more than 150 pills a month, and now I'm down to like half a jar. It's like
And
60.
micro dosing psilocybin is what they are actually doing in clinical, like that's something that is being prescribed for that exact reason. Something in microdosing with the psilocybin, it re-triggers dormant synapses in the brain, and it almost helps you forget about the withdrawal trauma it is basically much faster.
Interesting.
So yeah,
Well,
they don't trip. Nobody trips their wigs. No, it's a nasal spray. They turn it into where it's. I would assume it's kind of like just a good day.
well, I've helped so many people that are addicted and going through withdrawals with morphine and similars, and my help is pure chocolates. I have a special mix for making chocolate milk. When I'm starting to have my withdrawals, I just drink a very quick glass of chocolate milk, and it almost completely takes care of it.
I believe you, and I believe you for one reason, and that's because the chocolate has been around longer than
Oh yeah,
us.
Indians have been using it for pain since the beginning.
The chocolate, the cacao tree, or the chocolate tree is what I'm gonna call it, is like one of the 3 oldest living things in the world. Like it's one of the oldest specimens they found in like where they found like the earliest signs of living anything they've ever found. The cacao tree was there.
Hope you just boxed again.
Oh, it's fixed.
Well, I'm glad you.
You
There you go. I'm glad you started talking to me about it. I'll have to go do some research. I have a couple places that I used to order from, but if it's actually over the counter now for that, I'll.
Oh yeah, the CBD oil, yeah, that's over the counter. I'm sure because I have a jar here for my boy, my puppy when I was still thinking that I could keep him alive. I bought everything I possibly could to help him.
Yeah.
And they're not that it's not that expensive. Those topical creams, even not dispensary, just the over the counter ones are rather effective and pretty cheap. But the
Cool.
ones at the dispensary, which are still recreation, I'm sure they're just able to house better product. I would imagine. I'm sure that you can get something that is more effective for sure. And I would advise going there anyway, just because they're gonna have so much information. It's crazy on your exact subject. Because I'm betting that they have more than a dozen people who go in there with that exact problem. Like, hey, I want to stop taking what I'm taking, but they tell me if I take this that I'll be ex-nate from everything. I can't do that.
Yeah, and I'd love to be able to continue taking that and just add to it because I know at one time my doctor had me on like 7 different pain medications, big ones, and I'm not a real big guy these days, and it just barely would do anything, but it would scramble me so hard, and all the other effects were so horrible that I had to take all these other things to keep them from happening. And it's like, oh my gosh, if you're not having constipation, you're getting diarrhea. And, it was horrible. It goes from one extreme to the other.
And it sucks that reefer would literally help almost 70% of those issues. Like the nausea, reefer helps. The hunger, reefer helps. The regularity, reefer. It's
Yeah.
not a miracle drug, but damn it, it's a miracle drug.
Even my poor grandmother, who was suffering so bad from cancer, and she was so against it. And we were all telling her that it would help her. And we had people that were dealing with the same exact issues telling her, oh, the relief is like 80%. And nope, she wouldn't do it.
The dogmatic thought process, yeah.
Yeah, so one of my friends that were going through it said, well, my mom's going through it and I'm making these brownies. Will she eat brownies? I said, oh gosh, she's got a huge sweet tooth, even though she's diabetic, but she stays on top of that stuff really well and will allow for her, cupcake or her brownie at the end of the evening as a treat. And so I brought her a plate and she goes, boy, I don't know what it is, but when I get later into the evening after I have my dessert, I start to feel a lot better. It's like, I'll be darned. It's like, would you like him to keep making you these? Because he's already making them for his grandma. Oh, sure. How much will it cost? Don't worry about it. I've already, talked to him about that, and it's all covered. It's like, sure. And he just lived down the street. And for about 1.5 years, she did it. I'm just lucky they didn't test her. Well, she was late enough into the cancer where probably wouldn't have mattered, but
Right.
yeah. But this was, the late 70s, early 80s. So we knew way back then that, it was an absolute cure, or not cure, but relief.
Pain Band-Aid, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a dude named Paul Stanton, I want to say is his name. He's the government, like he's the one dude who does the psilocybin testing for the government. And he also has a YouTube channel, which is super cool. He figured out blue juice. So instead of having to eat nasty tasting mushrooms, he's learned that if you get them wet or pluck them when they're wet, put them in really, really, really cold water, submerge them completely, put them in your fridge in that really cold water for a day, stir them, and then strain out all of the vegetable matter. You end up with juice about this color. And because you used zero heat and zero actual agitation to extract it originally, it has lost zero potency. And I'm so interested in testing out what that is like. I'm really interested in the scientific process behind this.
Interesting. Yeah, because heat is what destroys most of it.
Yep. Heat is killer number one, and pressure and damage and contact is number two. Bruising releases the fun time, and heat just kills it. So we found that there's these silica balls that are orange, and when they have humidity, they turn blue, and then they dry out and turn orange again. So you have like an alarm system in your silica balls. I'm getting some for my coin collection.
Interesting.
Yeah,
You
they're
know,
so cool.
because of the era I was raised in and the partying that I definitely did do, I was an absolute partier. Very health oriented with my martial arts stuff, and my instructors would have been on me hard if I wasn't careful,
Oh,
because they were totally against that. Said it would slow you down and stuff, but I was always the fastest in my class. Um,
Mike Phelps, the fastest swimmer alive, blazes all day.
oh yeah, I did read some of that. But for me, Haight Ashbury, the Surgic sodium diethylamide, that was just what everybody was into, and nobody was in fear of it ever. Well, nobody ever died from it. Died from being stupid, but there was more alcohol-related injuries than anything with that. And I'm not sure if you followed that one, but the Haight Ashbury days, and
Or the laughing parties?
yeah, without the shrooms.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
yeah, the laughing parties,
yeah,
the
yeah.
nitrous parties, before they realized it was a anesthetic, because the story that they say and how they found out that it was an anesthetic was at a laughing party. One of the surgeons
Oh
watched a
no,
dude like break his leg off and not notice.
right. And no, I'm actually not talking about that one.
Okay.
I'm talking about the one that the Beatles were into. Dang it, who's
Oh,
the guy?
Timothy Leary?
Yeah, and uh,
Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
who's the guy that would go out to the desert and just disappear for days from the Doors?
Oh,
Yeah, him. What he was.
James Morrison? No.
Yeah, Jim.
Yes, Morrison. Morrison. I'm sure Morrison's last name.
Yeah, yeah. That was such a different thing for me. I was always a really smart kid. Math and stuff was a big pain in the butt, and I hated it. But most of it was fairly simple for me. That kind of stuff, puzzles and those things have always been something I've loved. Chess, oh, I've always loved chess until my little 6-year-old daughter could beat me really easy. And I could beat all my friends and their dads. And
Are you a Capricorn?
Huh?
Are you a Capricorn, Rich?
No. I was born on the cusp of Leo and Cancer.
Oh, okay.
But I just was really amazed by it. And I figured out so many things that I couldn't really prove at the time. And so I started making a lot of trips to the library and realized that a lot of the calculations I was making for like simple things like why it gets hot, little simple things like that. And I was able to prove that my thinking was all correct. And I just came up with this from being zoned. Yeah, it changed away a lot of things that I did, and I experimented with it hard, trying things like in being in water. That zero, no light, those kind of things. We do it in pitch black times. There was a cave that was at the end of a lake that the water was in, so you
See, I
could
wanted
go
to,
inside the cave and have complete darkness.
Joe Rogan talks about that. Joe Rogan talks about
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
a deprivation tank.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he has one. He likes to eat copious amounts of edibles and then go sit in the dep tank. And he says it is like one of the most profoundly psychedelic experiences that he has ever had.
I
Just
would,
eating edibles and going in the dep tank.
I could actually think of family members, brothers and sisters that I never had, and that would continue as years went on. Their stories would go on, more memories would come back, and I think it was past lives, but I'm not really sure.
I'm gonna say yes.
Could even be
Only
parallel. I don't know. I believe in that too.
well, I believe in I call it Earth One theory. And the reason I call it Earth One theory is because of Batman Superman movie where it's the crisis on infinite Earths because there's infinite, you know.
Right.
But on one of the Earths, the Batman there is evil as fuck and wants to find Earth One because in order for them to be infinite universes or infinite Earths, there has to be an Earth One. There has to be a start, and he finds the original and he destroys that one to destroy all.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the cartoons that the DC universe does are absolutely they blow the Marvel action movies out of the water. Like
Yeah.
one movie in particular, Flashpoint Paradox.
Oh, I remember you talking about that one.
The insane good movie. Insane where Bruce Wayne gets shot, his mom goes crazy, turns into the Joker, and his dad turns into Batman, except his dad kills people. Like he's got a shotty and he sidearms and he has no qualms with shooting people in the face.
I went to watch that because this is that cartoon series, right?
Yeah. It's all the movies where they're dressed like that all loop into one.
Right, but it's a pay-per-view thing, and it was I forget what it was cost, but for some reason I didn't do it. I'm not sure if I wasn't positive I had the right episode or
Yeah,
what.
because they're all movies too. So even if you watch them out of order, it doesn't matter because
Oh, okay.
it's like watching Iron Man and then watching Hulk and then watching Thor and then once you've watched it all, you'll watch like the Justice League movie or the movie where they're all together, the
Well,
Avenger movie.
are you including the original Hulk with Bill Bixby?
No,
Okay, because that's the one I grew up on. That was hilarious because it was that bodybuilder guy.
Lou Ferrigno.
Ferrigno, yeah, he was so cool. I really enjoyed him, and he was actually I met him at one of the things that they did, and he was just as nice as could be. Here's this monster of a guy. He was huge. His arms were. He was like hillbilly big. One of the really giant hillbilly guys. Didn't have a lot of definition on him.
No,
But
I called them wrestlers. He was a wrestler.
yeah. Oh well. And like our MMA guys, the one champion we had for several years was just a short little guy, but he was a guy who was a ranch hand who bucked hay all his life. Since he was old enough to pick it up, he would
Hughes.
it up onto the the racks and into the trucks. And
I feel like you're talking about Matt Hughes.
yes, thank you. Yeah, him and his.
He got hit by a train and went crazy.
Oh no!
He has a special on Netflix. Look up Matt Hughes special on Netflix. It's like a 2-hour documentary on him.
Oh,
Somebody in the coin community.
So much because he
Yeah,
has
somebody in the coin community introduced me to that. Yeah, you got to watch that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I was so sad to hear about that. Yeah. I can't remember it all the way, but I got goosebumps thinking about it. That's how I know it's legit enough.
Wow, you really do. That's funny because you and me have always linked up on things like this. I didn't realize it was as a wide spectrum as it is, but
Oh yeah.
touched into a few things before. like Anunnaki and that kind of stuff. I know we
Everything
talked
from
about that one
everything from your
before.
carpentry, like that. If I were to get a side job for fun, it would be custom cabinetry and custom mailboxes and stuff. Because woodwork is my favorite.
Well, the really neat thing is when you go into the 18th century tools, get away from the electric and use just hand tools.
Well,
It's a whole nother boat. It is so cool.
have you ever watched the documentary Alone in the Wilderness with Dick Brody?
Yeah, and you told me about that before, and I had seen it prior to that because of my what I've done. Because
Oh yeah, that guy. I want to go stay in that cabin. It's still there.
Yeah, Shen, Domain Shandong did a real special release of it's not brandy, it's the other one. You probably know what I'm talking about. It's a sipping drink, and it's
So Scotch, brandy.
very expensive. Cognac.
Okay, yeah, cognac.
They did a special cognac and cigar release, and I got to do this big. It was a huge covered box. It was just this beautiful mahogany, and you'd open the box, and it was set up for 4 people. Had cutters for 4, had cigar stuff for 4 people, held
That's
a box of cigars, a case, held 4 glasses for the the little snifters. It had 2 bottles of cognac in it, and it had its own legs that you could fold out of this box to set it up as a table anywhere you went.
See, that's the stuff that I want to build. I like the globe that's got a hidden compartment that's not just one compartment, but it's got all kinds of stuff. And like the drawer where if you turn one handle, it opens. If you turn it again, there's your gun drawer.
Right. And I get lots of that stuff because I work with a lot of millionaires that said, all the millionaires know of everybody else's treasure spots because we all deal with the same people. He goes, do something for me that nobody else has. I said, no problem. Tell me how much stuff you want and how many places you want it. He goes, as few spots as possible, as big as I can get. It's like, okay. And I came up with just some crazy stuff. I came up with stuff that were under stairs that led to little rooms that were all cement surrounded. They had to pour the foundation special just to make these rooms. And if you weren't stepping in the right spot, pushing in the right spot, and pulling certain things, it wouldn't open. You could use crowbars. It wouldn't open. And, I had so much fun doing that stuff. All right, here's a good one for you. You think the woodworking's really cool? Look up a 17th or 18th century desk that is just a round table. But when you expand it, it turns into a desk with a chair, with cubby holes, drawers, and everything that are all hidden.
I might have seen it. It sounds something. Only because I searched those stupid morphing. Yeah, those are like the coolest things ever.
You've seen the table that you spin and it opens like scissors inside.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, I've done them. I've built them. I built that desk.
Or the bench that turns into the picnic table.
Oh yeah, I've done lots of those kind of things. I had my Land Cruiser. We'd go in these 4-wheel spots that would take a couple days off road just to get to the campsite, and it was hard 4-wheeling. Hardly anybody ever got there. And then when we got there, the back of my Land Cruiser had a pull-out bed that was all teak and set up so it could get wet and rain, water, none of that hurt it, and had a tent top to it. I had a pull-out bathroom area for my girls. Cool.
It was half price. I'm getting my portable woodworking station set up too. That's not bad for it was a half price estate sale. So it was a $5 tool right here.
Oh geez. What brand?
It's brand new.
Black & Decker is great for home stuff.
It's not bad. They're Harbor Freight quality. I would say don't use it every day, but if you're using it periodically, you got a few years out of it.
They used to be able to be daily. Black and
It's
Decker was actually a pretty good name back in there when I first started this stuff. Quite a few of my tools were Black and Decker, but they
I
turned
do.
it to Milwaukee and DeWalt.
They did, but I prefer the Black and Decker corded over the Black and Decker batteries 10-1.
Yeah. Now, see, I've never dealt with the battery stuff. Came at the very tail end of what I was doing.
Oh,
And
good. Yeah,
like the screw guns were pretty heavy. They didn't have much more than just the screw guns. And now, I've got the Milwaukee stuff that I don't have. I've got the skill saws and stuff that are all battery powered, and they're like the 32 volt stuff, 24 and 32 volt. Yeah, I got tons of those tools, and it kills me because they're just sitting around. I'll pass them off to my grandkids one day if I can keep the batteries alive.
yeah. I want to like for the woodworking. What I want to do is well, just because I have the access to aspen trees that are all, I wouldn't have to cut any down because they're all. It would be me taking out fire fucking hazard, and I would like to do custom rustic mailboxes with like wood etching or kindling, whittling.
Yeah, because aspen, I think that's something that they use like in guitar making and that kind of stuff. Because
It's the white bark.
Yeah,
But so they're all roughly about that size around, and they're never perfectly round. They're always a little bit oval, which I was going to take to my advantage for the mailbox idea. If I could, I wouldn't even have to sweat them very much and press them because they're already almost the shape of the average mailbox a lot of times. Just hollow them out, seal that white bark on there, and do designs into that white bark with a black etching. It would stand out real good, and I think I got to play with that a bit because I think there's opportunity there.
for your bigger areas like the top of the box, the round parts, Italian Popular in 1/8 inch, it'll go around any corner. As long as you're going just one direction with it, it can almost fold up on itself. Italian Popular is amazing. Its grain is super straight. It's a real gummy wood. It bends really easy and goes back to shape really easy. You don't distort it when you bend it. It's the best thing for making radiuses for the stuff I was doing.
Yeah, and the only reason I was thinking about that, it was just due to the accessibility of how many I know that I have fallen down in a place where I can grab them for free.
Yeah, yeah. And, curing your own wood and stuff is really simple. I mean, most woods only need to be out for like a 2-year period, and they're ready to be milled.
Oh, yeah, and those ones, and I even have an under porch area where I can put out 10, 20-foot pillars and they'll be wilderness free.
Now, do you have a chainsaw?
Oh, yeah.
Because they make attachments for that for ripping raw lumber. So
I should look into getting like a really good
they're
chainsaw.
really easy to use. I was really impressed with some of the milling options for chainsaws.
Because I would like to TVs bug me in bedrooms, and I know I'm not the only one, but I know having a TV in the bedroom is nice for occasions. So the motorized wall mount behind a picture, to where it's the picture above your bed, and then when you press a button, it extends out, and then behind that picture is a TV that is now pointed down, like kind of at your pillows, or like the nightstand that has the hidden TV that raises with a button.
Yeah, I did tons of those.
So that's something that the market will never leave. There will always be somebody.
I did it before the TVs got thin. I did it with the big tube TVs.
I know that's what I was. I've had the idea since then.
Yeah, what we would normally do is do like a furniture piece, like a dresser of drawers or something like that, at the footboard of a really nice thick footboard, and then make the front of the footboard part of the area for where it would come out of. And then half of the drawers would be the TV. Yeah, but most of the people I got to deal with were tech guys or just millionaires. So they didn't care if their TV costed $7-8 grand. Back then that was ridiculous. TVs were a couple $100.
Right. See,
So yeah.
I would also, I've been debating on starting a company that goes around and adds footstools at the crown molding level of kitchens for short women who can't reach any of the top shelves of their own goddamn cabinets.
Yeah, they actually have had those since the 70s. The Germans have made all the toe appliances. They've got all kinds of stuff that comes out of the toes.
But there's not many people who install them or even have the knowledge to know they exist.
Yeah, they've got the little footstools that'll have 3 steps and will fold down short enough to fit inside the toe, under 4 inches. Because the toe is 3 inches recessed and 4 inches high. So gives you a pretty good area. And the toes are normally pretty easy to remove. Most people just pin shoot them.
Yeah, which I fully like. I know how I would do it even, and I'm sure if I looked to researching it at all, I would immediately get a better idea on what I'm thinking of already.
Yeah, they even have an orbiting saw that's the thickness of a putty knife.
See, that would be perfect. Like, and then throw it in there. Have the fold down step. Have it on a pressure sensor, like the old cabinet doors that you press in and it would open.
Yep. Yeah, and some of those have a really good throw, so you can get to push it out a couple inches.
And yeah, you would only need it to put them.
Yeah, or just let them down. Sometimes that's an easier way. Have it on a glide, so it leans down the front, so you can grab a handled area. A cut.
Or even a lever. I say lever system just because it's what comes to mind. Where you press the top underside of your cabinet and it pushes it out a little.
Yeah, one of the neatest jobs I did, and this was in probably the tail end of the 80s. I had a guy with a pickup truck come, and he was a guy who would go to your property to rip some wood out of your trees that you've been drying and stuff, and had a portable mill. Well, he said the problem with the mill is it was too heavy. He'd always have to have more than one other guy to help him pull it out, and it was a struggle. And I said, well, what's your big issue? And he said, well, can't use it when it's in the bed of my truck. I wish I could, but it's just, it needs more space. And I said, no problem. I said, I've got glides that can take that heavy machinery and completely pull it out of your truck the length of your truck. Is that enough? He goes, oh, if it was only just a little bit more. I said, oh, they've got 120%. I said, I can do 120% out of your truck. So the full length of his bed, we had these glides made up and mounted a solid metal floor, hooked his machinery to it, and then he would just grab it by himself and pull it all the way out until it locked. And then there would be a couple legs that would come out down to hold it up that were adjustable, so you could be perfect with it and get it level. And then he did everything up on top of that. It was really cool. It was a great setup. He even had a little ramps and stuff so he could go up and down really easy. And because of its height, he said, normally that would be a problem because I have to keep going up the stairs. But when I normally do a job, I do, a couple thousand board feet of wood. So it ends up being about 3 or 4 feet high. I said, perfect. You'll be above most of it. So yeah, that was really cool. And I did it a couple of times for some other things to have the bed pull out like that, just to give people an extra play space. So they could keep their truck completely packed, and this would be underneath a second bed. And then this would pull out and have its own floor, and they could put their kids on lounge chairs and, play at the beach or at the lake or whatever and be off the ground, not have to worry about bugs and snakes.
That's a win.
Yeah. In fact, our Land Cruisers, my buddy had a full welding rig, had an air compressor, Of course, he had the pneumatic shock, so he could do a lot more than most of us. But he also had a hot water shower that was hooked up to his radiator that would have fresh water with a little pump, and it was all 12 volt. And so we'd be out in the middle of nowhere, and all these people would be all grimy and stuff, and we'd be taking these steam pouring hot showers in the morning, every morning. And, 6 to 8 of us would take a shower. And it killed these guys. These guys were pissed. It's like, oh, no, we're having a great day. We start every morning out with a nice shower, and it was great. So, and as hot as you want. Oh, cool.
Wait for it.
Oh, I saw the hole. So you're really blowing into his butt.
You blow into his ass, yes, sir. I thought that was hilarious that they designed it that way.
I haven't seen one of those.
I think it's from a movie.
I have to show you my elephant collection. Oh, and you know what? Let me look one spot. I might even have a bunch of them in this one spot here.
So I'm trying to work on my owl collection. Hello there, whoever joined us this morning.
You would actually get a kick because I have all this stuff in a 1930s lunchbox. And it's a lunchbox for college kids. Has all the pennants from all the colleges.
That's pretty tight.
It looks like a giant ham cam.
That makes me want to look at the state. Now I got to sell stuff. I might have found a cherry picking opportunity on eBay that, if I'm correct, it turns a roughly $80 coin into a roughly $5,000 coin. But my check didn't show up today, so I'm hoping he still let me save it, because I hit buy it now, and I sent him a message. I was like, hey, my check was going to be here at like 2 or 3, and then I just haven't messaged him since. I hope it's still there.
So you'll get a kick out of these. These are ivory and ebony.
Oh no, what just happened? Well, if it kicks me out, no, I'll be back.
Okay.
The host is no longer with us. This is now just a person in the backup. Because I lost internet on the host computer.
Stern didn't start this channel?
No. Oh wow, that does look a lot like the design.
This one's actually, I think, rosewood. Here's my ebony.
That's cool.
And these are like from the 20s or 30s. Here's one of my ivories. This is a very little one, but look at the detail.
I don't know what one this is. Oh, that's cool.
Now here's the lunchbox. Shape of a ham can.
Red Mill.
See all the pennants?
That's cool as shit.
And here's an old tire gauge for checking your tread. This is probably from the 20s or 30s. Some of the neat old button hook. This is a button hook.
You really button hooked me now, didn't you?
There's a really cool pair of glasses.
All right, those are almost cooler than the ones I found one day. I found a pair of if they weren't the glasses used in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, I'm surprised.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, they're exactly like the ones that Johnny Depp wears, like to the T. That was one of the coolest finds I've ever found. And they work great for looking at coins because they're the yellow tint, just driving glasses style. And looking at coins with those on, it takes away a lot of the glare that ends up at the ends of the devices. So you can see the split ends on proofs. Super nice. Thank God for troubleshooting.
See it?
I can now. Now that I'm back.
What it was for. Cigar stub.
Oh, shit. Can you hear me? Okay.
Came in a little tiny case. That little case I showed you.
That's cool.
Isn't that neat?
That's cool.
I got so much stuff like that. I have box after box after box. I need to start selling it again. Oh, you started eBay. I should send you a box of this stuff and see what you can do.
Gladly. I want to sell some of my old stuff, but some of it's still just too cool to get rid of.
Oh, nice. I have one that looks really similar to that, but it's a compass.
$1916. Oh, hold on. It is. Aha.
Oh, nice.
Amaspoli, London,
That's,
1915. And then
I wonder if that is the ship that it was made for, or if that's the place it was made.
I'm going to say that it. Oh, that's a good question. Because this is a different one, a different thing. It's the Royal Navy telescope, London, 1915. I don't know if it says anything else. No, and it's got a little. This is just like a little shader. This thing works actually surprisingly well. I've used it before just wanted to see how far I could see. It's not bad.
Yeah, most of them, and some of them have a twist feature to focus.
Let's see how this one does.
Some of them even have the lens on the end where your eye goes, the eyepiece screws off, and sometimes has other options for magnification.
This one does not have that, but I think the turning is actually a thing for this one.
Yeah, because it was very common.
Yeah, turning is a thing for this one.
I've actually had quite a few of those. My grandfather collected those. I have a telescope and microscope building toolbox, and it's for all the lenses and the all the different metal parts that go with making telescopes and binoculars. It's really pretty cool. They're really rare. I saw one that was completely empty, and they wanted $8,000 for it.
Wow.
Mine's full of lenses, and it's from about 1915 to 1925.
I'll find some sweet stuff in the estate sale. I love that. I love how many there are. Always, just always. And if I can get myself better at going there in the morning or on time, because it's not like I'm sleeping. I'm up. I just don't go early. I forget that there's a circuit of old ladies who will punch you in the face over getting into a closet first. I swear to God, it's pretty hilarious. But you can make some serious money. Because it all depends on, like, the price things go for is all depending on who is running it. They put a price tag on it, and on the final day, it's always half off.
Yep.
What is that?
A little gaming chip. Oh,
Oh,
cool. So it's got a little mark.
Yeah.
I have a bag of them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're not composite. I know they look like that composite stuff, but they're not.
What are they?
I think they're ceramic.
Like polished sandstone or something?
I don't think they're stone because they have some lines on them that makes it look like they were told.
Okay.
But I don't know for sure. But yeah,
Yeah, I've never seen those before.
I think there's 90 of them in there. Yeah, almost 100 pieces in that bag.
That's super cool.
So somebody told me that there was a Chinese game that took a lot of those type of things. So it might be for.
It might be the game called Go.
I know they're at least 70 years old.
There's a Chinese game that's like the most popular game in that part of the world, and it's called Go. They had a robot beat the world champion, their world champion in it, and it devastated the country.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Like devastated the country because it was a learning AI robot. So it was played 6,000 videos of people playing the game or some shit, and then it was played a whole bunch, and it made a move that nobody in the history of the game had ever thought about making before. It was literally like gasps across the entire nation, like because they were all watching it because it was one of those like Olympics to them. As soon as this robot does this move, you just hear, oh, and he sits there like this, and he goes, "I quit." And the dude resigns, and it's just like it's newsworthy. I was like, whoa.
It's like our American beating the Russian chess champ.
Oh god, I didn't know that was into that. I bet that was a brutal day.
Have you seen that movie?
What movie?
Oh, they have a movie about her. It's awesome. She's from the 50s and 50s or early 60s. And as a little girl at private school, well, her mom was a math whiz, but went crazy and committed suicide with her in the car and almost killed her. And she went to a school for girls, and there was I believe, a Russian man who was the janitor and played chess. And she went down and watched him for about 10 minutes at a time, a couple times, and learned the game. And did the game on drugs, tranquilizers that they gave the girls to go to sleep. And she tripped out on them and would play the game on the ceiling. And, oh, it's an amazing story. And it's a true story. Unfortunately, they stopped. Well, I won't tell you any of the story because it's worth watching.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I like that. It's crazy. Have you ever seen the movie Unleashed? Jet Li, Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah.
Where he wears the collar.
Yeah. No, I really like Jet Li. Hey, the martial art guys that are really good, I like.
And Morgan Freeman playing a blind piano repairman. How could you go wrong?
Yeah, and Morgan is always been a favorite.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Venom, the new Venom that's coming out. What, in a few months now?
Mm-hmm.
Because Woody Harrelson is Carnage, and Tom Hardy is Venom. Those are two of my favorite actors in one movie, playing two of my favorite superhero characters.
Isn't Venom your guy?
Yep, Venom. Yeah, Tom Hardy, and Tom Hardy's my favorite actor. Like he plays in my favorite movie. My favorite movie is called Warrior, and it's Tom Hardy, Nick Nolte. There's a couple other people, but it's a mixed martial arts movie, and it's not like Creed or Rocky. it's a whole lot of like extra story to this. The movie makes me cry like 6 times for all kinds of different reasons. Like I cry out of inspiration for a minute. He's so mean to somebody, it makes me tear up for a minute because it's like he's mean to his dad at a certain point. I'm like, damn, that's a fucked up kid. But then you see the end of it where he fights, and the first fight he comes in, he skips all pre-fight interviews. He walks out. He opens the ring. He says, "Fight." This dude walks up and straight kicks this dude right in the chest, and then just starts beating it. Ah! And as soon as he's done, he turns around and walks out of the cage and walks away while everybody's trying to do interviews, and he doesn't even say nothing. See, you can't do that. But yeah, good movie. It's about, and it's based on a true story about a dude who had his own, can't say unit, but his own country bomb his unit in friendly fire, and he was the only one who survived. So he left, considering his own country just bombed the zone, and he got reported for desertion. But on his way out, he sees a tank underwater, and he rips the door off the tank. And there's a dude inside recording their last, like, them dying basically. And in fact, it records this dude he shoots to the video of him ripping off door of tank. And then he continues on his merry way.
Huh.
But it's a good movie.
Sounds like a cool one.
Such a good.
So that movie I was telling you about is called Queen's Gambit.
I might have that movie in VHS. That's cool that I wouldn't even have to search very far.
This one just came out.
Okay, so it wouldn't be in
the
VHS.
last couple of years, I believe.
Oh no, I have that stupid.
I think it's been made a couple of times, but this latest one, I don't know what it is about the girl that plays the part, but she's pretty amazing. Something about her eyes and she has this dead eye look or dead flat look. And like I said, it's a true story about one of the best champions to come out of America for chess.
That's glad. Like I used to be so good at chess, and then I quit playing it, and now I can't pass level 4.
Yeah, like I said, I was really good, I thought. And then I think she was 5 when she beat me this first time. She's either 5 or 6 years old. And she was beating the computer at 4. By 5, she could beat the pro part of it. We had to buy special games, and she just got bored with it. And it kills me that I didn't push it further. Because who knows, she could have been another one of these girls. She was amazing, and now she's a Sunday school teacher. So, and she was the daughter of mine. My oldest daughter, she was never going to have kids, didn't want to get married, wanted to work like her mom. And then my youngest, she wanted to have, we grew up next to a couple that raised black crack babies, foster home. That was what they specialized in. And she was raised going next door and helping. She would walk around with these little kids. Every time she picked up one of these kids, they'd go quiet. And these are kids that are addicted, in horrible pain, lots of problems. And every time my daughter would pick them up, they'd go quiet. And she was like that way. She still does it today, but not like when she was a kid. When she was a kid, it was just a natural thing. Now I think she tries a little harder at it, but it's still there. But when we would go to like the grocery store, and she's got these big, giant moon eyes, big, bright blue eyes. They're like, I call them cow eyes. Ridiculously large eyes for a kid. Yeah. As a grown-up, they're a little more normal as big giant eyes, but as a little kid, her eyes were just ridiculously huge. And kids would follow her around in the grocery stores. We'd be going grocery shopping, and kids would walk away from their mothers and follow her. It was ridiculous. People called her a star child. Um, it was really cool. She was the only one that I had problems with all these boys coming to our doors with presents for her that she had never even met. They'd come to the door, knocking at their door, all dressed nice, and it was hilarious. And she was a little bit cold with them, but mostly because she was embarrassed. But yeah, it was pretty funny. And she was the one that told me, because of the raising the little babies next door, that she wanted lots of different husbands, or not husbands, lots of different fathers to her children, and she wanted a children of every color.
Well, damn, that's the shit.
It's like, oh,
Good
great,
dreams.
we got our work out with this one, but she ended up with her wish. She got a variety of kids, and it's really neat because they're the same dad. It's just very unique kids. And she's a Sunday school teacher who's gone from being a substitute teacher to running the school in under 5 years. And she's been doing that for a while now, and has the biggest heart in the world. Anytime some kid's crying, it doesn't matter if she's at the store, if they're with their parent, she walks over and helps. And it's just the way she is. Yeah, and kids respond to her. She was going to be a neonatal nurse, which breaks my heart that she didn't do it, because she was probably more needed in that profession, but had a lot of issues with the teachers because, well, things came naturally to her and teachers didn't like that. Caused a lot of problems for her. She, at 10 and 12 years old, was watching the gross stuff that I used to watch, autopsies and weird crap like that. I don't know why I was into that stuff, but I always had been. We always did our own, dressing our game, and we butchered all our own cattle and pigs and that kind of stuff. So she was around that stuff a lot, and it never bothered her. In fact, she always wanted to help and did. She had no problem gutting the creatures and, fish. She loved to clean fish, and at 5 or 6 years old, she was gutting her own catch. And yeah, one of those kids. She would have been great 100 years ago. Uh-oh, did I lose you? I'm not even on StreamYards.
No, you didn't lose me. Okay. You didn't lose me.
I'm still on the Amazon looking at that Queen's Gambit.
I'm glad I was on. I don't stop talking before I make it back, damn it.
Well, with most people, you might have to worry, but I'm normally pretty good at talking way more than I should. My big problem is I have so many stories to tell. I could, and I have gone on for 12 hours at a time and not said the same thing twice, and done it for weeks at a time and not repeat anything. I have so much family history in my head, and so much stuff that I've researched and studied, and
my head is full of the useless research and studies.
Yeah, and then I did a lot of fun stuff like using facial recognition for the old photos, and using that to be able to tell that the photo that I have of somebody at 10 and 12 years old is the same person as 30-year-old. And using facial recognition, it helped me so much because a lot of my photos didn't have names. I had a lot of younger photos that did, so that helped me find the names. And believe it or not, I used to dream about it and come up with names in my dreams. Dreamt that my great-grandparents that I never met would tell me who everybody was. I would write it down when I woke up in the morning, and 60% of it was right.
Nice.
Yeah, very helpful. And I blew people away because they didn't believe me. I'd tell them that story, and then they'd give me pictures of family that we didn't know who they were. And I'd dream about it and come back with names, and they'd be like, oh my gosh, I never thought that it could be that person. Oh, I'm not able to verify that. And sure enough,
projection is legit.
Oh, yeah, and it's really funny because the picture, in my dreams, I would have to climb up a bookcase. The older the people were, the higher I would have to climb in the bookcase. And it was very hard to do that because these were big, heavy photo books. And I was climbing, holding on with one hand and trying to look through a book with the other. And it's funny because that was my struggle. It wasn't picking the name. It was finding the right photo and holding the book before I fell. Yeah, I'm a strange one.
I that's how I consider my memories. Like the movie Dreamcatcher.
I recognize the name, not sure.
The Grays. When he thinks about his memory, he thinks of a library and everything's in a box in a shelf, like
Oh.
a.
Yeah, compartment. Oh shoot.
Compartmentalize. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And he does it like a storage locker in an evidence locker.
Yeah, I have a similar version of that, but not quite like that.
Mine's not like that either. Mine's it's weird. It's kind of like rows of hard drives. Like social security boxes, but standing up.
And mine is more like a library. Certain aisles, certain rows.
Yeah, mine's like if you watch the movies where they break into the computer room at like a hotel or something, there's just row upon row of hard drives.
Servers.
That's kind of what it is.
Yeah, those are called servers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually built a few. They're lots of fun and out of my price range. But it was a lot of fun. So now there's one, oh gosh, I wish I could have been part of it, but my buddy told me about it and asked me a bunch of questions on ideas he had for doing it. But the processor for them were $6,000 a piece. And he put 98 of them, 96 of them, I forget what the breakdown is. But that many, and thought that was going to be his most expensive one. And then another company hired him to do the ones with the $60,000 processors, and he put over 100 in that bank. Yeah, crazy stuff. And now they're over 100 grand. They have 124 cores.
They finally let dispensary owners use banks.
That's so shameful.
That they were taking $1 billion a year from them and not even letting them put their money in a safe place. That's just like a spit in the face after you're taking their money for keeping them safe.
Yeah, our government's so corrupt.
Yeah.
Well, it's really not our government. It's all above their heads.
I'm just surprised at how fast everybody has forgotten about what's his Sir Presidente's history. I'm not a political man, and I don't care who wins either way because, he won. I don't really care. But there was a video that popped up that this dude was all, did you guys forget that this is Biden? And it's got Biden in like the 80s going, no, we don't need a N-word mayor. We already have enough of you in positions of power as it is. I was like, whoa. And he's saying it like at a conference, like not like to a buddy or a candid camera. It's a recorded.
Oh, and I've heard scarier things. I mean, ridiculous.
I know, but I just out of El Presidente, I'm surprised that with how the Black Lives Matter is such a big thing that thing was not talked about.
Yeah.
And that's as far as I'm going to talk about that situation, because I don't talk about politics, religion, or sports, really.
Yeah, I have problems with it because I got family members that are really into it, and now they're pushing us like, oh, impeach. It's like, oh, come on. They've been trying to impeach him from his very first day in office. It's It's like, yeah, it's crap all the way around.
That's shenanigans. That's
Yeah,
retarded.
none of them should be in charge of anything.
No, I think Dwayne Johnson should be the president.
Oh, hey, I'd back that.
And you know what? I think a good portion of the country would, to be honest, because I don't think he would make rash decisions. I don't think he would be a cocky, arrogant leader, but I don't think he would be a pushover by any means.
That's just like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a fantastic mayor.
Yeah, I really do. I tried to start that a little late last year when I heard.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When I heard that Kanye West was running, I was like, screw that. We need to fill in The Rock.
Yeah. Even Schwarzenegger did a fair job considering who he was.
Yeah, even what
Governor of California.
Jesse James was the governor or mayor.
Well, now I think he actually did a really good job. Didn't he just change tons of stuff?
Yeah, Ventura. Yeah, he did all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger was there because of the name he married. You know, I think that was the biggest part. He was just trying to prove worth.
Yeah, and that was when everybody who was like anybody weird and famous was trying to run. Like the owner of Hustlers was trying to run.
That one would have been interesting.
That was who he ran against Arnold.
Right, smart guy, but a little deluded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a frustrating thing because if our forefathers were to see what position we were in, they would shoot all of us.
Yeah. I watched a lot of the weird, unexplained things. And one of the channels that I respect to a small degree was talking about one of the time traveler dudes, which I don't believe or respect in any way. The dudes who say they're from the future because they're always some drunk hard. But this dude talked about how things are going to be. And the main thing he says is the government is going to own everything. You're going to have to rent everything you guys, everything. There's going to be no personal possession ownership. Everything is going to be given you by the government. And then I think about what's going on right now, and it makes sense that this would be a push to start that shit.
Yeah. And I don't think that can happen because I think we've got too many rebels. I think that
I agree.
There's so many armed groups of militia per state that are protecting their states right now that have already come together. I mean, they came together when some crap happened in Florida, and they showed up hundreds strong in uniform, all with their weapons, and faced off the police and told the police, either we're going to defend that person and get him out of jail, or you're going to release him, or we're going to start a war right here now. And they released him. They had hidden him there for like a month, and he had no charges against him. They just hated him because he was a civil rights person. So,
really?
Yep. And the Texas militia showed up and backed him and took him out of prison or jail. Not prison, jail. He was in a county jail. They wouldn't even tell the family where he was. But
we don't hear about that sweet East Coast drama out here.
Yep. Yeah, and there was actually 4 other militia ready to show up in huge numbers. So they have like 5,000 to 10,000 apiece of armed and ready. So unfortunately, we're going to probably, if the government keeps pushing the way they are and not giving in, we're going to have another civil war. I hate to say it. I hate to see it. I have a lot of grandkids that are going to be horribly affected by it. But that's certainly the direction we're going because they're breaking our civil rights every day.
It's either that or we're going to be pushed. Yeah, it's either that or we give up.
Yep, and we're going to be exactly like you had just said. we're going to not own anything, and
Yep,
there's a
yep.
lot of questions about that now anyway. They say that our Social Security refers to some ownage and that we're not free people and all kinds of stuff. And if you research that, that just gets scary. There's all kinds of stuff like that that's out there that we've overlooked. Just like DC being the only real American-owned area. The rest of the country's in limbo. It's all super questionable. People that own property, you supposedly you really don't. And our Constitution that's supposed to protect us only protects your home. The police can park on your lawn right in front of your house with cameras and guns and whatever they want. There's not a thing you can do about it.
Yeah, a lot of the land especially bugs me, considering owning land back in the day involved you sending a prospector to measure out how much of it you wanted.
Yeah. And you own the airspace above.
Yeah, and that's
You
all
own
it took. Now
mineral
to own,
rights and airspace.
now you have to pay land rights, mineral rights, historical rights, air rights. You can't collect rainwater, but yet every town in America charges you for water runoff off your house.
Yeah, and they've closed down all the little private farms that were all selling vegetables and fruits, and made it so hard for them that more than 50% left.
And how is California doing? Because I know that Oregon and Washington aren't doing so hot.
They're horrible. You can't own weapons without being completely controlled. You can never get you can't open carry. You can't conceal carry. Well, you can if you can get the license, but they don't give them out. They make you sign up for them so they know who has the guns, but they'll never get signed.
But the cops officially said they're not arresting anybody for anything. Like they basically said all drugs are legal. We don't care. We're not going to do anything unless it's like a violent or life-threatening crime.
Yeah, well, see, I'm kind of stuck. So I don't see a lot of that stuff. But I know when we were in complete lockdown, there were thousands of people traveling the roads in my area. So I was curious about it, and I started counting cars per hour and tried to figure it out. And yeah, there were thousands of cars that were driving in total lockdown.
The videos I've seen of Oregon, it reminds me of Gotham.
Yeah, and that's a scary thought because, boy, the Batman story. Oh, I meant to ask you, have you seen the latest Joker movie?
No, it's sitting on my bookshelf over here, sealed in the cellophane still.
Blowing it. I watched it like 6 times in a row. I've just played it over and over and over. He's one scary ass dude, and when you hear his story and who he really is, it's going to change a lot of things for you for the TV version of who he is.
Well, that depends on which version they go with on who he is.
Okay, well, tell me, of all the people for him to end up, who is the worst one or most baffling one that he is in what you've seen in your comics and your other ones?
Well, the one where he's like a hypnotist dude. He's like an actual magician, and Batman in some way is the result in his girlfriend dying.
Okay, well, I hate to ruin it for you. Yeah, you need to watch it because it's gonna shock you. Well, let's see. How can I put this? The blood that flows in his veins, and we'll just leave it at that.
Oh, really? They're related? That's crazy.
I was afraid I went too far. You need to watch it. It's really interesting. It is really interesting. And he is the most badass Joker. Oh my gosh. I mean, I really like his girlfriend and her shows. I've watched a few of those, and I really like that other guy that plays Joker in oh shoot,
Heath
what's
Ledger.
is that the one where they go up against the witch?
Heath Ledger? No, Heath Ledger
No.
was the one who
Oh,
was
that's right.
the cynical
Okay,
one who committed suicide right after.
right. He's the one with the cut smile.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm talking about the one where they're a group they took all the worst of the criminals and it was Joker's girlfriend and then a bunch of other guys. One's a
Oh,
pyro guy.
Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Oh, I love that movie. That Joker, I really like that Joker.
Oh,
I
that's
really
Jared
cool.
Leto.
Yeah, he played it really well. He's a badass. I mean, and I like that they kept his stature smaller and that, he was just crazy and everybody was scared to death of him. And I liked his influence of going up against the jail guy and he had a gambling debt and he shows up and he's tied to the chair. Yeah, I like that part. And he kissed his ring and it's like, oh yeah, I knew you were going to be that guy. It's like, oh, he was a badass. But this other Joker, oh, I'm telling you, he lost tons of weight. I think he kind of went crazy. I think he tried to play this role so hard that he kind of lost his marbles a little bit.
Oh, that's what Jared Leto did. Not Jared Leto. That's what Heath Ledger did. He took prescription pills and locked himself in a hotel for 3 months before filming the movie.
Yeah, and I think they said this guy did it for 6 months.
Yeah.
He is damn evil and outrageous, and he made me smile. I mean, I hate to say it. I like badasses because of all the stuff I've been through with bullies and stuff through my lifetime, and I've always been the guy to help the people that were being bullied, and I always took care of bullies. And he's a bully that I wouldn't want to meet just because of his crazy. Because I've fought a lot of people. I've fought drunks. I've fought just ridiculous people. And one of the guys that I got in a fight with, he was like 30 years older than me. I was just like a teenager. And he wanted me and my buddy to find his car. He was drunk and couldn't find his car. And this was before, your car would beep. And I told him no, to leave me alone. And he grabbed my bike, a brand new 10-speed I just bought, and tossed it across the street and screwed it up. I was pissed. I told my buddy, go get me something. I don't care what you get me something. I need to take this guy out. And because he wouldn't leave us alone. And I kicked this guy so hard, I took him off the ground, and he was a lot bigger than me. And he hit the ground and on his knees, got back up and looked me in the face and said, "Oh, you want to rumble?" It's like, "Oh crap, I've got an old gangster." It's like, "Let's go, we're out of here. You can't beat these guys." And yeah, it scared me to death. My friend said I kicked him so hard he swore he heard something break, and the guy got right back up. Yeah, and I had thick legs. I had trunk legs, man. I had tree trunks legs as a young guy, and nobody could out kick me. I was breaking boards all day long at work for doing the woodworking. I loved breaking oak every day, and that's how I built myself up. And I rode a little bike everywhere I went, a little dirt bike, and the 10-speed came a little later. But man, I rode a dirt bike 5 miles to school every day and 5 miles back.
I rode dirt BMX was my childhood. That was
Yeah.
what I did.
Mine was all square tubed. It was custom welded. It was a great bike. I used to throw it over 8-foot fences, and it never had issues. It was always perfect.
My first one was a triple welded aluminum GT racing bike. So it was fucking, oh God, it was immaculate. It was so light and so beautiful.
Well, keep in mind, this is before they did that stuff. It's just
my buddy's brother stole it.
Frame. Everybody just stared at my bike because nobody had one like it. And you couldn't buy one because it was custom made. And I took spikes, big old iron spikes, and put them off the back of right behind the axle and tightened them on there because I would bunny hop into garbage cans and put big old holes in them. I loved doing that. That was one of my funnest things. And then my buddies would stand on them to be ridden around. And nobody did that before. And then now the pegs for stunts and stuff is what, tons of bikes have. I did that back in the end of the 60s, early 70s, like 71, 72. Yeah, I could bunny hop up a 2-foot curb, no problem. I was really good. I raced it, did a bunch of BMX stuff, but BMX was just at the beginning. To give you an example, skateboards just stopped having clay wheels and started to have, well, they had steel wheels before, and then they got clay, and then they got the urethane wheels. Urethane wheels happened a couple years after the time I'm talking about. So, because I was a skateboarder, I was a dirt biker.
I couldn't skateboard moving, but I can do all kinds of sweet tricks standing still. Like the first trick I ever landed was a Casper flip.
And how funny, because we never did that stuff. Our tricks were doing like slalom down really steep hills where you'd just be screaming fast and, weaving in and out of cars and stuff. Or
I wouldn't trust my life on wheels this big.
I did all the time. And
See, now wheels this big equal rocks this big equal.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I know that. I wore this. I still have scars from it.
We went skitching all the time. My buddy fell off skitching and didn't let go of the truck and held on so long that it ate his pants away. I swear to God, it was hilarious.
So one of my buddies that I'm still in touch with, he was a championship skateboarder who ended up in all kinds of magazines because he did slaloms in a handstand. He was amazing. I mean, the guy couldn't fall off a skateboard if you were trying to run him over with a car. He was just one of those guys that was just a natural. And he also had a piranha. Oh, we would feed this piranha all kinds of stuff. Pretty wicked stuff, but man, have you ever seen a piranha go to town? They're fucking ridiculous. I mean, that little mouth can do so much damage so quickly.
Oh yeah, I've watched a lot of them piranha documentaries. Those things are creepy.
Yeah, it was about the size of my adult hand. Pretty good size. They're probably 3-pounders, maybe 4, but they're thick fish. Vicious, boy, really vicious. But this one guy that I watch, Coyote something, you can look him up on YouTube. He just stuck his hand in a tank full of them and proved that they're not after humans. That they eat their natural foods and stuff, like other wild
But if
animals.
he were to cut his finger and do that, it would have been a different story.
He did.
Yeah, he cut it first? Oh shit.
He put a bloody finger in with the tank, his whole arm.
I didn't know it was bloody. I guess I wasn't listening enough to hear that he cut it.
He even banged into them with his hand. They just wanted out of the way. Now, we don't know if they were just fed or any of that, but the whole reason why he does all the stuff he does, because he's been bitten by just about every deadly insect. And out of all of them, do you know what a toe biter is?
No.
Okay, they're a river insect. Oh, my poor kids, because one of the places we used to go yearly had these toe biters, and they were about an inch long. Oh my gosh, if they bit you, you were hurt for like hours and hours. I mean, it was horrible. And my poor kids got bit all the time. And I didn't realize that they were seasonal. Had I just gone a couple weeks earlier, but I was going on my birthday. A couple weeks earlier, they weren't around. And boy, I would have missed my birthday for everything just to be able to miss these bugs. And out of all, he's been bitten by the worst of the wasps, everything that you can think of that's deadly, other than, the poisonous snakes, which he's been through a few of them, but the insects, all the really dangerous wasps and stuff, he's been bit by them. The centipedes, millipedes, anything that's poisonous like that, black widows, everything he's been bit by. He gets affected, he swells up, he has issues, but nothing life-threatening. But he says out of all those creatures, the one that's the worst is that toe biter. But their toe biters, because he's in where is he? Arizona, I think. Their toe biters get 2.5 inches. I can't even imagine because these little 1 inch ones, they would leave welts on me, big giant welts, and an area the size of a frisbee would darken because of them.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they were horrible. And of course, they always caught you at bikini line or right at your shorts. And yeah, ugh, horrible stuff.
Yeah, I got bit by a bunch of
Coyote
Egypts.
Peterson. You should watch some of his videos. It's really interesting. He does some of the ones that kill cattle, and he didn't die.
Well, he's also built up some immunity
Oh.
to street toxins at this point.
Yeah, he's got more immunity than anybody else in the world, and he travels all over the world to do this. It's really interesting. But the one on these fish, I think you would enjoy seeing just because we think of these fish as ruthless, and yet he proved that at least the species he had, which were the red bearded ones, which is the most common in the Amazon, didn't attack him. So, but he said his big worry was a fury or frenzy. And he said, if the frenzy happened, he's certainly not going to keep his arm in. And in fact, had people there just in case that happened to help pull him out in case he had issues trying to remove his arm.
Yeah, because once a frenzy starts,
I've seen them take off the legs of things the size of a giant bull, and even an elephant has been not gotten out of the water. Let's just put it that way.
It only takes one arrogant fish to not know the rules to start a frenzy.
Oh yeah, and not even that. It can be another fish bumping the wrong fish or bumping the wrong time. Yeah. Or
just
even
make one bad decision.
I would imagine because a lot of the fish react from electrical response or electrical stimulant. So a fish, or crayfish, putting off that electrical charge could be enough.
Yeah. Damn crawdads.
Yeah. Most people don't realize that, and the platypus, that's how they catch all their stuff is electronic sensors.
Did you know the duckbill platypus has UV sensitive skin or something?
Yeah, I did a big study on them once. And they're still finding out more stuff today. This was years ago.
Yeah, they just found it out like recently. Like their fur or something is like if you hit it with the infrared light or something, it glows. They can't figure out what it's used for.
There were also a lot of hermaphrodites. So they were a species that could continue without a dominant species. There's all kinds of weird stuff about them. It was an oddity, but it happened enough to where it was a trait they were seeing.
Yeah, my favorite shit is either the owl or the cuttlefish, because the cuttlefish doesn't make sense.
Remind me again, because I recognize the name, but I don't recognize
the cuttlefish is like it has a cuttle boner. Well, it has a cuttle bone.
Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah.
Their brain is larger than their body, which makes no sense, but it is. Like their brain is legit like this, like it's massive, like they're the size of a football, and their body is like this big. They can not only change whatever color they want, they can make their silky smooth skin be spikes and like all kinds of like craziness, look like coral at will. And they don't change it what's in front of them. They change it what's directly below them is what they mimic, or directly around them. And they can do it in pitch black, so they don't need to see what it is in order to change. They change it what's underneath them. They have a black poisonous beak, which is super weird. They can literally pulse strobe colors that you would make you like if you were having seizure potential, you would be having a seizure. Like that's what craziness they can do. And they're literally, they look like an oblong throw pillow with a skirt.
Where do they come from?
I don't know. They're the closest related to the octopus,
Which would
so,
make sense with
the beak.
or the flashing.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah. And but they keep a pocket of air in their cuttle bone. They use it to inflate or deflate in order to control their buoyancy.
and probably their spikes.
No, no, no. Their spikes are completely their skin. Their skin, they can morph. They can literally morph.
Huh.
Yeah, they can make their skin do like uh, best way to examine is like
Yeah, we've got some really strange critters. We caught something in the bottom of the ocean and we sent it in to have it checked to see what it was. The scientists had no clue and sent it everywhere trying to figure it out. I have, because my dad used to, he was a naturalist painter, did a lot of wildlife. So I learned about wildlife as a little kid because my dad drew and painted everything. My birthday cakes, other than my Batman one, which he did a fabulous job with a real tree and Batman standing up throwing his that boomerang thing. Um, did mostly animals and stuff on my cakes that were just breathtaking photorealistic animals. Lion, tiger faces, a favorite. Elephants was his favorite, along with the big cats. But I learned about animals because he was going through all these books, National Geographics or just specialty animal books, and found out about things like the frogs that can dry up and lose water out of their pond for like 40 years, and once the water comes back, they resuscitate and come back to life. Have you heard of those?
Can you repeat that again?
They're able to dry up. If their pond dries up, they can live for 40 years in a completely dried stage. As soon as
Oh,
water
the
comes
the
back,
the snakehead.
um, I think the snakehead also has those abilities, but no, this is a frog.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Uh, there's been recent debates on these frogs you speak because they've been. They say they find them in like they're finding them in like walls, like out like the Great Wall of China wall, like divider walls,
Uh-huh.
where inside the bricks, inside the made stones, are fucking alive frogs and shit.
I believe it. I saw a big old thing on it once, and it was amazing.
And the dude, like one of the head dudes, just tried to go recreate it and couldn't. I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
And he came back with the statement of frogs cannot exist for this amount of time in da 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 under any circumstance, under any condition. I've tried them all, blah blah blah, and I don't believe it, but I believe your statement of they can live for 40 years in nothing. I believe that.
yeah, and there's too many things that can't be explained with the animal kingdom. We have some of the most odd critters, and oh my gosh, you realize what our dinosaur ones were like? Oh,
They
I
were
would
all birds.
love
They
to
were
see.
all birds. I
Yeah,
want somebody to make an accurate depiction of the dinosaurs with the information that we have now that shows them with feathers and chicken legs.
yeah, I've seen some really neat renditions because once they realize that their colors have been probably just guessed and that they were probably more bird-like and very colorful.
And
Uh,
yeah, the feathered thing was the coolest thing that I thought that I think they found. They guaranteed, and I believe they're guaranteed based on what they found.
can you see the comments?
No. Oh wait, what's up, Busman? I can. He's been the
Yeah,
only person that's seen so far.
I've seen some pretty neat things, and my dad took me to all kinds of zoos and stuff, and we traveled all over the country just to see the zoos. And my grandfather would take pictures so he could, both of them could paint them and stuff. My grandfather is more of a landscape and architectural painter. but he did animals a bit. But my dad was just his were photorealistic. Just
Like,
per-
you're just perfect.
and me, I can't even draw a strict stick figure good. My stick figures suck. My 3-year-old does better stick figures than I do, and I can draft. I did a lot of that, but I did most of my stuff through the computer.
I
But
don't do art. I
my
can do pressure. I can shade.
my 12-year-old can do near photorealistic uh, images of her friends' faces. I forget what that's called. Um,
Or self
yeah,
portrait.
portraits. Yeah, she does portraits of her friends. Oh my gosh, they're amazing. They're almost photorealistic. I've been trying really hard to get her to use colored pencils, but she just really loves just black and white. But
Okay.
oh my gosh,
So
texture,
her depth and
shadow,
contrast is on point.
everything is perfect.
Yeah,
It's a
if you can get your depth and contrast on point to not need color, you're a winner.
Yeah. Oh, and I've tried to show her the reverse imaging with where you do the shadow parts of the pictures to create the picture. I've seen a lot of neat tattoos done that way. So I've been showing her some of that, and she's really having fun trying it. But it's a whole nother concept because she has to see stuff that's not there. Seeing shadows in your head, that's kind of a tough thing to do. But she's doing a great job. Oh, the cones in the comments.
Cerconia. I think the best tattoo artist known to man. I say that statement boldly. His name is Luca Lajoie, Luka Lajoie. He lives in Canada. If I ever if I do a sleeve or an entire leg piece or my back like I want to, I will not let anybody but that man do it. I will travel out of the country and pay whatever the price, whatever, and then whatever price he charges to have the quality that he provides, because there is nobody that can touch that man's work.
Yeah, see, I regret not doing what I had wanted to do for my martial arts stuff, but I was a family man at the time. If I didn't have a family, I would have, because some of the martial arts stuff is represented by certain tattoos, and
Yes,
it's
oh
really
yeah,
interesting.
kickboxing especially.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is based off of the Chinese mafia and that kind of stuff, but um, they held their ranks and stuff. Their arts were represented, their titles, all that stuff was shown in their body art, and they had full body art, which was really cool. Everything combined, everything joined, everything was part of everything. Pretty neat. Some of the dragons I saw that went from one hand to the other, and one would be the tail, the other would be the head, and the body would be on the body. Is just incredible stuff. I saw some really neat stuff, and
The fact
some
that they just found the fact
badass
that they
guys.
you're good. The fact they just found tattoos on like one of the first bodies found, like human remains, that actually was like not just bone. They found tattoo remains. Why are tattoos so frowned upon?
Yeah, I think it's the well for the group that I hung out with. I hung around a lot of criminals, and they didn't want to do it for fear of it proving who they were. Because once you have something like that, and why cops are taking pictures of body art now, because
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you have
It's
a
just
guy with a certain tattoo in a certain spot, there's a really good chance that the guy that has that same tattoo in that same spot is that guy. But yeah,
I find it weird that if we had tattoos in the very beginning and have tattoos now, what the F happened in the middle that made them so frowned upon?
and I've always looked at the magazines that have the full body art women with just phenomenal tattoos, just beautiful.
Phenomenally.
And I think it makes them more beautiful. I really do.
I accessorized my body. My chest is covered in tattoos and piercings. Like I genuinely, I couldn't imagine me without my decorations.
Now, wasn't yours started as Memorial?
Yeah, yeah. The one on I guess no. It started as motivation for me to never lose sight, is because the Superman is what started it. But every tattoo since is more like the Batman is for Wes, which is the memorial, and then I have the quote on my ribs, which says, "I myself am entirely made of flaws stitched together with good intentions."
That's cool.
And it's got a stitch going through it. And it's like cut in half, and then being sewn back together. It goes all the way down my ribs.
Yeah, I've seen some really neat things. Yeah, I almost got some real stupid stuff as a kid, because although
I
I
have
wasn't the bully, I dealt with a lot of bullies, and I really wanted the barbed wire neck.
I have no regrets before the movie came out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought either the cut throat or the barbed wire throat was probably one of the ones I would do.
I'm continuously being talked out of a hand tattoo still.
Why?
Well, I want one real bad, but they're frowned upon so much still.
Oh,
Which
just because of it being on the sleeve.
yeah, well, I mean, because my I guess my hands, I'm tattooed to here anyway. Because my entire arm is blasted with color. I got Cthulhu in it. There's Cthulhu right here.
What's the shell thing?
Uh, it's it's just a biomechanic, but this is actually turn you this way. Come on, yeah. So it's Cthulhu, right there. He is.
Oh, I see him. Nasty sucker.
Yeah, that was an accident, actually. Well, I don't think that was meant to be there by any means. Because
I think
when I
has
told the artist about it, he was like, "Oh, that's fucking cool."
I think he has a sinus infection. Oh no, that was a worm, wasn't it?
No, this is lips. Like if you look at Cthulhu, it's actually a rather good depiction of it. It's the mythical sea beast where his face kind of looks like Zoidberg from Futurama.
See, and that's the neat thing about this kind of art, because here you show it to me and I'm seeing something else.
And
And
then my
that's
kitchen tattoo.
about that is, yeah, the yin yang and all that stuff I was always into.
The biohazard.
Fell in with a lot of the stuff I did.
And then I have a sun burning out of the back of my neck, like it's a supernova sun directly on the back of the center of my neck, and then around it is like black burning red, and then it looks like the skin is being scorched like paper around it, like it's burning itself out. And that was to go with the Superman because he gets his strength from the sweet sun. So a sun going supernova basically makes Superman insanely invincible, but then kills him in the end.
And I was watching a movie, and every time the guy killed, oh, it was about a guy sending angels back to heaven. And every time he did it, he'd end up with their name tattooed on his body in an angelic language. That was pretty cool.
Well, what is that movie? Is that movie angelic?
I'm not sure. I just finished watching it, and I had a while ago, and they just showed the last few episodes.
Oh, okay, so it's a show. Okay.
Yeah, a series. I love stuff like that. I've always watched things like that. Like right now, I'm watching the city that went underwater.
Atlantis.
It's a silly, stupid show, but I just love all the history type stuff behind it, and I like watching the way they portray people living, and of course, there's a witch trying to.
Oh, sorry, Justin. I'm looking at the other TV.
What's up, guys? How you doing, Stern?
Oh.
What up, buddy?
Rich, how you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Ah, hanging in there over at a buddy's house. Still having a good time. Saw you guys were streaming. I'm like, I'm a little bored. I'm gonna pop on and say
It's got to
hi.
be like 7 a.m. where you are right now.
Yeah, we did it right tonight,
So
boys.
it's you going hard.
So
Proud of you.
got a couple of lady friends here, and it's going good.
Well, that's more than I can say. It's my birthday. Pretty jealous right now.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's my birthday right now. True story.
Happy birthday, Stern. That's awesome, man.
Birthday, but no reason for the birthday suit. Ah,
Right. Other than my hatred for clothes.
and funny because we talked from everything from antiques to
This is what I'll cut my cake with.
Was that Sterling?
Yeah.
Nice.
what is that, a pie server?
Yeah.
Cool. That's a big one.
Yeah, she's the biggest. We like big pie. Oh, yeah, Rich, you'll appreciate this thing.
What's that?
I don't know, a little magazine pamphlet I found when I was doing estate sales.
Oh, cool.
I think I might have that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if you did.
Anything with American history, I always grab up. Cool.
I know I tried to get, there's a big old thing on Ben Franklin that I tried to get, but he wasn't having it.
See, I have stories about Ben Franklin that were written within a couple of years of him dying. Those are really interesting. And he was a crazy fella.
Turns out that
Crazy stuff.
turns out my family had a bunch of stuff signed by Abe Lincoln that my grandma sent in to get appraised, and the dude she sent it into stole it all, and they never pursued it. So, what?
Oh,
What? You just let it go. Just let it go, like nothing happened.
40, 50 grand a piece for it, I bet.
Oh, it was multiple. She is the way she made it sound, and I was like, "You're fucking kidding me!" And you guys
Hey,
just,
Melissa's saying happy birthday to you.
oh, hey, what up, Olivia? Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get. My grandma gave my uncle, my great grandma gave my uncle the coin collection, which turns out is a penny collection that is complete from 1857 to 1980. And it's complete until 1980 because my Uncle Tim doesn't care about coin collecting. He also will not let me have the coin collection. His kids are also adults now and have no interest in coins either.
You should talk him into just letting you take photos.
Yeah, I'm going to talk him into letting me finish it if he has no interest. Let me put from 1980 to 2020 in there then. Come on now.
So it's a like mint set?
No, complete album, complete set from. I don't know what albums they're in because I've never seen it, but they said it's a complete penny collection starting at 1857. So that includes the 77 and the 69 over 69 and the 09 SVDBs and
Yeah,
the
there's
09S.
fairly valuable coins there.
And I guess she paid $1,000 or $1,200 for the 09 SVDB 15 years ago. So I don't know how much the 09 SVDB was priced at for what grade 15 years ago.
No, it's for that much. She should have a real high end coin.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking so as well. And I'm so interested. I've never even heard anything about the Indian set, so I don't know what that would look like, and I'm super stoked.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them there that'd be worth 8 to 10 grand.
Because if she was collecting Indians in the 60s, I couldn't even imagine what shape some of those are in.
Even they weren't in the best of shape. I mean, sometimes you'd find like a BU roll of the early 1900 pennies, and it'd have a couple in it, but they didn't look like my avatar. They just had a little bit of luster and obvious starting to tone.
For sugar. That will help. That will help. I bet I can make that work.
Stern, you like mushrooms?
Oh, huge fan.
Like psychedelic?
Yeah, I despise the taste of real mushrooms, actually. They're super healthy, but I
Oh,
hate.
come on. Be honest, you despise the taste of those ones too.
Oh, they're even worse. They're like the worst tasting things in the effing world.
Always made me think of Dirty Feet, man.
Oh, yeah, they're so bad.
Gag
And
on.
chewing them wet, oh, it's like string cheese that just tastes like ass.
Mm-hmm.
Soak them in honey. But it
Ooh,
gets
that's a good idea.
a whole bunch.
That's why I'm interested in trying this blue juice thing.
Oh, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, if I could just mix some blue juice in with some well anything and not have to chew on stale popcorn that tastes like feet, I'd be a happy man.
And I'm shocked that they're legal in places. I can't wait to see if they're legal here.
Oh, why am I holding it? I'll just do this. Oh, this way. Where are you? There she is. I'll zoom in. Hold on. That's better.
What's your best Indian? Is it in the book?
This one, but that's because this one is also a double diop burst. This one right here. I'm gonna turn my phone. There we go. This is a DDO.
Now, do you think that's natural color?
No, I'm debating on it. This one doesn't have the plating issues that you normally see, like with the Steelies and such. But I do agree that its yellow is a bit wrong to me.
Yeah, I would definitely call that one a clean one.
But these ones are not clean. I believe that these ones are legit.
Oh, you're boxed again. Yeah, it doesn't. The most minor cleaning just ruins the Indians.
Yeah, you got it, Hoover. You're right about that. Eat chocolate or drink OJ.
The shroom chocolates are cool because if you do them right, you can make them all the same potency. You can make
Yeah.
each square exactly the same, and you can regulate, and that's really nice.
Yeah, and I think if you made a candy bar out of them and chopped them up really good and put hazelnut and some kind of dark chocolate, you could get away with not tasting them.
So,
Yeah, if you've ever heard of them, I got my hands on some gold.
some golden teachers.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a batch of those brewing away as well. I also have a batch of PF Tech, Ecuador's, Penis Envies, Dutch Passion, and Costa Ricas.
That's awesome.
It's my cup of tea. What you dabble in right there.
Yeah, this thing's awesome.
Oh, you like the dark chocolate idea, huh, Melissa?
That copper spot bugs me so much, it's not even funny.
And it's fairly common. I've seen it on a lot of them.
And that one, I think, is an MS64 red brown. Because I genuinely believe that there's nothing. Where am
The
I?
problem is that I'm not seeing any luster.
Oh, that's because we're looking through a scope. And so these absolutely have luster.
Okay. Yeah, as long as
Yeah,
there's some luster to it.
this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the first.
I see it now.
Yeah, these two are the ones that I say are actually for sure. This one's the carbon spot. But this one is a repunched Thrace, as it were. I like having a scope that allows me to do this. I just need to get better about giving myself the room to do it.
Wish you could have seen this 1903 when I first pulled it out of that postcard. It was so gorgeous and it toned so fast. I'm just lucky I took pictures because even in the picture you can see it was already toned a little bit.
See, I'd say the one I paid the most for is going to be. I can do this one. There she is. So this here, 1902.
Wow.
But
why does it look silver?
I don't know. It's getting really weird color from how much light I have bouncing off of it right now. So,
Oh, okay. That's the color it looks like then, right?
but no, this thing actually does look weird. It's got a sweet. There you are.
Now sometimes the light cleaning can cause that too, even though it still has luster.
I think
Color effect can happen.
that's going to be the culprit of this. Oh, turn on phone. Thank you. So this 1893 is a once long ago cleaned, but has since regained a little bit of love.
Okay. So probably came back in the 40s.
Yeah, I mean she's got some shine and brewing back, and she's never been seen wear. I mean, it sucks that she was cleaned.
All the books, all the because I've got tons of magazines and stuff for coin collecting in the 30s and 40s and 50s, and they all say to clean your coins.
I believe you.
Yep, and sell you the product to do it. And
There you go.
in every case, it's not the right product.
Oh, where's my sweet, sweet pen? Oh, that's boo. That's boo-boo. I bought a pen that has a laser pointer and a flashlight on it just for instances such as this.
Hey Hoover, why aren't you up on the panel? Come on now.
It's a good question. Turn back. Thank you. There, that's better. That's boo-boo. And that's probably my best one right there. And I need the small letters or large letters. And all of the 70s too, of course, because I ain't rich. But that's not my best Indian. My best Indian is either in this.
Yeah, I know your best Indian is a large gold coin, right?
Huh? No, I wish I had a gold coin. I don't own any gold, but my favorite coin in general is a $10 gold Indian.
I love them.
So the obverse Indian design is my favorite depiction of the Indian.
I've had a few of them, but I always sell them because I just can't invest that much money into a single coin that isn't that price because of being, E-date or a high grade something. Just gold, it's like you could have any kind of gold, it'd still be worth that much.
Yeah, that's true. The lack of payment on varieties for gold bugs me. Like
So I
if you
sold it
have,
so I could get more pennies.
yeah, if you have a double die, that's if you have a double die on a gold coin, that's basically nothing really. They clap for you for finding it. That's about
Yeah.
all. I
Yeah,
You know,
another hard thing, gold, man, trying just to take a picture of it is miserable.
even
Gold,
the
higher grade
even
gold
the
is really tough.
even the varieties in the cherry pickers guide for gold, they show you the variety and then they show you the price increase, and there's zero price increase.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I find it weird that it's still in the book. They let you know that it's there, and you can get it attributed, but it's going to do nothing but cost you money.
You know, my favorite things is when I do get a really good coin graded and can sell it for, 700, 800 or more.
How's it going, Kelly?
I paid face value for it years ago and just really took care of it. It makes you feel really good to have that big of an increase.
What's up, Kellen L? How you doing?
I look forward to my coins coming back from NGC because of the SMS sets that I paid SMS set prices for, and I'm hoping are decams.
It'd be nice.
Oh,
Oh,
buddy,
that's more than nice.
yeah, that's a $12 to $5,000 increase if I get the grade. I think.
Cool. I know they're really tough on them.
I know, and that's why I made sure to send in two. Realistically, I think they should both get a decam, but because I had to sacrifice one to get a decam on the other, I think me sending in both and one is slightly frostier than the other. I think because I did that, I sacrificed one deep cam to gain another.
So, and I take that back. I really don't know how NGC is. I only know PCGS.
I've heard that for SMS coins, NGC is a better decision. I guess PCGS is either harsher or incompetent when it comes to the SMS grading.
Well, I think because they consider it more of a upper end coin, like a proof, that they expect it to be really extreme on that. And they're always the harder one to get a good grade from. That's good looking.
She's a proof.
Oh, nice.
1901 proof. Square denticles galore.
How come you haven't sent that one off?
It's going in. That's the next batch. I didn't get that one until the first batch I had was already gone.
Cool.
And the first batch consisted of two Kennedys, both I'm hoping decams, 67 Lincoln SMS that I think will get a 67 cameo.
Now, did you buy it knowing it was approved?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I bought it for business strike details grade because it was looped in with a whole bunch of cleaned business strike Indians.
Cool. Congrats.
But the funny thing is how it was looped in. Is only a few of them were in the baby flips.
Kellen,
All the other ones in the babies were cleaned, but all the other ones said clean. That was the only one that didn't say cleaned on it. And I bought it from David, the dude who narrates all of the coin videos on YouTube. Am I here by myself?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
You sounded like you were muted.
No, it's because he muted. I thought the same thing.
Did you see Kellen in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I said hello to Killen. And if we need me to put the link down for who or Turd Stain Justin, I can do that. Oh. Nailed it. Yeah, that one's got to go for sure. That's a part of the these send outs. So there's this one that's going without a doubt. This one's going without a doubt.
So did you buy or drink anything special for your birthday?
Nope, not yet. I've had one beer so far for my birthday, and I've smoked a bowl of reefer so far, slowly talking with you. But the one plan I had got screwed over due to people being crazy and just really weird.
No, your conversation really went off the deep end there a couple of times, but
No, I mean, people are weird. Girls are weird. Girls are weird. Women are weird. The end game doesn't make sense sometimes, you know? Decisions don't match the end game. It's weird.
no comment.
Exactly. What did I do? Oh, I'm hoping I get that money in the mail tomorrow so I can buy this coin that I have potentially cherry picked off of the Herber. Because I'm really excited about it, and if it's right, that's a big come up. Thank you, Uvi.
So you still have money to come up with?
No, I mean I'm piss poor at the moment. Riddick was $5,000 to find out that he wasn't going to make it anyway, so that really didn't help nothing. But when my coins come back, I owe him $25. Because I guess he didn't add a conservation fee into my original price. So which makes me think either the coins are on their way back to him now, or they're about to be. And all I have to do is sell just one of them. Because I guarantee, I did put it in there once before. I didn't see that. I'm just spamming my own stream. Because even if I only get a 67 cameo out of one of those Kennedys,
Oh yeah, that's big money.
it's still like $500. If it gets a 67 deep cam, or no, if it gets a 67 cameo, it's like 150 to 200. If it gets
more.
Oh no, they've gone down significantly, unfortunately. What you need it to hit is a 68 deep cam, which is crazy to think about that's where they've made it to now.
Yeah, and I know the Kennedy's a tough one with a deep cam.
Yes, and the one that I bought raw or in the SMS set at the estate sale is 100% deep cam, according to. Oh, I can't believe that worked. This book, which is entitled Cameo in Brilliant Proof Coinage from 1950 to 1970, where every coin gets its own full page description.
Yeah, that's a neat book.
Yeah, buddy. And then the center of it is the best known specimen or variants of deep cameos on all coins. You get to learn cool stuff. Like I'll show you one of the cool things that I learned about the 67 SMS. And we make it to the 67 SMS hole. One moment, please. We'll be with you shortly. There she is. So, hoorah. The 67 you see right here, see this little dot?
Yeah.
That's called the birthmark cameo. That is only found on the top specimens for this date. I don't know why I went through the entire hassle of showing you that when I could have just done this, as I remember at this very moment.
Oh.
It's the cover coin.
Oh, that's not as good a picture.
So that dot is on all of the highly most valued. But if you look, it's a signature that you can find on the deepest cameo on a lot of things.
Huh. I always thought that was an issue.
I always did too, but then I read an article for this one based on this called the birthmark cameo effect and how the first 6 or 8 that were found at auction sold for a minimum of $1,200 a piece.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that was back then. That was when it first came out. So it's most definitely up since then because a 68 deep cam is five grand, I think, is what they're being sold for. They're asking like 6,500 is what they're priced at, but we all know they never sell for that.
Yeah, my little grandson, my little 3-year-old, got to give me a couple rolls of pennies for Christmas. He was so excited about it. And it's
That's
so
awesome.
funny because, of course, I had to just go over the top with it and make such a big deal out of it. But he knows I've got, ridiculous amounts of them everywhere. And he's had to push his way through them a few times. And I guess because I have so many, he feels that it must mean everything to me. It was just circulated rolls, but I loved it. I went through them with him. We had a
That's
lot of
weird.
fun. It was great. But it proves one good thing. I definitely have been going down the road of appreciating coins. He's been playing with them since he was a baby. He was playing with all my Morgans and my peace dollars, stacking them, and still does.
Oh, that's why this is in here.
I like that style.
I need this light on again because that doesn't work without it. Hmm. Denim. Oh, that's nearly. Oh, the good old greaser.
Yep.
Well, I'll put that on eBay. Why not?
I'll send you a picture of some stuff, see what you think for eBay. I'll have to do a little research and see what's selling right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have some.
Feel free to let me know your findings on this whole what's selling right now. Because the first I sold a mint set bundle or a proof set bundle. It was 61 through 64, and it sold for like 120. And then I tried to sell individual 61 through 64 for less than that would have ended up, and nobody wants them. So I got to bundle them back up again. So look into bundles.
Okay.
Yeah, I listed individual sets at 25 a piece. I can't sell a single one of them. I put all four in a bundle for 125. I sell it immediately. It makes no sense.
And what I was sending wasn't coins.
Oh, I know, but I was just saying, people are looking for a bundle deal these days. It seems like.
Yeah, I think they always are because, I mean, you bundle stuff up and you get more of them. It's what I always look for. And the way I always searched eBay was I would look at just released auction items, things that had just been put up.
Mhm.
Try to catch them within the first half hour to hour that they were put up, and
Misspelled items.
buy it now items mostly. Well, buy it now items at all completely because there's no reason to catch it early if it's an auction. I did really good doing that. There's a lot of people that they just need money right now, so they'll sell things extra cheap, and whoever gets it first, it doesn't matter. So I found tons of stuff that I got really good deals on, especially graded coins, because they knew it had a set value, and if they went, $20 to $50 less, that money was going to happen right away.
Yeah.
So same thing with silverweight. There's a lot of times I'd find stuff under spot.
All right. Because I'm bringing you back in since I'm talking to nobody on Facebook anyway.
Have you sold anything else on eBay, or was that pretty much it?
Let me go look. eBay tried to screw me over. The first day I had my other account, they banned it permanently with no chance of rebuttal. Immediately with no. It had been up for like 6 hours. I was confused as hell. The only item I had sold was already in the mail with tracking given to the dude, and he had already paid. I'm confused at what the issue was.
Oh,
So I called him for my other account, which had been locked up for a long time. It just had me at 0 listings at $0 forever. So I called him. I was like, "Why am I at 0 and 0?" She goes, "I don't know. We'll change it to 2,000 at 500 or something." I was like, "Cool." And since I've done that, I've had not as much interest in this one.
it's funny. I told you my story about eBay ripping me off for so much money.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to come after me really hard and figured it was going to be an issue dealing with collectors and stuff, but they never did. And about a year and a half later, I got that notice of a disclosure of loss or whatever, where they considered it a lost amount they weren't ever going to get, and gave forgave the debt, which was really interesting. I think they realized they were wrong. They paid off other people that same guy ripped off, but they didn't pay off me. The guy who had the
Yeah,
most.
that's ridiculous.
Oh, I was so pissed. And I had documented the mailman delivering me the package staying in the video while I opened the package and showing that it was a box of washers. And yet that wasn't enough evidence for him. And the mailman signed a little affidavit thing I made up and had notarized, proving that, he was who he was, someone I did not know at that time. He became a great customer, though. I actually sold him a ton of trade dollars. Oh, I love the color on that one.
This was a bank box find.
Yeah, there's some good colors on some of those. Oh, well, that's copper, but I see that sometimes on the others after 82.
Oh, I keep them. I'm building a toner set at the moment. So it's one of these tubs here is full of nothing but toners. I've started to put them in random things like this one.
I need to start doing something with my. I've collected so many toners lately in the last year and a half or so. I've got like 3 or 4 gallon-sized Ziplocs just completely full.
Well, we found randomly
And they're all in flips, but
a toner 17. Here. We have the. Thank you. It's a toner 17D. And I can fix that. All right. Then I added spots for the W's.
cool.
And then we have a tone 2020 Denver already somehow. And it doesn't even look like a heat assisted toning.
So I saw where somebody did gold leafing, saying what year it was. And they worked really hard doing it, but unfortunately, whatever they used to do it didn't hold up, and it started to come off. But it looked really cool, the gold with the copper. And it was all old styled stencils. It's pretty
We have
cool.
a small date, and then that is RPM 001. And then that's RPM 001. And that's RPM 001. On the 12, yes.
I finally took my Christmas tree down the other day. My little grandkids love the tree so much, I left it up until yesterday. And I drill a big hole through my tree, straight through the trunk up towards the top of the tree, and also right through the trunk. So it's kind of like a T. And I do it with like a 3/4 inch bit. It makes my tree last so long. My needles were just barely falling off. So, and I also have 1930s and to 50s old glass ornaments. It's a really cool looking tree.
What was that?
My poor daughter just dies because she knows how much I paid for some of that stuff. And my little grandson, my youngest is 2, and he broke a couple of them, but it doesn't bother me. I'd rather see them on the tree and give them those memories of them so when they get them.
All right. What's up?
Hey, Super Silverman's joining us.
That's true.
Yeah, I had to say something when I saw you had both channels up.
That's right. I made the mistake of going on the other one to do the stream and then joining it with this one. Unfortunately, that channel only has like 2 subscribers, and I'm one of them. So I was there for like an hour and a half talking to myself, and nobody even joined the chat, not once.
Your Silverman one?
Yeah.
Well,
I've always had the two channels, but the one that Silver Superman or Super Silverman is now was Stern originally,
oh, really? I
and
didn't know
I switched the names so that way all of the Super Silverman fans are now with Stern, and the lack thereof fans that Stern had is now their problem of Silverman.
that.
So that way all the videos I made back in the day didn't get lost or have to be remade.
I had tried looking you up one night and couldn't remember the Stern one.
I couldn't find myself when I typed Stern in. It took me typing in the name of this stream, the act like you trust people, comma, dot dot dot, but do not, exclamation point. I had to type that in order for it to pop up for myself.
How weird.
Yeah, I was very frustrated because there's a lot of Sterns turns out, and none of them are me.
You can't just go to the icon and choose.
Well, because I was on different.
Oh,
Yeah, the Super Silverman actually has a different icon than the Stern. Wow. So you can tell if you have a small date proof set based on looking at the I in N or the I in N on the $50.
yeah, I think I remembered that.
It's got a weird 3 on it. Let's see if I can find it without looking at the penny. Oh, brother.
I like it when it's certain things like that. Like, oh shoot, I think it's an Indian that has the different um, bottom of the T's.
Yeah, 71. They used different proof obverse designs for the Kennedy, and it bugs me that they make note of it in one spot, but they only talk about the bottom of the R being changed. Which in actuality, it's like the bottom of the R is probably the smallest change. The biggest change is the everything else. Like this is a 71, so go to the I. It's rounded. The other variety they use has serifs that branch out the
Right.
bottom
The
far,
old,
far.
the old English style.
Yeah, and there's doubling on both, but they don't ever talk about it. You have to go to design varieties or different obverse designs, and they call it the R design with no picture reference.
Hey, I made a fun purchase a while back, knowing my little grandkids were all going to be together. You get that many grandkids together, it's kind of hard to keep up with simple things like breakfast. So I bought two of the double-sided waffle makers for the Belgian waffles.
Yeah.
So I can make 4 waffles at a time. So it takes me about 12 minutes to make enough for 10 kids. Works pretty great. Was a lot of fun. And now the little ones that come over every day, they have waffles probably every other day. We do strawberry and blueberry and
That's awesome.
chocolate chip, and yeah, it's pretty fun. So in these waffle makers, my other grandson, he likes the like McDonald's styled hash browns. So
Yeah.
I buy them in those little cubes, but I put them in the waffle maker. And oh, they get so crispy and have the little ridges and stuff to hold the ketchup. So he can eat them by hand and not have to dip them and stuff while he's doing his schoolwork, because they do their online schooling while they're here. So it's a lot of fun. Turns out really good. I do biscuits in them and a few other things. The biscuits, we put a little bit of pizza sauce on them with some pepperonis or something similar, and make these waffled pizza pieces. Oh, they're really good. But the hash browns, I like the extra crispy hash browns. And when you do the waffle maker, man, it makes them super crunchy. And just a couple minutes from frozen.
Have you ever seen the 3D printer wall pancake maker?
No,
It's a 3D printer, but it uses pancake batter to 3D print whatever pancake design you want.
cool. I've
It's
seen the
super
one
cool
that
looking.
does the cakes with the real photos and stuff. And that's really cool. But
Yeah,
no,
it's pretty small actually. I think it's not super duper expensive. I don't know, it's about the size of like a 24 by 24. And it's got a little stand and it's red and it has a little conveyor and it spits out like a notebook size whatever you want.
that's crazy.
Yeah, it has a USB drive. You plug it in and it takes that and it does. It's cool as hell. It
Huh.
was on the channel Dude Perfect had it on there as the cool or not cool item.
I think I've watched that channel.
It's a pretty good. They do the trick shots. It's a funny show.
Well, Stern, I'm gonna have to let you go. My grandkids are gonna be here in about an hour.
Yeah, I've been talking my ass off anyway. I'm gonna close down too.
Nice
We're
to
gonna
see
put
you
more
in the
stuff on
chat
eBay.
there, Melissa.
Huh?
I haven't been on any of the streams lately, so I haven't seen any or talked to anybody.
And I actually haven't been on any either until tonight. So I'm glad that whenever I do pop on, you end up being the one who shows up. I like it.
I try to keep. I watch YouTube constantly. I'm either watching educational stuff or similar, so I get the pop up for it when you gotta go live. So I try to keep my eye on that. I have a
Yeah,
lot
there's
of.
been a lot of privates lately.
I follow a lot of First Amendment auditors, and when they do their live stuff, they kind of need help. People calling the police stations to tell them to knock it off and crap like that when they're trying to arrest photographers for taking photos. And you'd be shocked how often they get arrested. Not
I,
breaking the law, taking pictures of police. They think that they don't have the right to do it, and they arrest you for it.
yep, it's crazy. It's crazy the
Oh,
lack of law knowledge.
that's the First Amendment. It's like, my God, you don't know the First Amendment. You've sworn an oath to something you do not know.
Yep,
And calling
exactly.
a public servant, oh my goodness,
It's
they
the
get off the handle.
it's the iTunes agreed to terms. All
Yeah, and I've got family that's police. I've actually videotaped their oath, and in the oath, well, this was several years ago, like 8 to 10, but in that oath, they swear to protect citizens. But you listen to the ones they have now, and they're protecting each other's. Your
oh,
fellow
really?
officer. Yeah, it says nothing about citizens for half of them. It's
Hmm.
it's revolting. It's sad.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Oh, and that's why they protect each other so hard. And we had one guy. He actually drew his gun on a photographer that's only taking pictures, and they had to talk him down to put his gun back, and he just put it at ready, down at his side, but still holding his gun in his hand. For a photographer, the guy was by himself, but he blew it on that one because that guy is really popular and has like 150,000 followers, and he went live, and so
Oh
his
yeah,
station got flooded with tens of thousands of phone calls.
yeah. He shouldn't have done that one. That one screwed that up.
Yeah, but it's so sad. They violate so many laws and tell you that you have to give your name, and like in Texas, you don't have to give your name unless you're actually arrested. I wish we had that law. but California doesn't have that. We have the right to not give our name unless you've committed a crime. But
Uh,
Texas, you actually have to be arrested.
they're finding a loophole with the insurance.
Yeah,
You
and that,
can't. It's illegal to drive your car without insurance, and that is a misdemeanor.
yeah, and that's actually, if 10 or 15 years ago you'd gone through all the law books, there's nothing. In fact, DMV altogether is illegal according to the books years ago, but now I think they've slipped it in there. But yeah, DMV is a illegal entity until just recently.
What
um,
is?
just getting away with it.
What is
DMV
it?
registration, all that crap. That's stuff the
Oh,
government made up to get money. They didn't have to do it like that years ago. So registration was a up to you if you wanted to do it.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Well,
So
then you have to pay taxes to own an animal. There's a dog tax and a cat tax. You have to pay an annual fee to own a pet.
yeah. Well, if you look into some of the law books in the 50s and early 60s, there were still laws in some states that you could beat your wife with a stick no bigger than the thickness of your thumb.
That's retarded.
Oh, it's sad. And the laws that we need, of course, fall to the wayside and all this other crap. I just, but being a sixth generation photographer, I've always done pictures of things like police stations and county buildings and courthouses, because they're normally the courthouses anyway are normally the better, older, neater buildings.
Oh
And
yeah, for sure.
now judges have signed orders that pictures can't be taken, and it's ridiculous. They shouldn't have that power. Well,
Yeah.
they don't, but somehow they've gotten away with it. Oh, yeah, I'm a major constitutionalist, and there are so much going wrong in our world today.
Then being able to pick and choose what history we see is not okay.
Oh, and that's the worst one, because according to American history, we won all but the war with Custer with the Indians. Well, in reality, we didn't win any of them.
Yeah.
Even the Custer one, that came back on us, and they paid for it. But yeah, I have a book that lists their true deaths. Oh my gosh, they were commandos. They trained all the time to fight against other tribes, against the men, not the children and the old ladies like the white people did, but the actual other braves. And that's why, like, the Apache and some of the tribes became so lethal, because, well, they camouflaged themselves so well, you'd walk right up on them. That's why you had to be as stealthy as an Indian to be able to walk in certain areas and
Well,
not.
and the Apache perfected being able to shoot the bow from riding a horse.
Oh yeah, yeah, and some of the things that I've seen about it are really cool, because they had special bows so they could turn side to side. They're not saddles, but their way they set up the horse was so they could lean way over
Yep.
and really take advantage of being able to shoot in any direction well.
Yeah, and at that point, the 6-shooter hadn't been created yet. Smith and Wesson hadn't created the 6-shooter, or the 5-shooter. Really, is what it started as.
And my grandfather always pointed out the true cowboys in the movie, because when you see somebody riding a horse and they're bouncing up and down so hard, and then you see a true cowboy that's barely bouncing in his seat. And he said, the Indians put us to shame when it came to that. They rode a horse like they were part of the horse. But the cowboys, the true cowboys, they really stood out in the old movies. So when you watch some of these movies from the 30s and 40s, and you see everybody bouncing around until you see one that's not, then you know who the real cowboy was.
Did you know that only recently they started making sure that they put accurate fucking money in movies? Like, if it's a movie dedicated in the 20s, now they're actually silver certificates and stuff.
Yeah, and there's actually a couple old movies that's not true with, but for the most part, yeah. I really enjoyed one that I watched, and they had put up a bunch of trade dollars, and although our trade dollars were around a little bit, most of them got exported. They were mostly using the silver dollars, the trade, or I mean the seeded or the Morgans. But yeah, it's really interesting. I love when I see them pull out money. And there's one show, oh gosh, it's a series and it's from the 40s. And they actually show the story behind the bells of some of the missions, and how if you didn't put some silver in, the bells didn't sound sweet. So they had to have a certain percentage of silver in order for the bells to sound really sweet. And there's a really neat story about that one, and a lot of it's based off of true stories. All righty, well, I better let you go. I keep talking like I always
Right.
do.
I'll keep this up all day, yeah. So
It's what I do best.
until next time, Rich.
Yeah, I practice at it all day long with my grandkids. They're so funny. Tell me a story of when you were younger, or they love it when I tell stories when their mom was little and their auntie.
Well, that's blackmail.
Like,
That's
oh,
blackmail right there, son.
I've got incredible stories. It's so funny. I just love telling stories. Like the one I told you about all the kids following my youngest around.
Exactly.
Kids walking away from their mothers in the grocery store because my daughter had the most big, beautiful blue eyes, and kids would just get entranced. And oh, it was hilarious. And they love hearing those kind of stories because their auntie's a little mean these days, but she's just kind of a coarse gal. She has kind of an odd humor to her. She's a Major Simpson person and plays off a lot of that. And I think she's kind of a Bart Simpson of her own. And it's just kind of funny. She used to have Bart Simpson everything: her car, floor mats, the seat covers, the steering wheel. I mean, all this stuff. And I bought her all kinds of coins, and it was hilarious. And when she got married, her husband didn't like that stuff at all and made her put it all away. And I told her, it's a shame that you have to be somebody other than who you are for him. And next time I saw her, she had all the stuff out again. So she's not a gal you'd want to mess with. Doesn't matter how big a guy you are.
Right.
Yeah. Just like you were saying earlier, they don't make sense, but you listen and learn. And you say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, when it's
That's
time.
right.
I even say it to my daughter. So I'm doomed. My oldest, oh my gosh, she orders me around, and I pay close attention to what she says. I don't want to piss her off because I've been there before. It's not
That's
a nice
exactly
place
right.
to be. I'd rather just eat it, whatever it was that I did or said the way I thought was right, that she disagrees with, and just leave it at, yes, she's 100% correct, and I won't do that again.
Yep, it's easier that way.
It absolutely is. Well,
Right.
I'm glad I was here for your birthday. Happy birthday. And I'll get a hold of you for the eBay stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
All righty. Take
Bye.
it easy, Melissa. Glad you made it in the chat there for the comments. And I'll talk to you guys later.